do you have?
I have detect good and evil, speak with animals. Hold on one sec.
Oh, there he goes.
Shield of faith, sanctuary, heroism, cure wounds, detect poison and disease, detect magic,
Okay.
shield of faith. I don't know if I said that one.
I think so, but yeah, okay, so we got those. And then Sid, I don't think you use too much magic. Like you're not too resource
No.
reliant.
I do have all of my rages, so
Good. Like if we need to kill stuff.
Well,
Gotcha.
From where you kind of currently are, yeah.
I do have darkness as a spell.
Right. I remember we were talking about how you have I think Buck, you have to let pocket.
I do have to let
We're also split between me and Robin on your stream.
I know.
Like I can
that's
because
Puck's
Puck's not here.
Yeah, because it would change the size of the video. So that'll happen.
See, Matt does that. Oh, and Cap does go exactly where Cap was. All right.
So like that's the positive side. It's like you pretty much already had the right spot.
Cool. Let me do some fine tweaks.
Okay. So now that
is my mic coming in okay today?
Yeah.
Yeah, your mic's
like
doing
quiet.
Good. No.
Okay.
I don't notice any quietness. And then I've got one spell slot left, and I've got like Hellish Rebuke, Unseen Servant, Silence, Invisibility, Misty Step, and Dispel Magic.
What exactly does dispel magic do?
It
dispels magic.
Well, like all magic.
Choose any creature, object, or magical effect within range. Any spell of 3rd level or lower on the target ends. So like that's a problem. Because I know if we're thinking about like the door, we don't know what level magic it is.
Yeah.
So if something has a concentration effect or it's ambient magic, if it's 3rd level or lower, like lesser magic, you can get rid of it. There we go.
Yeah, like for each spell of or higher on the target, make an ability check using your spellcasting ability. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. On a successful check, the spell ends. So that... Maybe it's an option for a door.
I mean, if Captius dies and we can't get through the door, it's probably our best bet is to try and open it and then maybe portal somewhere else out.
True.
We could always try and run for the location where we came from.
Also true. Like the problem that we have is if we're trying to get to the gold, we have to
if it's left, if it's still there.
Well, that's true, but we have right now, currently, we have nothing to believe that it won't be there. But anyway, we are back on stream now that we're having.
Yeah, as far as everyone believes in character, everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
Yeah. So, sup, internet? Weather's been nice lately. All things considered, it's warm, it's muggy. It's like nice summer-esque weather, like good old beach weather.
It is almost June.
It is almost June. That is correct. All right, so
it's 84 for me right now.
Oh, nice.
Yep, like it's 82 over here, like because we're all in the same. Well, a lot of us in the same general vicinity. But it's nice and muggy out in the country where the Bucklands are. Whoop. We're gonna go ahead and do recap. I'm gonna do brief trivia, for the sake of giving you guys more time to wrap up Multitude. So, who would like to do recap? Who's left to do? I think it's Dell, right?
Well, it's Dell's turn to do
recap. Yeah, so really, it's like Dell. Would you like to do recap? And I feel as though I'd want Time/Sin to do the Text RP recap because she was involved with that shenanigan train.
Okay.
Oh shit.
So I'm letting you know now, so it's not like solve for X. So go ahead, Dell.
So, last session we were at a junction where there was really nowhere else for us to go. So we decided to go investigate the person that was captured, that Banana Soup Skybeam came from. It was Icarus White, Jacob's brother. He's pretty much like a little bit crazy. He's raising some chimeras. He definitely lured in Sin with some knowledge about her background. I think we figured out that Ozzy's your brother. Sin?
Yes.
Yes.
While this was happening, we split party, you know, the most intelligent thing to do. And obviously a group of Time, Dante, Delandros, and Robin were going to do spectacularly successful things. We decided that after drinking some wine that I was going to break down a door with Dante because, you know, I just assumed they're dead. They wandered off into a chimera den and we're told that the only reason they're going to be alive is if they are true believers. And knowing what I know of them doesn't seem to fit 100% considering they're all like a little bit edging on that. So we broke down the door and a wall came to life and I booked it out of there. I'm like, hey guys, wall's still alive. So we ended up meeting back up and we let Icarus out. And Icky's a nice guy, but you know, he's speaking almost in riddles. He tells us he's able to disarm the wards and let us get into Jacob's study, which is not the room with the books that we spent an hour in or the portal room. It's another room off to the side. From there, we had Alexa investigate this wall because she wasn't exactly sure and she got swept away and we thought she died. And Sin decides to just man mode it and crush this wall. Absolutely demolishes this moving wall. That makes me look like kind of like an idiot. Just knocks me down like 5 or 6 times in a row before I just decide to leave because I'm just done with this wall. From there, we end up finding out that Alexa is still alive, and we're now talking to a disembodied creepy face, if you can see on the stream. That face is talking to us, and it so happens to pretend to be Jacob, but it's actually a little girl who has no actual authority or ability to do anything, and is very sensitive about being a little girl for whatever reason. So we're kind of stuck here, and we sent Captios to Misty step through a couple different locations, and instead of getting ripped to pieces by a magic wall, he just so happens to make it through and sees a young teenage-aged boy in a ball of water, and that's where we are right now.
And that last part is pretty creepy. I'm not gonna judge you, Captios. So in the interim, first off, 150, probably like very, very fantastic recap there, Del.
Yeah.
I can't think of any single gaps that were there, but we want to do any gaps, any tidbits of lore, character development pieces, plot development pieces that someone want to highlight out.
Yeah, like there are some like lore bits that happened. So we learned that that Icarus is essentially like a person that can figure out who is a builder and a breaker. So when we told him that like Sin was a breaker and stuff like that, like he was actually able to tell what they were. So we were able to get his help by saying that Ozzy, who is a breaker, needs help, and so he's kind of like obligated to help a breaker. We also learned that the manticores, there's like a couple of speculations that we have, but 2 of the heads are human and 1 is kind of draconic in nature. So there's a couple of assumptions or like ideas that Alexa's kind of going around with that, you know, 1 is going to be, you know, a demonic or infernal kind of nature, 1 is draconic, and 1 is celestial, which is a combo that we've seen in the past. It's the same kind of combo that brought Atlas, which is the astral dragon, into the world. It's a very powerful combo, and it's been alluded to the fact that Jacob White is trying to obtain all of that power for himself but still maintain himself, which is why he's doing these experiments. It also was brought to the fact that Sin was kind of given to Jacob White as like the other option would have been her being turned into a manticore. So it was kind of a thing that her mom was doing to save her, not just like giving her because she didn't love her thing. So Sin got to learn that, and that her mom was pregnant with a child at the time, and so that's when we learned that it was probably Ozzy that was her brother. Let's see, other things that we learned. Yeah, like just the idea that Jake Boyd is trying to figure out how to harness the power of Builder and Breaker, whether or not that's merging with himself as a Builder and Breaker and himself. We're not quite sure exactly how he's doing it. And he's essentially hinted at that he's already become immortal in a sense, whether that is that he has enough money that people can just bring him back, or if there is something else going on. We found a couple of circles for how they're doing the ritual, which later Alexa wants to go over with Captios because she did write it down. But, they've been trying not to die recently. And where Captios landed in the study, there's the boy in a bubble that has purple eyes and horns, which is also similar to what we've seen in the very first session of this season. Luna Hope has the same effect with white. Is it white hair? Correct. White hair,
Yeah.
horns, and purple eyes. So she has the same thing. So there's also a theory that they might be connected in some way, or created the same way.
Yeah. Also similar to Solus.
Yeah. So that
Can I just say, Alexa keeps calling them manticores, but my notes all say chimera. Which
The
one's right?
chimeras.
Oh, they are chimeras. I'm sorry. They said manticore. And I was like,
Yeah, you started with chimeras, which is like I am mixing animals together, chimera, and
I
then
went
manticores, which are a different type of mythical creature. Yeah.
Yep.
You're correct. Is a chimera.
thank you for correcting that, because I'm just like, that's fine. We're just gonna.
Anything else you want to add in?
I think those are all the lore bits.
Okay. Well, grab inspiration for that, or grant inspiration to somebody, depending.
I'll grab it because I think regardless we're gonna give it to whoever needs it.
Fair enough. Well, any other pieces of character development, lore development, key facts you feel that happened last session that we're not covered on? Swedish fish. Oh,
Oh,
so good.
dude.
Just gonna
Such my favorite.
Not in session, but I think the lore bit about
Yes.
how devils use their power.
Yeah.
is-
Fuckers.
Cover down that one, Cap. That's super
Yeah,
important.
it's
So you guys
very
got research. Oh God, we're just all sugar fiends. We had because we had a lot of access to research, but no questions to answer right there. We kind of extracted out research points so you can ask questions. And Captain, she had a really good question about how devils and demons and celestials and all that work. So you want to cover it on that?
Yeah, so basically, for devils, if they do, so the whole point of devils is that they're supposed to try to gather as much power, right, quote unquote power as possible. And it's I guess kind of ambiguous. It's almost like an ambiguous measure of
Like capitalists.
yeah, exactly. And so if they do something themselves, they expend significantly more power than if they get someone to do something for them, right? So they are constantly trying to create deals like the ones that Gig just basically goes around and creates with the majority of characters in the world.
Everyone gets a deal.
Everyone gets a deal.
Everyone gets a deal, and so part of that is because they can lose in the hierarchy of devils. They can actually lose. I imagine they're basically losing their place in that hierarchy if they use up too much power.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, in order to achieve, so the way you can think about it is literally like revenues and expenses. So it's so if in order to get X power, I need to expend Y versus Y, that much less. I'm going to try to do that because I constantly want to have that positive, the power profit.
Mm-hmm. Don't get a buyout from a devil.
Yeah, exactly. And then Celestials they work purely based on a single or a set of principles, right? So they're basically, the example you gave was a celestial of war, right? Has a very specific set of principles that they adhere to. So it is, they take part in, if they have to take part in war, there is no parley. They basically continue to fight until some objective is reached. And the minute they start to try to figure out some way around that principle, the actual objective, or they try to if they try to create equity around it, they can fall, which is interesting, right? Because infernals are fallen celestials. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be interesting to understand more so what made Gig fall. Also, I think for Sin / Alara, there's the whole like Celestian thing where it's like, what is Celestian's? I don't even actually know what Celestian's principles are. So that's interesting. Like it ties into this whole thing of what's Paulo doing, the 12, because every single one of those Celestials has a principle. Like what is their purpose in terms of creating the 12 if each of them lives by a different set of values or adheres to a different set of values. So it's a very interesting situation there. Yeah, did I miss anything?
No, it's super important because I believe that's part of the why are those three things important, something Alexa mentioned. For talking about how does the circuitry work for Jacob's objectives, which it appears he's going for power, right? So knowing the limitations thereof, so he's like, cool, I'll pick the God marble and just put it in my head. So it's a little more complicated than that. Right.
He basically has to extract the power without getting all of the constraints with it.
He's doing the formula.
It's also the reason Gig isn't doing anything, right? Like he could, right? Like at any time during this process, right? He's kind of working through us because, like, at any point in this process, he could have gone and just killed Jacob or figured out how to like get rid of it. But that's probably going to drain so much of his power that like he needs to try to figure out how to get us to do his dirty work for him. Or
remember, Pac, a good negotiator works from both sides, so they never lose.
It just makes me think so much of, cause I know you guys weren't here for it, but like season 6, which was trying to keep Reth contained because Gig, we've learned, like, does not want to be reunited with Reth. And we're kind of like, well, like, if you don't want this to happen, like, why don't you just do it, Gig? Like, you're powerful, but he was working through that party.
But I will pause real quick, and here's a trivia question, because I know we're going to be like 3:30 in before we start, and I don't want to take So, trivia question, what is the goal of the Cult of Gigareth?
Isn't it to...
Captios.
Oh, right.
It's to recombine Reth with Gig.
Yep,
create
25 points. So Alexa, what did you just say?
That Gig does not want to be recombined with Reth. So he does not like the Cult of Gigareth.
But yet gets power from them still.
Yeah. Interesting.
Sin's like, status, like relationship status, it's complicated. All right. Anything else?
Don't they also want to basically purge the world and put it back into an anarchist state?
Very
like
much.
How they believe it first happened.
Ultimate choice. Sorry, complete anarchy. No laws. 0 laws.
No pesky dragons.
I think
no
people
dragons.
Like that there's some laws because it's easier to work with people when there's laws.
Oh yeah, it's true. Not wrong. But what they believe is that like no laws to constrain. So.
Yeah, but like when I think for Gig, because he likes to do deals, like when people feel more constrained, they're more likely to do deals.
Well, there's a lot of inconsistencies, and one tenant like we have, and where like things aren't just done because it's fun. Like you don't just grab the like Dragon Balls and grant wishes. Like there's something behind it, and that Hauntar idea of like anarchy is more demonic than it is devilish. So
right, because devils deal in laws, like they have.
Right, and something Del mentioned, like, and asked questions on before as well. I think there's like a huge slew of Del, if you want to hit on any of those, was like the cult, because there's like a lot of factions, and they're cooperative to each other, like for the most part, but because their ideals are so free will, they don't tell the other cells what to do.
Yeah, I mean, they basically do their own thing for their version of the greater good towards this almost singular objective that has many different ways to go about reaching such an objective. So you do get some overlap, and while they're not necessarily enemies, there is some faction imbalance, particularly with which method is the best and who's going to be doing it, and then some people abuse it. You know, not everyone is a true believer seeking the same goal. Some people are using the cult as a means to gather power or resources for their own ends.
Indeed, Rue. Pretty good, like, well spread commentary so far. So everyone grabbed 25 experience, definitely doling out more inspiration. But Sin, one of your ultimate characters who's been NPC'd is Time, and the Time Dante thing has had a huge impact on the PC, which goes to say agency extends past just the player characters, but focuses on the player characters. So we want to cover what happened as the players made the decision to leave Dante, Time, and Icarus, the shadiest of all of them, to their own devices for like 30 minutes.
So, yeah, the party leaves those three behind, and it starts off with just some like Dante being Dante. Just
Well, they're
Dante.
dead. Which is
Yeah,
funny because
just-
Del said the exact same thing. Alexa's dead.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. So he's basically, they're all dead. We should just go ahead and get this treasure because they're not coming back. You know, just Dante being Dante. And time feels like everything's fine. They're gonna come back. Blah blah blah. And he makes point about kind of calling Alexa out on her bullshit. No offense. Basically saying she's gonna be the first one to just throw their party to the wolves if it means she's gonna benefit herself or save herself in that sense.
Or like the greater good because we're the bad guys. Yeah.
Yeah. And Time in that conversation counters Dante while saying, well, isn't that kind of what we're doing right now? If we're just gonna like leave them here and steal the treasure and just yeet out of this place. So he did not like that because as Time finishes her her rant thing about it, she's going to go leave the room, but he closes the door of that room that she's in, and she's locked in there, and he's basically like, peace out, Time.
GG.
Just, yeah, she did not see that one coming. Or did she? So he's like, goodbye, is planning, I'm assuming, to get into the room, take what he wants from the treasure, and go elsewhere. And Time was hanging out in the other room, not really sure what to do because of Dante's action. It's raised the alert level of the vault even higher.
Yep.
So
Which reminds me.
Oh, good.
Good.
Okay.
So it's even more angry now, and so because of that, Time's like, I don't know if I should stay here, if I should wait for them, if they're even coming back. This place is not good right now. And she's also in the room with the teleportation circle. So she pulls out her cards, reads the cards, and like a yes, no, like should I stay or should I go?
Wheeler, wow.
No.
And they say, no, you're not going to stay. And that's exactly, I real life rolled a yes, no spread thing. And it said no. So I just jumped into the portal.
You got lucky.
Yeah. That's kind
Well, you also jumped into the portal that goes to Jacob.
Oh yeah, there's a whole entire side thing about that, which is kind of funny. We'll cover that. We'll cover that in after talk, because I want to focus on the player's journey, and we'll talk about
she got out of there.
times like side skit.
Yeah. Oh, man. So that's kind of, yeah.
Yeah. So when you guys eventually, if you go back there, you're gonna be in character surprised. Some developments happened. Just can't. Because suddenly Alexa's babysitting. It makes sense.
She's gonna be so pissed because God, Dante was a way to help save forward. God damn it.
I mean, Cactus is a way to save.
Did we ever
and
find
Clemens,
out?
yeah, all the people. Jesus.
Alexa, did you ever find out what that ink does that he gave you?
Not yet, no. I haven't had. That's after this. Like once we're out of the vault, I'm gonna have Captives look at both because I was able to find that it's magical in nature, but not what it does. So I need to have Captives look at that and then look at the thing that I wrote down to look at. We just haven't had like enough downtime where there weren't other things we were looking at.
Yeah. If and when you get out of the vault, you probably will, because you have to go to your next, whatever your next objective is. That's not vault, so you'll have some, well, we could say travel time, because we don't really do travel combat. That just seems like a waste of time. You fight things. Cool.
Like doors.
Yeah. Doors, surprisingly, are your biggest
are our
enemy
biggest
here.
enemy.
Is it locked? Is it warded? What kind of ward is it? Like, non-combat encounters the entire time. And then walls. Well, the combat encounters are deadly. That said, all right,
They are.
Yeah, they are.
Like because the person who died, yes.
All right, so we've done recap. Again, we're not going to do much of trivia. I want to focus on this so you guys can go ahead and do your adventure. You're going to play D&D, not talk about playing D&D. And we will start in with Captios because
Oh, no.
Captios
Yeah.
started in.
Captios under
Let's go,
pressure.
With a
Captios.
cliff
Every time
hanger.
Captios has been under pressure, he's died.
He's
So
he's
let's-
folded hard. So we had like a little sprinkling of like, here's things that are really good for social engineering. Here's a way of thinking of like agency. Totally like just dropping those in there. So that said, Captios, who got
Character growth. You got
character
time.
growth, who went into the study, didn't see outwardly from his cursory glances, is there like a key holder, like a coat rack? There is not. But there was a little creaked open door, and he checked and saw the white-haired, not Sephiroth, in the bubble of water. And that is where we will pick up Captios, this thing sentient enough that it's looking at him, just and seen.
Hello? Hello?
Puts its hand on the edge of the bubble. It is like glass, just pressed against it. And he turns to face you, and he's fully naked. So he's like,
So obviously Captius is like,
Something-
it's like gym class all over again.
So avoid eye contact.
void eye contact.
He's going to message hello to the creature.
Okay. So you message hello to this creature. The creature responds back, but the voice is very faint, almost like a whisper. It's like,
Who are you? And I'm messaging this now.
right. Just
Yeah.
so you have to like do like the.
Yeah, I'm just like, I'm literally just.
you have to look at your target.
I'm like,
And it whispers back, I don't know. Who am I?
does the thing that he's putting his hand to, does it seem like it's warded in any way?
It doesn't appear to be. The surface seems like gelatin almost. So like he's like in a big mochi ball of water. So he's just pushing against it. It has some elasticity to it.
Do I have to come?
Your audio cut out, so I don't know exactly what you asked.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I go up?
Also cut out again, but you
Jesus
can.
Christ. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. I think you're asking, can you go up the stairs? Was that your...
Can I go
what's
up?
that?
Do I have to go up the stairs in order to
Yes.
like?
So to reset like the visual theory of the mind piece, he's on a raised platform which has like runes encanted in it, and the sphere itself is held up by like arms, like very metal, like enchanted arms that appear to maintain like energy across this orb. So it's hard to say if touching the raised platform is bad. It's hard to say if touching that bubble or the arms are bad, but there's definitely a current of magic going through. Like the hairs in your arm are standing on end like static electricity.
Got it. So I'm gonna message. Is it safe to approach?
I don't know.
It's a water
Look
baby.
very familiar.
Who do I look like?
A girl I met a couple months back.
He looks down. He looks up. I am a girl. Question mark.
If you're a
Audio's cutting out.
guys, I'm gonna jump off onto a different camera because my computer is like fucked right now.
Bunk. Okay, cool. So we'll do while we're doing that, we'll do a switch scene.
Great.
We'll go over to Sin, Solus, Alexa, Delandros, Robin. So Captios has gone on his magical journey. You're still here, crammed in the area. I believe that Ozzy is still arguing with the creepy face.
Mm-hmm.
Which Adele's put is a little girl who's very sensitive about being a little girl. Know that the video, for those that are watching the stream, will be bunk for a little bit until Cap drops back.
I am still very curious about this southern door here because
Yes.
it's not magically guarded?
It is not warded. It is locked.
It is locked. So like I touch it and see if like any kind of like alert or anything kind of feels different as I'm touching the door.
No, and plus your alert detector time is not with you.
That's true.
Like from your perspective, touching the door, it doesn't appear to be like hot or charged. No one has, because you're perception based, has interfaced with it. But you do have super high perception, so you do feel like Sherlock draftery.
Right.
Down by where the small amount, the bottom of the door is, what appears to be something like wind, something that sweeps something back out, which occurs when there's a difference of temperature or an active gust of magical wind or force. So something in there generates force or like air depression out to this area like an exhaust.
And there was like a warm lighting, I remember.
There was warm lighting if you look through the keyhole, correct.
Because I have a thought. We were mentioning that there typically is a place that like kind of controls the like a control room. I know like we had mentioned that there probably would be one in here. So it's either this room or like there was, I think, one other door that existed. So I'm kind of thinking if we can get in here, we might also find another, like this might be a power source. If that makes sense. If it's like warm, that makes me think of like a fuel source kind of thing. So, and I kind of look to our three very forceful people with us.
Ozzy's
Sid
busy.
and Del.
Yeah,
Ozzy's
Ozzy's yelling
so I
at
looked
the
at
face.
Sid and Del and be like, I know we've had a lot of like magical doors, but do you think, like Robin, like looking at this, like do you think there's a way that we can get through this? Maybe not completely destroying the door, but do you think there's a way that we can get through this without having to like use a lockpick? Because I don't think any of us have that.
Have you tried to open it?
I have tried opening it and it's locked, so I at least know it's locked. And
We
then
could superheat the metal.
You could just try and punch out the lock.
We could punch at the lock. Ozzy.
Ozzy's like,
Ozzy's talking to them.
"Hey, Luna, no."
Yeah, I think Ozzy right now is going to be preoccupied until.
He's like shaking his fist.
I can
You
try
damn
to
brats!
take a swing at it. If you want.
Like with your fist?
No. With my great club.
That might break the door. I've seen what that club does to everything it touches.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to figure out is a way without completely destroying the door in case that alerts things higher. Like if we can. So I know we did acid before. Would acid work?
I mean, I can spin a pink crowbar, and you can try and just crowbar it open.
I feel like doors are a little different than crates.
That's how you can open a door with a crowbar. Yeah, I'll let you know. It's like just for concept. Can a crowbar open a door? Yes, it's a reinforced door, but you're just literally popping out the hinges because it is a hinge door. Yeah.
Okay, then let's try that. And then I trust the strong people.
Yeah.
To do that. Like she kind of backs away. It's like not me.
Huzzah security knowledge. Yeah, you can crowbar a door. Oh. It's very loud.
We're already.
Yeah.
Everything's super loud. Like.
Yes, it's not as loud as taking a mall to something.
So yeah, if you want to conjure up a crowbar, and then Sin and Del, if you guys can work together, if that's possible to work together, and try to get the hinge out so we can open the door.
What's your athletics, Sin?
7.
Okay, you go. I'll assist.
Okay.
He's like, yep.
Captios, how's your audio?
You tell me.
Fantastic. All right, so we'll, as Sin and Del begin to, crowbar, pry bar, open the door, we'll switch back to Captios.
Progress.
Yes, progress. Who has asked if this young man is a woman, and he's very confused. He doesn't wish to gender identify, but he's very confused about everything, evidently, including his own name.
I'm gonna approach.
Okay.
Weird
Does approach
water
include going on the platform or just getting close to it?
Ooh.
Getting close to it.
Okay.
Gonna want to see. Do I feel anything?
Oh yes. Like it is. It's like the idea of feeling heat. You're a wizard. You've been around magical objects. This one is emanating like artifact class. You no longer really think that this is like a construct, rather an artifact of some sort.
Got it. And my intuition is if I touch it, something's going to happen.
If you touch it, you're without knowing how it sends electricity. It's like you see a live wire of circuitry, and you know there's a lot going through that. If you step on a certain place, you might be okay because it's shielded, but you don't really see or know where those are right now.
All right, 1 second.
Need Alexa there to see him.
Yeah.
I am. Hold on 1 second. I'm just seeing what spells I have.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Levitate on myself.
Okay. So, to make sure I understand what level it's going to make you to float up to 20 feet, but you can't move on that plane. Like, you can't float forward towards it.
If you are the target, you can move up and down.
But not
yeah,
forward, back, left, and right.
That's a good call.
Yeah, you can't
It's
go,
like,
you
I
go up
will
and down
tell
the
you.
Z-axis, but not the X and Y-axis.
You could jump
I thought like
and
Just
being
go
in the air was.
jump and cast it mid-jump.
I'm not a scientist, but I thought like being in the air was worse. I thought you're supposed to ground yourself.
Oh, it's 100 times worse.
Oh, it just makes me think of like Willy Wonka when you take the.
Yeah, that's exactly how I explain levitation. If you've seen Willy Wonka, the one with Gene Wilder, it's a lot
The
like
creepy
that.
one.
The creepy one's the one with
They're both
giants.
creepy. They both have their moments of creep.
Got it. All right.
That
Well, I'm
tunnel.
just going to.
That's
right
fair.
now.
Oh, acid trip tunnel. So, what's up, Captius?
I'm going to message. I think I'm a friend.
Okay. Hello, friend.
If he doesn't know that he's a man, I don't know if he knows what friend is.
Captius is doing Captius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He might not understand the concept of friendship or gender, but I mean, like, he's talking to you.
He doesn't hate you yet.
Can you get out of the bubble?
Mochi's the mochi ball. No.
Got it. At this point, I'm going to. This is interesting.
What do you do with the boy in the bubble?
What do you do with the boy in the bubble? Bubble boy.
Bubble boy.
So you don't know your name, and you don't know how you got here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
May not have a name.
Where is here?
It could be an artificial life source.
We are in.
A boy.
Have you heard of a Jacob White?
Yes, that name seems familiar.
It seems like you are some sort of prisoner in his vault.
What is a prisoner?
Captius at this point is like, Jesus frickin' Christ.
What is a vault?
Welcome to kindergarten.
I'm going to kindergarten. This is what happens when you homeschool. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. Anyone out there that homeschools.
Disclaimer.
We're hitting as many buttons as possible within the first hour.
I think I'm going to take a step onto the platform.
Okay.
Oh.
Roll to die.
Bold moves.
Again.
Oh. Rolling of the dice is concerned.
Okay. You step onto the platform. You can absolutely feel, and you put the first foot on. You can see arcs of white, blue, orange, force energy, arcane energy, leaping across like electrical arcs. When you have 1 foot on and 1 foot not on.
Is there anything around the room that seems like it would turn this off?
Give me a perception check because you're not Alexa.
Cool.
You got this.
Let's see if I do.
Come on, Captius.
Worst case, I don't. So
You're
Well-
not wrong. That is worst case.
No, you do not see anything that would turn this off.
Okay. Given my step, is there any spell or any better understanding of what's what is actually taking place here. Like, to Robin's point, actually, like, is there a way to ground myself so that this doesn't affect me?
Yeah, roll Arcana and advantage because of your knowledge abilities.
Cool. And don't tell me, because based on what I get, I want to use my last intelligence check, D10, possibly.
Got it. We will opt. I will give you the option of dropping your 20. You can go ahead and roll. Like if.
Oh,
if
no, I am. I just have to like go to the page and.
I gotta believe in you.
Just,
You can do that.
I'm just
thing.
gonna roll these gigantic, as Robin calls them, the is my portal
Motherfucker.
summoning an evil
Jesus
god
Christ.
dice.
It's not here
what
right
is
now.
that?
So, now 12 will actually provide you some knowledge. The DC
Okay.
wasn't particularly high. It's a core concept of not blowing yourself up, and a graduate would know that to ground yourself, you'd have to complete the circuit and be on both sides, but whatever is on there will flow through you. You feel that the other grounding part is whatever is between that platform and the ground itself, so that whatever this artifact is doing is not seeping into the vault itself. Or, if there's no grounding agent, then that thing is actually connected to the vault itself. With the perception that you currently have, you do not see a grounding agent between the platform or this device and the vault, though.
Got it. And let's see what I've got on me, shall we? We're about to do some possible.
Experimenting.
Yeah.
And it's, Robin! I need a scientist!
Okay. Is there anything metal in the room that I can use to ground myself to the actual ground itself?
With the
Does that make sense?
concept,
Like,
the concept of being of electricity, like our arcanic conductive material.
yeah.
And
It's been a long time since I've taken actual, like, any electrical engineering
like
class.
silver gold, something that allows electricity to conduct. You don't see any
Yeah.
in this room per se.
Okay.
Like this room seems a bit, even with that perception. Roll insight.
Oh, jeez. Everything is a roll.
On team.
Ooh, that's a good insight though. Look at that.
Nice.
All right, there we go. Finally.
Not so much what you see or what you know, but your gut points out this feels like a bit of a clean room. You would expect like raw materials to be arcing about here.
So I'm gonna message to him. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go into the other room.
What is back?
What is back?
In this room, is there? Do I see anything that could help me ground myself?
Roll investigation.
Metal. Sorry, what?
Yes, roll investigation. So you have to get those in this room. There are there's like small boxes that are here. There's a large
Got
table with books and tomes, like chemical materials. There are drawers. There are bookshelves. It's very much like a laboratory type setup. 20.
Also, Buck, for the stream, you might want to put it on cactus. I don't know if you can.
I don't know. You don't look this creepy face.
I don't want that creepy face.
All right.
Weirdly enough.
Just imagine that. It's like, what is friend?
God.
So 20. Yeah, you do a pretty good job investigating around. You do find a series of things, including conductive material, which appears to be in the form of, best way of putting it is aluminum foil. Like it's definitely a parchment of some sort that is stiff, but pliable enough, like a thick sheet of aluminum. You feel that would provide an insulation to ground if something touching it. You see cases where that is actually laced in or attempted to be laced into things like incomplete gloves, or like they look like thick mitts that are incomplete. You see drawers, including one drawer that has a key ring, so keys. You see components that you remember because you have a photographic memory that have to do with Warforged components, like how to build plates and some incomplete and plates etchings. A lot of books. You even see like some more core component parts to Warforges that are located here in this. Books on Warforges, books on dragons. Like you find a lot in this room while looking for non-conductive and conductive material.
And there were keys.
There were keys. Yeah, like a key ring with keys.
Oh, I had a thought.
Save us.
Uh-oh.
Can I take
Oh.
those? If I look at those keys, does it look like it's attached to anything that, like, if I were to lift it off, there's like a pressure plate or anything?
Like a trap? Yeah, that
Yeah.
falls into your investigation roll. You do
Okay.
not notice anything trapped with the keys, like a wire attached to them, plates, runes. I mean, roll insight.
Insight.
17. You can surmise that even though this vault is extremely well warded, it has a functional, like an operational purpose. And these rooms are very safe, almost like the occupant doesn't want to be bothered by accidentally blowing up his lab.
And like, if you're in here, you probably pass through
A
enough
hard
things.
level of security, correct.
Got it. I'm going to take the keys
Okay.
and put them in my sack. I guess I have like my sack. Is Panker with me, by the way?
Panger's with you. Yeah, he's
Oh,
Always.
sweet. I need
Panger's like
Panger.
always like with you. He's just the happiest floof.
All right, I'm gonna see if there's something I can construct out of like the aluminum foil. Does it have to like touch the ground, or can I just put it like around me in order to like?
Make a cap so they can't read your mind.
Yeah, exactly. Can I like Magneto it? Like,
You can Magneto it if you'd like to do that, so they can't read your mind. The material itself, there isn't a whole like a lot of it. Like you couldn't make a full on like poncho, or if you're in the desert, an insulated blanket. It's like there's not that much of it. And looking at the way that it's being put into other materials, like a wool, like a thick cloth mitt, is that it's like parsed out like matrix, not used as a solid piece. So you could like wrap like your boots around in it. You could wrap it around your gloves, but there's not a lot of it to go around.
all right, I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
Which part of that? You can wrap around your
boots.
boots?
Boots.
Okay. You do that. That doesn't require a check to wrap like aluminum foil around feet.
Thank God.
I feel like maybe the person in the bubble would have to roll that. He doesn't know what friend is, but you're okay.
And I'm gonna approach again.
Okay.
As a side question, doesn't Pango like pick up if people are good or bad?
He does. He's a good bean that looks for good beans.
Has he reacted at all to Spooky Bubble Boy?
Thank you, Robin. Has he reacted at all to Spooky Bubble Boy?
No, he really hasn't. Like for or best, he's just more worried about you. So he's like at your feet, like patting around. He'll sit. He'll stare at it like a cat looking at a bird. So he's not adverse to, nor is he like trying to lead you to him, which is typically what Panger does when it's like, hey, here's good people.
Got it. Well, this guy doesn't even know who he is, so it's not unreasonable that it's unclear whether he's good or bad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back into the room and I'm gonna say, do you want to stay in there or do you want to get out of the bubble?
So roll insight.
Insight. God. Only I was proficient. But Capios is not one of those characters.
Nope. 3.
Great.
You feel like he has some sort of like prisoner syndrome because he says it's safe here.
I'm going to climb up one step and see if the boots work.
Okay, so you step on and the arcing no longer exists. So you're able to step on, and whatever magical energies that exist, they do not appear to reach you.
And I have it on my gloves, on my hands too, or just my
boots.
feet?
Yeah, so your boots are covered.
Can I go back and put them on my gloves also?
That's
And,
all
like,
that was there. Like if you take like the
you
full
can
on
just
sheets,
do one or the other.
Yeah. Like there's not enough to create like a poncho level, so you basically have up to like your just below your knees, so your traveling boots are covered with these things. You can like tie it off with like a piece of rope or something.
Got it. Okay, I'm gonna climb all the way up to the top.
Okay.
I'm gonna be like, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, like so it's like he like goes like real close to you, very like Evangelion-esque, just like.
I'm going to. Does it feel like if I tried to touch the bubble, I would get shocked? Like the shot, like I would now create some sort of.
You don't think so?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm
it
gonna go
doesn't-
ahead and.
Yep.
Put my hand up to his.
Okay, so you put your hand on the bubble, and much like the person on the other side, it's like a thick, like thin of gelatin across it, so it's very
Got it.
elastic. So it moves. There is like room temperature, like perfectly like warm on the other side of this. So when you touch his, like you have like that like squishy contact, like if you had two people touching like between a piece of gelatin.
Yeah.
Casual gelatin touching. Just
Something to go ahead and do later, guys. Just get some like Jello.
What a
and be like-
Saturday.
You're like, yes.
At this moment, I can't. I don't want to spend time doing a ritual, so fuck that.
Pop the bubble.
The bubble. I'm gonna ask him. Oh well, I'm gonna say while I have my hand up, don't be afraid. I'm a friend.
Friend.
Do you know what a friend is?
Jacob White is a friend.
Oh. Mhm.
Oh, interesting.
You put your hand
Do you-
down. Does he like sad now?
This gets tiring.
Okay.
Jacob White is a friend because he has left you in this bubble.
It's safe.
I wonder if you're just saying that because you think that it's safer than what's out here. If he's told you it's safer. Has he told you it's safer?
It feels safe. What's out there?
And Capio's like, shit, because like I definitely just died, so given everything that we know, does it seem reasonable that I would believe that Luna Hope is his sister?
Based off the hair, the eyes, like there's phenotype relationships. Yeah.
Yeah. I believe your sister is outside of that bubble.
What's a sister?
Question. By that same logic, would you also believe that Solus is his sister?
Good question. Does she have purple eyes?
Yeah.
Purple eyes. Mhm.
A sister is. Well, because I don't have a sister, so it's like. A sister is someone... Okay, so we're gonna do this real scientifically. So.
That seems like the right way to talk to this guy.
Who you share
DNA.
parents with.
What are parents?
A sister. Do you know what the word family means?
No.
Do you know what the word love means?
No.
Let's start with what words you do know.
It's like go.
You know how you feel in that bubble right now?
Yes.
When you're with family, now he's drawing on like what he remembers from his mother, right? Like his mother's embrace. And he's like, when you're with family, when you're with people that care about you, you feel that same feeling, that safety that you're feeling in that bubble. You feel that with them too. But it allows you to basically go anywhere. You don't have to be stuck in one place and in one spot.
Oh. Are you family?
Good.
I am with your family. I can take you to your family.
Okay.
Do you want to do that?
Can you bring my family here so that it's safe?
He's like, I like my bubble.
Roll the bubble. Roll it out.
You can't roll the bubble.
Hold on.
All right, well, yeah, hold on. Guys.
It's the other side. Just roll it like a dung beetle.
It's like I'm supposed to get a key, but I got a bubble man.
Can
Given
you fit through the door?
Given the range,
Oh no! It cannot fit through the door.
I'll say, I'll be right back. Let me see if I can show you your sister. That's what I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Because I can use clairvoyance one last time to like show him Solus
Mm-hmm.
and the party.
As they're
but
trying
I
to
want-
break into a door. Like,
Yeah.
Right.
just like, look at our family.
Just breaking in a door.
Motherfucker, open this goddamn door.
Do the key rings that I have, do I have like any ability to like look at the holes on the doors and figure out what key goes into those holes?
No, because the tumblers are inside, so they just all look like keyholes.
They're not labeled. The keys aren't labeled,
No.
unfortunately.
They are not labeled.
Why would you label your keys? That just...
It defeats the purpose of security.
Go ahead and roll perception.
You can do it!
Locker.
Come on.
Alexa's cheering you on from the other room. Like, you can perceive things.
Is this a moment where I should use my 20? Is the question. Right? Like,
is it important enough that having the 20 will...
To be clear, there's like less than, like, there are like 6 to 8 keys.
oh, okay.
There's not like a guard's like, oh my god, it goes a full round level of keys, and a few of them are mimic keys. It's a small amount of keys.
Mimic keys.
Mimic keys.
Mimic
Alexa, you want to give me your inspiration? I mean,
Inspiration.
I don't know. Like, I don't know if this is a situation where it would be helpful.
I'll
I
let
used
you.
it on a door before.
Yeah, I will let you know that it would probably be wasted.
Okay.
Because the worst case scenario, you'd have to use multiple keys, which in a high stakes scenario maybe burn it down.
Well, like, the thing is, how much do I know about warded doors where you put the wrong key into a door?
You're okay. Because
Okay.
people use the wrong keys on shit in real life and forget their passwords all the time too.
Yeah,
So,
I think that's like the
got
biggest
it.
concern. It's like, you did the wrong key, you're dead now.
Now, if you keep on
But
using
there's
the
a
wrong
limit,
key
right?
like repeatedly,
Yeah, exactly. There's usually like a limit of per hour or whatever that like you can use do it wrong, right?
correct. So I'd say you're at a low risk. So for keys.
I'm going to use
Ooh.
clairvoyance back on where but no, that's actually because the guy can't see it.
I have a thing that might help you, Captios, because you have a photographic memory,
Yeah.
and Pinger turned himself into a key. So do any of those keys look like the key that Pinger turned himself into, and then you know that you don't need to use that one?
I mean, first off, inspiration, good use of a character's ability. And yeah, there is a key that looks exactly like the one that Panger turned into, one that, say, Robin could conjure up. So that could
Yeah, and
eliminate
I'll give my
one of those
inspiration to
keys.
Captios, because yeah, like that would be...
That was actually that was really good.
That was also a key to a broom closet.
It was, but it eliminates a key.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It takes one out of the running. So now you only got like 5 keys versus 6.
Lower-
Unless he's just really bad at defense, and the only key that works is that one.
Yeah.
Just put acid on them, just breaks all the keys.
So, okay. Actually, so last time, Panger was able to like look at inside.
Yes.
And can I now burn this inspiration that I just used to do the same exact thing?
To have him go look inside keyholes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Panger doesn't have a problem doing that. He's a helpful little floof. He'll like become the smallest, like, mini cat. Just
No.
hop in there,
Just...
Got it.
and he'll like just come out, like just flop over, and like put a paw on the right key. He can do that. Yeah, if you burn inspiration, like just for all of them, he'll tell you which key is which.
Yay.
I'm gonna say to the thingy, right? Like not looking at him, like looking up, but like just seeing his face. I'm gonna wall in hands and be like, I will be back with your sister. I'm trying to get your sister.
Okay. Then he says, "Who are you?"
My name is Captios, and I'm a friend.
Captio's friend. That's it. That's all he says.
Cool.
Captio's believer and Captio's friend.
2 different roles,
Yeah.
both important. All right. So I'm gonna burn the inspiration, and I'm gonna check to see which key fits into the door of the study that I'm in.
Yep, and it's a good time to segue over because
Yep.
absolutely Panger will assist your lock opening from now on and just do the same thing. So he will help you
Guys,
find
we
the
have keys.
Well, you don't know that. You're opening a door with a crowbar. So
Oh no, yeah, we're doing that for that. That's still happening.
yeah,
But-
go ahead and roll strength. Sitting with advantage is like Dell is like helping you by like properly bracing the door, giving you the extra oomph.
Nice. Nice.
Right, we open a door.
Do we open?
Athletics.
Oh, athletics, not
Athletics.
strength.
Oh.
Yeah, so I mean, your roll. What's your athletics plus? It's 15.
Oh, 7.
Plus
So
it-
it would be a
22.
22. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so you snap, crackle, pop that thing off of the wall, and it just is like janky. It's kind of like wobbling there, only connected by the part where it's actually locked in by the key and the bolt, but the hinges are gone, so it's just backwards right now. It's a broken door.
It's a weird door.
It's a broken door. You opened it the wrong way, effectively, but the correct way because the lock doesn't matter now.
Does the door kind of open now? Can I open it and then?
Oh, you can open it. It's just gonna
Okay.
fall when you do that. Because there's nothing holding it up to the wall.
Let's just
Gotcha.
like push it through, so it doesn't fall on us.
Yeah.
Okay.
And definitely just shove that shit.
And then before we go in, Alexa wants to look to make sure we're not gonna like run into fire, because I'm pretty sure there's fire of some sort there.
Correct. Not wrong. So you push it forward.
Uh-huh.
Your initial check-in, so I'll have to move you a little bit.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah. So it's a very, very interesting room. It looks like most people would think of as a full coal furnace. Inside there's
Okay.
things aligned against the side. There definitely looks like coal, but it's minerals. So instead of it being this sooty black substance, it looks more like a mix of crystalline and minerals that are along the side. There are these stations that come out of the wall a little bit, they're for spinning clay, it looks like, or spinning something with the earth. And at the far end, there is this huge, ever-burning fire that once you peek your head, you can feel the heat truly hit you. This room is very, very warm. Because you are Alexa and have infinite perception, you spot some commonalities between the statues that are in this vault being in various forms of the arms, the legs, the head, encasements throughout various parts of these. But you also see things that are more advanced, such as Warforged pieces, which are more complex across these workstations. You see that because you have infinite perception, that a lot of the circuitry, the conduit for the magical energy, is also coming from that furnace.
Okay, so the idea is that this vault's being essentially kind of powered by this furnace.
Go ahead and roll... No, that's a knowledge thing, so that's a conceptual thing. You're probably going to lean on your knowledge people for more of that.
Yeah, I'll have Robin kind of look at this and be so there's a lot of heat coming from here.
Golden factory.
The 6 things here, you said that they're stations.
They look like stations, right? So they come out from the wall a little bit. They dig into the walls. The ones that are south dig in a lot further, kind of like kilns almost. Or
How many doors
pizza,
are there?
stone pizza.
How many doors have there been in this vault that have been magically warded?
A lot. I can count them.
Okay, I'm trying to see would the number match up with how many statues there are, or how many?
No.
No. Okay.
Those two numbers don't match up.
Okay. But
So there's parts for golems here, right?
for war forges, which is a little
Both.
different.
For both.
Both? Okay.
So is the thing we're looking for 4 is that here?
That we would need crystals, which kind of powers them.
The heart. You're looking
The
for the core for him. This would be if you need to reconstruct his body. His body is, however, rather shredded. So
Yeah.
think of
Yeah.
I guess we go full mech warrior. There's the chassis for the pilot, and then there's everything else you put on top of it. So
So maybe see. So these, do they look powered,
the
or just
workstations?
the workstations, or
Oh,
they
I-
just bits?
No, they look like they're receiving energy, but they're not doing anything. Like you can see fire, and like it's very. You don't have to be timed to feel the energy in this room.
Okay.
So what? We put out the furnace thing over there, or
Does it seem like a power source for the vault?
Yeah, like because I'll lean on Robin for that to see if.
Depends. You want to investigate, Robin, to find the answer to that question?
Yes.
Go ahead and roll investigation.
Can I assist her?
You can. She's seeking knowledge. 20. Yes,
Nice.
It seems like the vault itself seems very like cognizant, which is not something you can do very easily. It requires a lot of energy. This seems to be the source of the energy, and based off of how that fire is burning, academically, arcano-scientifically, you could likely do this without any more upkeep, probably for another year. Someone has to like periodically check in on this thing.
So it's the same kind of power that powers like Warforges.
The same power that could be then used to craft Warforges or Golems. If you use the same power to, say, create a Warforge, it would reduce a lot of the energy. It's like, if you sing as a standard unit, one unit being like a month worth of power to do the vault, it probably takes 6 units, 6U, to make yourself a Warforge, or maybe 1 or 2U to make a Golem.
So is this giant vault basically a giant warforge?
That's one way of looking at it, yep.
Interesting.
This is the assembly station for its defenses.
This is the mighty mitochondria.
The rug here and everything, because it looks like if you go anywhere closer to that, because there's warforges that are active but not doing anything, or like powered, is there any hint of like a trap or something that would trigger them?
Well, I mean, to get the
Action.
knowledge, like you and Robin are already in the room, like doing investigating, like a safe investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Roll insight.
Okay.
Solus is like hanging out with like Ozzy, who's still yelling. Yeah. You'd imagine that if something bad happened here, like it's like a key component of the vault, it would respond rather violently.
So while yes, like we could do that, this is probably not a place you want to mess around. Is my thought. Like it's it makes me go back to, I don't know, you guys weren't here, but like Sin was the idea we at the very beginning of the season we went through a dungeon-esque thing that was essentially like a plant, and you were traveling through the plant itself. And there was a part that held essentially what would be like its brain. And it's the idea that if you attacked anywhere in there, all of its defenses would go there. And so you had to be very smart and not attack in there.
So my thought process is that this is definitely the least protected room we've been in so far.
Mm-hmm.
It had a locking mechanism that was physically able to be overpowered pretty easy, and there is no innate traps or defenses protecting what we consider a power source. That smells like trap in and of itself.
Kind of looks like, why'd you go for it? Look at this right here.
It's a MacGuffin, red herring.
Yeah. So now we know it's here. And we kind of understand how, but let's see where Captios goes before we do anything. Because this just seems like, I agree with Dell, like this is an area that if you weren't thinking correctly and you're just like, yeah, we can definitely take it down, it's kind of like, do it and then we'll just kill all of you.
Do it
sounds
and
like fun to
activate the
me.
7 golems in the other room that you're trapped in.
Plus
Because there's no
these
way
guys.
out.
Yeah.
Alexa, to go on that line of thought as you're all talking about that, you happen to notice that the heat in that room definitely is making everyone's like hair like whip out back and forth. Almost the point where at certain points it feels almost vortex-esque, like to be pulled in by pressure or pushed back by pressure. It becomes very much like standing in I wouldn't say a hurricane, but like a tropical storm.
Right before a lightning strike, your
Ooh.
hair stands up.
Mm-hmm.
So then Alexa's like, we should get out of here now. Let's just, and she like backs up, goes to the other room, like, let's get out. It's like, I don't know what's about to happen, but if we stay in there much longer, I think that's part of its defenses. We might get hit with something.
So we're trapped.
If we go into that room.
On the word
Well-
trapped, Captius, you unlock the door to the.
It's like, so we're trapped. I got
Well-
out of this room.
Yeah. I was actually gonna just confirm that, like, from what I know, if I just use a key on a warded door, that should be enough. Like, I shouldn't need to like say anything at the same time.
For double wards, you would have to like say something like multi-factor authentication. However, the
Yeah.
wards on the archway is a new event that they're gone.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and the archway runes, those would be the only ones that would be like a double rune, correct? Like the other doors
Correct.
would just have like regular rune. Okay.
Yeah, it's like
Cool.
there's wards on the archway and runes on the door. Whether the runes are offensive, defensive, or both, those are two different sets.
I like to say that I called that Captius just said it wrong. I knew it. We were going too much for banana soup sky bean.
Banana soup.
It's because I don't know Infernal, so I'm just gonna like.
Yep,
Say what I
make the
think I'm hearing.
sounds. It's like it's gonna be that he just said it wrong.
Yeah,
And then we're
exactly.
just obsessing over banana soup.
Good. All right,
Cool, so
it unlocks.
And I take a step out.
Okay.
It's like wall.
It looks exactly like that corridor, which has rocks everywhere from the destroyed wall.
And I see that the things are now gone.
Yeah, when you approach the door itself, when you're unlocking it, you notice the runes were gone because they were able to be seen on both sides.
Got it. I'm going to slowly make my way to where the room that I'm like jump
Jump from
like that door. Yeah, that door.
was to the west.
Got it.
Okay. So on the
And-
words, it is trapped. Are you unlocking the door?
This one down here.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's have some fun.
Yeah.
Right.
What?
So the
Why
party
not?
says, we're trapped. And the door, you hear a click. And the door unlocks.
Hey, it's my main man Captius.
Do we die?
And I
Are
hold
we-
up the keys and I go, I found the keys, guys.
Oh, great.
Glad you
What?
didn't die.
Good.
But Alexa, Robin, Solus, I need you guys. This is really interesting.
Oh.
More interesting than anything we've seen.
Like,
Ozzy's like,
not Ozzy, not no, like just not
And
the
I'm
weird
just
face
gonna-
in the wall.
And I'm
you
gonna
find
be
my
like, Del,
weapon, Captius?
I'm gonna go to Dell and I'm gonna be like, do not do anything. Just
Oh God!
don't do anything. I'm serious. This whole place is gonna blow if you do anything.
Ozzy looks
Fine,
insane.
fine.
The
And so I'm
fuck are
gonna
these
take
people
them
talking about?
into the other room.
Okay.
All right, do I need to look? Alexa's
Yeah.
gonna like go in and just like go do her radar mode of like, all right, let's look at this room.
In addition to everything that I've already mentioned,
Uh huh.
Captius pretty thoroughly investigated the study itself. So all
Right.
that's there. Lots of interesting tidbits of shenanigans. The room itself looks remarkably clean. Like, you don't see dirt. Things are very polished down. The air in here has this very, like, sterile, almost like ionized smell to it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't think of the last time you've seen like a room this meticulous. You were in the Dawn Forges.
Hmm.
And if
Oh.
Solus is here, I'm gonna be like,
Solus is there. Sin's there. Oh, Sin I think just teleported
Yeah.
around.
I'm gonna be
Yeah,
like,
I'm having, my game's being weird.
Solus,
Sorry.
have you? I assume the guy turns to see us.
Yes.
Or-
So everyone sees the naked child in the thing.
Yeah, it's like I see there's a naked man. Just
But it was a girl.
Alexa,
Yeah,
I
it's
don't.
Don't tell me my identity.
Alexa, can you check to see if there's a switch anywhere in this room that turns off this electrical panel so that we can step on here?
sure.
Are we gonna talk about?
Are we gonna talk about the man in the bubble?
Yeah,
Sin's
I've already
like-
talked to him.
Are we gonna? Yeah, like Alexa's there.
Guys,
Said,
I've
like,
already
I'm
talked
not
to
going to
him.
judge you, Captios, Adi says, but I'm judging the shit out of you right now. You pull this out here, look at this. This is more interesting.
Look
than...
at this naked man. Have you seen?
All right, ma'am. This is not
I
a
go-
weapon. I can't wield him like a weapon. You can wield him like a weapon.
Well, I
That's
mean,
fine.
you could swing
Improvised
people
weapon.
around, but-
I have this stuff on my feet still, right?
You have
So-
your what? Oh yeah, you have he looks like he's gone full
Weird
crazy
shoes,
mode.
like, guys, I
at this
found
point,
something.
Alexa would have noticed immediately that he's gone full tinfoil boots.
It's a little bit different than tinfoil hat. It's a
Yeah, it means that if you have some crazy thing to show someone and it's actually there, that's what tinfoil boots means. So I'm gonna put my hand against it and I'm gonna point to Solus, and I'm gonna be like, "See, someone that looks almost exactly like you, because she has the purple eyes and the hair and the white." And
So, mind you, there are no mirrors
so-
in this room.
there's mirrors. Oh,
No mirrors in this room.
Got it.
It's like kind of like pull some of his hair, and since I have plenty of hair, I'll do that. It's like me, like me.
Robin, can you conjure up a mirror real quick?
Pink
I
mirror.
conjure up a pink hand mirror.
Yes.
I take it from her, and then I go back up and I show him himself.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I look at Alexa, I'm like, that room has tons of stuff on Warforged and golems. Might be, if you and Robin could take a look at that, that would be frickin' amazing.
Yeah, do you
Hashtag
want me
forward. Hashtag
do-
save forward.
Like,
should I
save forward. Fuck lemons.
do that, or do you want me to find a way to free your naked man?
Yeah, that, I think the first thing and then the second thing.
Save the naked man second.
Save naked man second? Okay.
No, save.
Meanwhile, there's a hand mirror, and this person's like,
Okay. Do we know who this naked man is?
What do I smell from this naked man?
He doesn't even know.
he's
what
in
this
a bubble
naked
at the
man-
moment. You can smell iron.
He doesn't even know who he is. I asked him who he is, and he said he doesn't know. He
He
didn't
may
know what
not-
a family was. He didn't know what a sister was, but he looks surprisingly like Luna, Hope, and Solus.
Has he ever left that bubble?
I don't know, but this is
What?
huge. Like this, whatever this is huge. Scientifically, academically. Like-
This is huge. Whatever this is, it's huge.
Is it huge, Capio? Is it?
No, no. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
Oh my god.
He's
Ozzy,
like
you're
flustered
fucking
now.
disgusting.
His face is getting red.
Right? Meanwhile, Solus is like, sweet thing.
No, Solus, no. No.
We should support him. He's going through growth. Growth's important.
Right. Is he doing anything, or is he just looking?
He's
at
like enamored with this idea of a reflection, right? He's
So
like,
I look at Alexa. I'm like, is this someone that we should like try to save, or should we?
I think
And that's where I stop, because I don't want to say leave him.
no.
Are there books in the other room?
lots
Yeah.
of books.
Lots of books. So if Rob
Can I,
wants
like-
to go read.
Can I like be looking for like a diary, maybe, you know, day one, failed attempt, and then I just want to get
You
to
want like the
part-
Resident Evil 1 effect? Yeah, go ahead and roll.
I just want to get to the part where it says he's like the embodiment of all evil just as they open the bubble.
Got it, yeah, gotcha. Lock and key
Yeah.
style. I got you.
Like,
Yeah, go ahead and roll
Like Alexa
investigation.
goes to Captios and she's like, I agree that we should save him. Having an idea of what Jacob wants to do, saving him, I think, is the right choice. But I want you to understand what the implications of this is going to be.
What's the implication?
If we free him, this may be someone that Jacob is trying to merge with or use. We are putting a large target on our back.
Ozzy's like, fuck him.
Fuck
So-
both of them.
He's right.
It's like, so I agree we should save him. Like, this is a good choice, but I just want you
Is-
to be aware of what that is going to mean for us. Going
Is it
forward.
Alexa? Is saving this a good choice?
I look at Alexa and I'm like, do you think that Jacob White already knows we're in this vault?
If
Probably.
Luna hasn't told him, I'm not sure. The vault has become alerted, so he knows someone is here.
Mhm.
I mean, Luna told people to come, right?
Ozzy, well, that wasn't confirmed. Ozzy looks to Robin and is just like investigating. He's like, no. Knowing Luna, she's probably lying about it right now. Not because she likes us, because she's a brat.
He was a brat.
Was a brat.
So
I'm
I
gonna
think
go.
I just heads
You're
up,
right.
like there may be just.
Robin, go ahead and give me an investigation roll, by the way.
I think this will both thwart Jacob and potentially. There's a lot of implications.
So we rescue the guy from the bubble, and then what? What do we,
Murder him?
like carry that? Have this naked dude walk around with us for?
Well, we get him
Why are we
close.
keeping this thing alive?
Solus is like,
What?
it's a living thing.
Yeah, lives deserve to live.
I mean,
Sometimes.
Most
I
of
can
the
always-
time, Solus is
I
like, most
can
of the time.
put him. I can put him on my disc, and we can do
Put
the
him in
whole
your
disc
what?
thing again.
Answers.
Ozzy's like, yeah, that's exactly why you wanted to show this off and put that guy on your disc.
Well, I was gonna say, well, first, let
So
me-
it's like-
That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean.
Captors making more than one discovery at a time.
We'll be right back.
Andy.
I promise. And then I'm
Equal
gonna go.
opportunity love.
I'm gonna go to everyone and be like, "What should we do here? Should we try to save him, or should we not try to save him?"
In that
this-
time,
Uh-huh.
good information for like Robin. You specifically look for something that goes to like a scientific journal. Like day 1, what the fuck am I doing? Day 15, my experiment's horrible. Day 30, I've created the Messiah to end the world. You do find a research journal.
Yeah.
And without going full prop mode, that would be like 20,000 words. The sum up of this is that it appears to be what you're looking at is a homunculi of some sort that is comprised of very different materials, and it's not the first attempt. Definitely the first
Homunculi?
attempt. Not even the first attempt with this. It's even called like the artifact. It's called the Gem of Pisces.
Oh.
Fishbowl.
Oh. Which actually is not. If you've. Yep.
And Alexa's like, "Oh," and I'm like, "What is oh?" And
Oh right, because yeah, like,
And, like,
they went.
can we
so
do
she
a
would have been
history
aware
check on the
the
Gem of Pisces? Can I talk to Robin about what the Gem of Pisces is?
Yeah, the two of you can like talk about academically. You could go do a history check with advantage.
Well, like, Alexa's been to the.
But but look, they may know.
They may
Yeah.
know. You
They
guys
may
go
know.
ahead. Alexa can probably tell you, but you guys go ahead.
Panger, meanwhile, like throughout all this, is like
Yeah,
pretty happy
Panger would
about
have
all
some-
this. He's like,
So, Alexa,
23.
are we sure we should still keep it alive?
Yes.
so Captios,
Yes.
you have it from a very academic standpoint that the Gem of Pisces, or like Pisces in general, has to do with celestial type theories regarding like souls and emotion. So a Gem of Pisces of some sort has to do with the creation of, nurturing of, like life.
So this is what I guess what Alexa was going to say, similar to a Pisces forge.
It's artificial
the-
womb.
We would-
The forge itself is like a water-based thing, and the idea is that it's souls going into the world. That's what the Pisces forge does. So this may be a way of creating life. Like that's what the purpose of this is to do. Whether it's forming the souls that are created in the Pisces, like it was something that was created
So
from the
something-
Pisces forge, right? Like that's kind of
Got
like the
it.
assumption if it's a Pisces gem, which usually deals with life and souls.
So is
Yeah.
the gem part of the machine?
And he's in the gem,
He's in the
or
gem.
this thing is in the gem.
Based off all the three of you, kind of smooth over a gap. If the Pisces Forge is something you would use to create life en masse, this is something that's very localized, like a womb. So it's like a very small version of the Forge.
And so, at least from Alexa's standpoint, the reason why she would want to save him is because he's someone who's been uncorrupted. He may have a lot of power in him, but if this is like his womb and he was just born, she would rather him be in the hands of people that could lead him towards a better life than what Jacob has planned for him.
That and Captius thinks this is freaking awesome. Whatever this thing is.
fascinating.
So that's at least her standpoint, is at least from our like knowing what Jacob White's trying to do and seeing what he's been capable
the-
of.
Candles knew that Jacob White had this. Would it change how they feel about Jacob White?
Possibly. Creation of life is like a problematic topic. It's very
like they need to be alerted
controversial.
of like majority of stuff we found out in here, but that's after we leave.
Yeah,
here.
it's like a big red button topic, kind of like I'm
Got
creating stem cell research clones of myself for immortality, like very Altered Carbon-esque.
Got it.
So to that state, I know Captus keeps asking Alexa to look for a way to turn off the machine. So I'm going to
Yeah.
look for a way to turn off the machine.
So
Or
there's-
like,
there are combinations in the research journal that do show how inference wise how to turn it off. However, if we're using the analogy of women without getting like too weird about it, like that would be the idea of like forcing a miscarriage. So like you have to like get this thing out through a natural way of doing it, which involves interacting with the artifact.
That's what you think. Summoning a portal in there.
It's
Just
like
put it up.
water is
Flush him out.
rushing out.
Oh my god.
The real BBEG
So,
was revealed. It wasn't the thing in the
remotely breaking
gem.
the
It was
water,
Robin all
Sounds
along.
like labor.
God.
if we were to try to get him out from from everything that we know, would this vault react?
Yes. I don't think Captios would know because he didn't see we'll
Sure.
call it like the forge room. But you can surmise that this is taking quite a bit of energy to generate a homunculus like this. So if that just suddenly births a homunculus, it's gonna know.
Do we know how far along in conception it is? Like, is it like
yeah.
nearly ready? Is it like very far off?
No, it looks like it's very much ready like now. Like it's a full form.
So
like
it's
adult.
viable.
It's viable, yeah. It looks like a normal humanoid.
We're hitting all the topics today, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god. Just like, so if this is going to set the alert level up high, and this is kind of close to the front door and we have keys.
Meanwhile, like Solus and this thing are like having like a stare down, like brother, sister.
Can we go
family.
get Ozzy's weapon
Yes.
and then free him as the last thing so that when we're going to get the weapon, everything isn't set off, but we can still like grab him and then get out?
Yeah, I was
That's
just like,
the best
yeah,
thing
we're
I've
here.
ever heard you say.
We're here to get my damn weapon. Like,
Yeah, like,
this
'cause,
is
like, Ozzy used to
this
get
is
the weapon.
adorable and everything. That there's a disc ride about to happen, but I would still like my weapon. Y'all
Yeah, like I don't want to set
fucking
everything off
remember that.
before we get the weapon, but I do want to save him. So can we get the weapon because you have keys
Yeah.
now? Can we
Yes.
do that and then if we free him, it will set things off, but we can get out before things get too bad.
Let's do it. And I look back and I messaged him and I say, stay in there just a little longer and don't
He's like,
forget
I don't
your
think
family.
I have a choice. That's what-
Yeah,
Like-
he has no idea.
I think he's like, no,
oh.
it floats around. His options are float or float.
But if
You
you
could
tried
maybe sleep.
floating,
It's baby sleep, yeah. Takes a small
Cool.
nap.
Let's go get the weapon that we've come here to get.
I was
Okay.
like, yes, the whole reason why we're here.
So there's some significant changes to the way that you left the vault.
Yep.
So if you return back to whence you came, which is you go in the portal room.
Actually, do you mind before we go into the portal room, just me doing one thing with the desk? If there's any open books or anything, I'm
Nope.
gonna grab them and take them.
Yeah, no, there are absolutely open books. There is lots of very juicy tomes in here.
Yeah, if you can grab
What,
A couple
is
things
Robin taking
on-
the journal?
Warforged.
How many
Yeah,
books
I'm
are
gonna
there?
grab like
How many books are there? Well, let me get you an approximation number. 1 second.
Oh. How many books? Yes.
We just have a tiny conversation about how none of the people we left outside of the portal are there anymore.
We haven't,
You're gonna have
we
that
haven't gone there
conversation
yet.
very shortly.
Yeah,
right?
like we haven't gotten that area yet, but I'm sure yes.
I'll let you know
And
in the
then
dice roll.
concern.
got it.
There are
Oh.
143 different books
Dear
in
God.
this area. That is
Too
a
many
damn
books.
lot of books.
It's too
Yeah.
many
Some of them
books.
are open. Some of them are on the desk. Some of them are in bookshelves. Some of them are
Can
topical. Some of them are
Alexis, Sorry. Can Alexa see which ones seem most used or most like open
Yes.
just by looking at them?
Mhm. Yeah.
We should
And-
grab those, I think.
And
Okay.
they have to do with the topics of Warforged, the Dawn Forges,
That makes sense.
dragons, Celestials, a lot of that Trinity that we talked about previously,
Yep.
Mhm.
plus Warforges, plus like this a little bit, like Pisces specifically.
Okay, yeah, so I'll point out the ones that seem the most used and be like, that one looks really used, that one looks really used.
Just
that
taking
one
them.
looks used.
Just taking them.
I can
Stuff 'em
carry
in the
like
bag.
Catcher's just like, I have all the books.
I have all the
the
books."
knowledge.
Captios. I can carry like 50 books for you.
Plus all the books you guys took from the previous like
There's
study.
so many books.
Yeah.
You have a volume issue. Like I think about like going to a college campus. Like what's this? It's a trough of books.
Hey man, all the video game RPGs just let you carry as much stuff as possible.
I know.
you know?
Well, we're not
It's like
there yet.
I like that, like, we always have the problem of, like, oh, well, we don't get enough, like, magical weapons. We don't look at it,
But we
see
got books. Robin should be
all the
happy. She's like,
books.
you have a mobile library for her to read stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Captios, I can carry 40 books for you. Pick out your 40 favorites.
We just take a bunch of books and we're gonna keep going.
I pick up 40 books.
Ozzy throws a random book at a wall. Ask for weapon. We're getting books.
Now, Ozzy, you could throw books at people.
Throws a book at Dell. He's like, you get books. Like, no! Yeet!
Can I catch it? Can I catch it?
Yeah, sure.
Moving
you
on.
go catch it. Roll athletics. You're like holding other books as you do it. Yeah, right in the face. Just,
Oh, no.
Like, I can catch it. It's like.
But, like, it has to be very much like you definitely tried to catch it. So, like, your hand's, like, over to the side and you get smacked.
I hit myself in the face with my own hand trying to catch the book.
Yeah, it's like, I got it. And that's like, ow! Twice! Combo. All right.
Combo breaker.
Pick a combo breaker. So as you guys, like, pentakill that room, you guys go to the next one, to the portal room. Yeah. So, Alexa, the first thing you notice, it's really quiet. Like, suspiciously quiet.
Which is definitely weird for the people.
Yeah, for the people that you left there.
Uh-huh.
Super sketch. And then you see, like Icarus is there.
Uh-huh.
Just Icarus. In the other study room, like, reading a book. Just sitting down, crunch over the quarter, like, reading it, like, sideways.
Can I, like, either sense or, like, feel or see any kind of, like, trail of where the other two might have gone? Like, what direction? Is there
Yeah,
any...
you go full Sherlock mode for a moment.
Would Robin be able to tell that the thing was used?
The what was used?
The
Portal,
teleportation
I
stuff.
think.
Robin would, because she's an expert at it. She could definitely tell it was been activated and someone used the teleportation circle. So the second she's in there, I'm like, oh, well, someone left the power on. There's a residual amount of energy still radiating here. Someone has activated this thing recently.
Oh, it looks like she's like, shit.
And the door on the opposite end is closed. And you can see the little bit of, like, stone debris that has gone, like, underneath the door. And the light that you would expect to see from beneath the door and around the sides is blocked completely. So the eastbound door, which was opened, looks not opened anymore.
How much rubble is in the way?
From what you can see on this side, it looks like just, like, pebbles and dust that go underneath the door.
Would it have been the stuff from the things that we destroyed? Like, because we
no.
destroyed a golem on that side.
You did destroy a golem on that side. However, you then opened the door,
Right, and now it's closed.
which swept it away.
Alex would look to, well, first to Captios and be like, so we left Dante and Time and Icarus by themselves, and they definitely left. Except Icarus. Icarus, do you know where they went? Or, like, Captios, do you want to talk to Icarus? Like, because Icarus seems to have a
I grab
connection
Icarus
with
by his
Captios'
robe.
beliefs.
It doesn't matter. Sin just grabbed it.
Icarus, like, grabs Sin by her horns and just kind of, like, keeps on looking at her. He's like, being held there.
I shake my head. I'm like, where the fuck are the other two?
Sin. Wait, was Sin there with Icarus last time? Yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah.
Sin, Dacha.
Yeah, that's my name. Where are the other two?
Not here!
What did you do with them?
I did nothing to them.
Robin is going to casually stroll out of the portal room and be like, that's definitely been used.
Yes.
By both of them?
Evelyn!
Both of us stood on it.
Wait,
Is
he said
correct.
Evelyn?
That's how she introduced herself.
Oh, right.
I'm using a
Sorry.
fake name. I have
Sorry.
She was like, "Do you guys want to get less real names?" So Evelyn, no last name is how Icarus knows Robin. So, Evelyn is correct.
Did they both use the portal?
No,
Who used the portal?
the gypsy.
And Dante went through that door. Like she points to the door that's now closed.
Yes.
Is the door locked?
Yes.
Oh God!
Can you open it?
No.
Well, okay. Let's first. Alexa goes over to the door, and I can't remember if this one had a keyhole or this one slid.
This is one that was hinge based.
Okay.
So
I want to look through the keyhole and see if there's like a complete blockage on the other side.
You can't see anything. Yep, darkness.
So,
Let's ice the hinges so they pop out.
well, we may have. Captios has keys,
Yeah.
so we might have keys. The problem is, it looks like the other side of the door is probably stone. So, it's
And plus,
been,
the last
we've been-
time you opened this door, it wasn't even locked.
right, it was just like magically warded,
Correct.
so we didn't
Oh.
touch it.
Yeah.
Are the wards activated again?
Nope.
So just if I go grab the handle, is it locked?
Yes.
Captives, you want to open this up?
Can Panger look to see if any?
Panger becomes like the size of like a small silly bean, and just kind of like
Aw.
climbs on in, just flops forward into the keyhole, and then just like looks around, and he just like hops up like a cat hanging on to a branch, and points the correct key for Captios.
Hey.
Hey, good
And I
pen.
drop Icarus, just like.
Yeah! Just falls on his ass.
I help him back up.
Thank you, Delandros Immortai.
So, do we want to go? Do we want to at least unlock the door?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's where
And
we need to
then
go.
figure out what we're dealing with next, because this is where we need to get the weapon for Ozzy. So
I look at Sin and I go, if there's something behind this door, there's no way I can push it. And I show her the key. I show her.
Ozzy's
the
like,
key, and I'm like,
try putting it on a disc.
oh my God.
Ozzy, why are you like this? Ugh.
and Cappy
Why are we like
said,
this? We
he's
can't even
just
get a fucking weapon.
That's your brother.
That's what? Looks at
Yeah, Ozzy was not there, I don't think, for the.
what is
you pull
Del
Captius.
into?
What?
Yeah, well, Ozzy, isn't Dante the one that you hired? And then I hand
Ozzy's
him,
like- Start staring at Captios. You can just see like the thermometer is slowly going up.
we're gonna get through the door, and then I take off the key from the keyring and I hand it to Sin, and I'm like, Ozzy, do you want to help her get through whatever's there so that we can get to your weapon?
Yeah, why don't you actually do something for once, Ozzy?
Oh my gosh, guys! This is not.
So go ahead and give athletics. So he's gonna grab Sin. Ozzy's gonna grab Sin.
Athletics check?
Yeah. Because he's gonna like throw Sin like battering ram style at the door. He's like, I'm gonna help. Nice. All right, see what Ozzy does. See if it looks like just two ridiculous tieflings going ham.
Just like-
So he's like just kind of like does the equivalent, like just starts grabbing, like wrestling with Sin. Like, oh, I'll open the door with your face.
Oh my gosh!
But he doesn't actually do that.
And that does not succeed in like lifting her off the ground and chucking her at the door or anything. So they're just
Can
being
I do
stupid.
what Ozzy tried to do?
Go ahead and roll athletics. Yeah, just reversal.
Oh,
All right, so unless he gets 20, it won't matter. He doesn't. So he says that, and then you full reversal, and you chuck him at the door. Just throw him at thump.
and Cappius is like, oh my god.
He hits the door,
God.
hits the ground.
I'm like,
It's like-
Sin, can we please open the door, and can we please just get through this door?
Can we just
Does
please?
it knock the door down?
No, it's actually very solid. Surprisingly so. Like, it makes a very nice thunk sound as he hits the door.
Damn, I really thought that was going to work.
Jaws on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, that right there, that face. Why don't you turn around and you just...
Athletics check at
Door.
Sam.
God.
Now they're just
While-
going to be brawling for a while.
While they're brawling, can
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
investigate the stone wall?
Yeah, see, so in the
I don't know what
background,
this-
in the background,
look.
Sin and Ozzy are just brawling.
Fighting?
Like they're
Yeah.
doing the tiefling ritual of conversation.
Robin.
So is Alexa's opening the door?
Well, yeah, like if we have a key to it, we're just gonna
Yeah,
open
yeah.
the door. I'm trying to figure out what's on the other side of the door. It's the problem.
Which
Yeah,
way
well-
does the door swing?
It's going to
Both ways?
swing like outwards towards the room that you were in.
Oh, okay.
So where the room where the golems you defeated were. So it's gonna,
Oh.
so
So you're just like stuck. You're
Yes.
like you can't.
correct.
Oh, so I can't actually open it.
So when you go do that, it's a push. So you push it open. It's like you feel it gets inches and gets jarred against something.
But these have hinges, right?
Yeah, they have hinges.
So can we do Robin, Dell, and Sin? Can we do
Sin
the other
and
door?
Ozzy are brawling. They're
I looks
busy.
at Sin like, Dell.
Yeah, like, ah! Pulling hair, throwing things.
While it's best not. They're just gonna do their own thing. Can we try to use the crowbar to open the door the way that we did with the previous one?
We could melt the hinges instead,
That could work.
or we could freeze them and have the metal super expand.
I
Does
have
it-
the one dripping with acid in one hand and a crowbar in the other.
There you go.
Let's do both.
Yeah, we could do both because then you can weaken the hinges and then,
Yeah.
in theory, pull out with the crowbar so it can make it a little bit easier too.
Okay. So let's do a series of checks. So let's start with our we'll do Arcana with Robin for reducing the hinges.
Can I assist her? Or...
Yeah, me too. You can help.
Oh, it doesn't even matter.
Oh,
It doesn't
yeah,
matter.
she's got it. She's
I mean, but in character, you're like, yeah, just do this and organize
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
And then
yeah.
athletics. Yeah. So
Good call.
you weaken the hinges and then you like pop off the door effectively. Takes a little bit of time. By then, Sid and Ozzy are done beating the shit out of each other.
but then we can pull the door towards us, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You have to do that, and then like where the lock would be. So you do 3 points. I guess most doors have like 3 hinges, so really a 4-point
Yeah.
removal.
Let me look at my door. 1, 2, yep, 3 hinges. I know everyone's like, look at doors. Look.
I got
Mine only has 2.
I'm
Oh.
looking at one. Mine got 3, so I'm gonna do that. So you do a 4-point removal. Now it's just a piece of like reinforced wood with no anchor to the frame.
Okay.
Okay. Then you pop it out. We can remove. It's done. You see on the other side is the rubble of stone. Like
It's just rubble, not like a wall. It's just like.
yeah, it's kind of like a cave in. So it's like pieces of a statue, like a statue that's just falling
Oh.
down. Right.
So
Can I push it? See how like
How
stuck
heavy it is.
Yeah.
Go ahead and
So-
give me a strength check, but go ahead.
could I deduce, like talking with Captios and Robin, that something that he did probably activated the other statues that he had to fight, and that's why there's more rubble?
You can deduce by the way that it looks like that there was another statue you didn't fight that got pushed over on top of the rubble.
Okay. Gotcha. I'm trying to figure out if it was like intentional there or if it was like something to block us in, or if it was like an act of like it just happened to fall that way.
Sherlock Mode would say it looks like deductive, looks pretty intentional.
God damn
Statues
it.
just don't
Yep.
fall over like that. That said, like the
It's
strength,
like,
it's not
Fuck you,
immobile.
Dante.
It's just heavy.
Was I able to push it?
You're able to move it a little bit, but not far. I'm talking like 6
I would-
inches. Like
I would probably see if you can get Ozzy and Sin's help, because all 3 of you together can probably move that.
Ozzy, Sin, smash.
What?
I know they
Alexa
both
looks
are
like-
like, look at Dell, like, what did you just say?
Let's smash it.
Alexa looks at like both, like all 3 of them. It's just like, you guys are strong enough to get this rubble out of the way, and this is how we need to get Ozzy's new weapon. So can you help Dell get all this rubble?
Too
out
many
of the way?
words. Ozzy's like already like moving
Move
ahead.
rocks.
Just like pushes Alexa, like essentially she's talking
Too
like
many
being very
words.
diplomatic, like shut up. Ozzy's already about it.
I'll go help too.
Okay. So go ahead and give Dell and Sin give me athletic tests at advantage. We'll use that.
Both of
Teamwork.
us?
Both of you.
Yeah.
Okay. So for the three of you, go effectively like shoulder to shoulder. In this area, and you push as coordinated as chaotic people can do, and you move this thing out of the way.
Yeah.
When that happens, I message Alexa. I'm like, look at that, the Thatcher siblings getting along.
Enough that you can like squeeze on in.
Alexa messages back to Cat just like, I think Ozzy's gonna take that real weird once that knowledge hits.
Solus is like, yeah, like cheerleader in the background. You can do it.
Thanks.
Cool.
Solus.
So do we go into the next room, I guess?
Yep, let's see if we can get into
Slowly,
the
I go into
vault.
I creep into the next room. I am
I go in balls.
head first.
Alexa
Yeah.
kind of like goes to Cat just like, before we do this, we know that there is light on the other side.
Yes.
Nope. No, there's
The
not.
door's open.
The door is open.
Oh god.
The door
damn
is
it.
swung wide
Come on,
open.
guys. It's open.
The
Let's
door
go
is like
loot.
right
Alexa?
open. There's nothing on the archway. There's nothing on the door. It's just an open door.
God damn it.
So
Alexa, go in first, please. Dell's already in.
Dell already
Hell,
stepped
sir.
in. Dell, I know
Yes.
this graphic looks nice, like you've hit the mother load. I've got some bad news for you.
Oh god.
Not
God.
the mother load. It looks like there are opened chests everywhere. There is a rack of weapons and like armor on like armor stands, but you notice a lack of. Actually, Dell, give me perception.
Okay.
Dell is not one of the investigators. He is the talker. 7. You hit the mother load. You're rich. You think that like this is perfect. This is you're just enamored with. You finally found your holy grail, money, the money room, the vault, actual vault. Just yay.
And
So
then
Dell
Alexa
goes
steps
first.
in.
Yeah.
And then Alexa's back there trying to see what is here, if there's any traps or other, like, I have a feeling that yes, this is well guarded, but there may be things along the walls that may open up to another area. I just have
Yep.
a feeling.
So Alexa stands in as Dell gets that moment of, I'm Scrooge McDuck.
Can I swim in the money?
But that's the funny thing, you know. The reality versus like what you believe isn't there. Like there's coins on the ground, like it gives that nice glitz and glam. But you go to a chest, and there's like no bags in it, like nothing in the chests at all. Just like there are stray coins on the floor.
Yep. Just looted.
Alexa would see if she sees around the walls. No, like there's no wardings or anything on the walls.
Like, this is just
floors,
it?
The ceiling, yeah.
Does it look like
yep.
a weapon that Ozzy could use anywhere?
Yeah, there is. So
Okay. Because it'd be like,
Yeah,
Is it his weapon?
Is there what?
Is it his weapon or?
I mean, I think to Ozzy, all of these are his weapons. But there's a few things that are there. The most notable piece is that there is a weapons rack thing, and there are like armor stands. Like those things towards the south for the graphics, those are still accurate. They exist. So there are weapons, there are armor. There are open chests. Those chests are completely and utterly empty. There are stray coins strewn across the floor, as if hastily grabbed.
is there anything that can give me a sense of what was there? Like what Dante would have, like, might have run off with? Like, is there any kind of indicator that I could use of like what he now is in possession of? Or is it just kind of like, I know there was bags?
Yeah, it's
no
kind of
weird
like
things?
that's like saying like a vault has like say 100 safety deposit boxes. You knew there were 100 boxes, like, or you have the feeling that there could be 100 boxes in here, but the
Gotcha.
contents thereof, unless you find like a ledger or a registry, no idea.
What's the armor on the mannequin?
Those are armor stands. So like you can probably look and see if there's something that would work for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, what's
Yeah. So there's various uses. Like there's half plate, there's full plate, there's like leather, studded leather. There's a good set across the board. Do you want to roll investigation?
Yeah.
Because you are not the magical beam, but you don't need to be a magical beam to say cool armor, bro. 17. Yeah. So the most interesting thing that's there that relates to Dell is there is a piece of what is it? It's called full plate, mithril full plate, which is a rare metal.
Ooh.
I'm definitely gonna take that.
Okay.
all the there's like no magical items in here. Though.
Oh, there are magical items in here. Yes.
Oh,
Oh.
sweet.
Can I use detect magic as a spell?
You can if you'd like.
I'm gonna look at Robin and I'm gonna be like, we should figure out what all this stuff is.
You take the left side, I'll take the right.
So yes, it's like the free shopping experience. What is it? So we've got loot. What is Alexa? Alexa is like just being super party bomb. I'm assuming like. Now be careful. Wash your hands before you touch this.
Yeah, like
what
trying
is
to make
Sin
sure that
doing?
like when they pick stuff up, and then also trying to really figure out what the fuck Dante grabbed because she's now really concerned that he's just like, I got all this magic. Let me go run away.
I had a question for Icarus.
Okay, Icarus is
I don't
just
care
being
about treasure.
Icarus. Yeah.
Oh, that's true. I also have a question for Icarus, but that'll be after.
So
Okay.
while they're all looting and doing their thing, Sin walks over to the creepy old man. So you never answered my question.
Yeah.
Why did Jacob White send me to Avernus?
But I did answer your question, Sin Thatcher.
What do you mean? I don't. What?
He looks to you, being how you respond to this, grabs you by the horns again, is like licks your cheek.
Oh no. Oh, you've been
Just-
licked.
You've been licked.
Smoochy, smoochy.
I don't think he brushes his
Still,
teeth.
that's still like I'm like, oh, it's disgusting. That still does not answer my question.
You taste like Avernus.
Yeah, I told you I was there. Yeah.
Goes to
that
like
was-
lick your other cheek.
Oh god.
Can you stop that, please? Before I cut you across this
You
room.
taste like the motherland. You need to go to Avernus. You must be reborn to emerge as a breaker or a builder. You must
but I was already a
connect.
breaker before.
He's like what?
Before, I was already
Interesting.
because I had broken Solus.
Did
was
you
before-
now? And he looks to Solus, which is someone he has not. No, he has seen. Yeah, Solus.
Yeah.
Looks Solus and like interesting.
What are you not telling me?
What are you not telling me, Sin Thatcher? If you broke her, you had to have died that day.
Died.
Yes.
I would remember that. Definitely have not died.
So you say that, and like Solus looks a bit hurt. It's like,
I don't. What? What did I say? What?
did killing me like not mean anything to you?
Oh my. That's not what I meant, Solus. You know that.
Oh. Okay. Then Icarus is like, death has many interpretations.
Clearly. All right. Well. Good to know. That still doesn't really.
So he gets like super close, like grabs your horn, like puts his like forehead to forehead. No respect to your personal space.
I'm sorry. I'm totally unmoved by it though.
I am here to answer any of your questions, Sacred Breaker. Any of your questions.
Oh.
I will answer them.
Oh no. Nope.
No, stop.
Nope. Too close.
What
Too-
questions do you have, Breaker?
Oh my god, what questions do I have, you guys? Oh shit.
While you think about questions, let me get back to the looters.
Thank you.
So,
Can you?
like,
Because like
I've
Alexa
waited
has-
4 sessions to get sweet ass loot. Here it be.
Alexa has a question of has he seen the doctor around? So if you want to ask that question because he seems to want to,
That's fine.
just
But let
let
me
me
get to
know.
looters first.
Yeah, go looters go.
So, I mean, you go as far as the detect magic. Lots of McShat are glowing. There is a shield that's glowing. There is the mithril full plate isn't magical, it's just rare materials. There is a sword scabbard that's glowing. There is a empty bag that is glowing.
Bag of holding, maybe.
I pick it all up.
The books.
The books.
Maybe have Captios identify them before we just pick up magical items. Alexa says that as she
That's
sees
not
people go.
We're also doing this at the same time, right?
But these are
like,
concurrent actions. While Icarus is being super weird with Sin, everyone's like just going like treasure room. Benny Hill music starts playing.
Maybe identify first before grabbing.
Thanks, Mom.
Unless someone's stopping Dell, he's picked up, a big old honk of full plate along with all these books. Like he's got an exploding backpack of books at the moment.
I'm still not encumbered yet.
If it stops him or not is up to him, but she has said it. Like
it's less of a weight and more of a volume problem.
I start taking out books, stacking them gently to put more stuff in.
Yeah. It's like, this gauntlet's going in here. Buy book. Vanguard's buy book. Oh, 2 books. This thing's big. All right.
5 books? Hell yeah, I'm taking the shield.
Yeah.
Conversion rate of books to magic
Books,
items.
yeah. Books to bag space.
well, I mean, if the bag is maybe a bag of holding, you might solve that problem. But it also could be a bag of death.
It could also be a mimic.
It could. So I will say that thus far, like no mimics have come to eat your face.
Good.
You're, from my understanding of it, going rather reckless with your investigations. If it glows, I'm going for it.
Basically.
Yeah. So the big glowers is there's a sword, a shield, and a bag that glow.
Okay.
There's also pretty hard to fucking miss. A big, surprisingly, a big ass pickaxe that glows.
I'm leaving that for Ozzy.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds like something he'll.
Pickaxe.
He's gonna start fighting with like a scythe.
So at the same time as this is happening, Captios and Robin just like
See.
we don't see anything specifically, or
I mean,
or that was it.
but that's like the gist of it. Like there's, as far as magical items go, those things glow. There are a weapon set you can go through. If you're looking for specific weapons, let me know. It looks like there's a lot there. Unless you plan on putting us in a dimensional hole, like of assorted weapons and armor.
Got it.
All the chests are open and empty. There's lots of like various coins on the ground, but it's kind of like when you like take a bunch of coins and like dump it on the ground. You have to like pick them up, scoop them up. A few gems.
So, Captios, can you take a look at this bag and tell me what it is?
Only if I can have it if it's magical.
Hey, Robin, can you take a look at this bag and tell me what it is?
I feel like you're gonna say the
Dante
same thing.
Simone's like, good job.
I also do want to say, I know originally for Robin, she was coming to see if there were reagents anywhere, so I don't know.
Anything funky like that on shelves? Spell things?
So the research books you have a lot of references to tombs you've never seen in the library, and there is indeed an entire set of like rare reagents along one side. They're kind of like nooked in, like a spice rack.
Nice.
So they're very labeled and itemized. Like you have to be a Robin or a Captios to care about them, but if you know what you're looking for, it's like, oh, wow, that's really rare.
Is there anything super rare, like dragon blood rare?
There is dragon blood in here, yeah.
Are there any books specifically in this room, or
no?
The ones I took out.
Yeah, so there are no books, tomes, or scrolls, so to speak of. There are like rare reagents that are very itemized against one side of the wall, like a spice rack.
Got it.
Robin, what is this bag?
I don't know how to identify bags.
Your only option
Robin.
is Captios.
Did your question have a portal in it?
Tell me if this is a bag of portals.
She looks at it, no. I don't know.
No, it's not a bag of portals.
Damn it.
But yeah, I'm too enamored with the spice rack to care about your bag anyway.
You're just like, have you seen this item?
Ah, yes. It's something.
Like a tiny leech in a bottle. Have you seen this? He's like, oh.
There's like living leeches that are in there, but they're super rare. You'd have to go to marshes, like the festered lands, to get them that have reagents. There's never melting snow that's in one of these bottles.
Ooh.
There's
Interesting.
there's like a flame that will like burst up, then go to ashes, then like recoalesce into a crystal and burst like repeatedly, so like explosion in a bottle. There's lots of very rare materials.
Is there anything that could be used in like Warforged or like creation of
Forge.
Yes.
Forge?
Things like that you would have to use to like use as an alloy to coat parts of their core, or like etching things into that.
Are there any
location.
Crystallis crystals?
There are, but they're very, very small. Like things you typically grind up into like a paint reagent,
Got it.
or
So-
something that you would flux into something that's a metal.
Mm.
Got it. So I'm gonna look at Rob and be like, "Do you mind if I take the alloys and the Crystallis crystals?"
Not at all.
Cool. So I'm gonna take those, which
Okay.
I'm just gonna write in my thing as alloys and Crystallis crystals.
Yeah, you could say like Warforged creation reagents.
Mm.
Got it.
Yeah,
Whereas
be,
Robin, you can put down like cache of rare Jacob White reagents,
Okey-doke.
which comes like a bag of many things sort of thing. You got a Batman belt worth of various crap.
but it's your various crap.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
And Dell is much more materially oriented. He's at the very least appeared to have picked up a magical shield, a magical sword, mithril armor, a bag of question mark.
that if he gets identified will now be Captios. It's like
Okay, Captios, let's negotiate.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you want?
I want you to identify these magical items, and I will split the value of the bag with you. Whether you want to buy my share out or I buy your share out, we can negotiate once we get out of this vault.
As you negotiate, Robin, like Ozzy walks just straight past you.
Yeah.
Where the fuck's my weapon?
Um,
So like going through the weapons that are there, and it's like chucking them around. Like, nope, too small, too light, too dumb.
I look at Dell and I say, once we get out of here, I will identify every single one of the magical items, and in return for that, you give me that bag.
Ozzy's like, ha ha! As a mace like goes over both their heads.
Pass.
Okay. Cool.
so you're just gonna carry around stuff like I don't know what they do, but I got them and they're mine.
I'm worried about being taken advantage of. Like,
He just wants
My-
a bag.
my employer, it's obviously magic. You know, it could be a bag of dragon hatchlings. I don't know. I don't know what exists in this world.
It's gonna take a leaf out of Robin's book and just start putting stuff in there. See what
Yeah.
happens.
I'm gonna grab some coins off the ground and throw them in the bag.
Now, don't do it now.
Too late.
Too late.
like it's already happened.
God, how reckless with that experimenting.
We all die.
You hear,
Okay, so I hear something snorting.
yep, hear very guttural snorting, and the bag has, you can like feel the coins in the bottom of the bag, like they're in there, like a normal bag.
Okay.
I don't like that there's a pig sound though.
Yeah.
What is in there? What is it?
It's obviously a bag of pork chops.
On that note of bag of
Good.
pork chops, speaking of which, the weird conversation happening between Icarus and Sin, who's like meerkatting her.
I grab him by his robes again, facing him. I know he's like all in my face.
He's like, yeah, he can like bite your nose. He's that close.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, I can play this game. And
Like
she's
you have
gonna
like your list of questions. So like I've written them down.
Why do different breakers break things? Like what? Why do breakers break different things?
That's a very silly question, Zindacha.
I think it's a very important question. I would like to know.
Why does a lumberjack lumber wood but not lumber stone?
You could ask what decides what a breaker breaks.
What decides what a breaker breaks?
It's like yes.
That would depend on the breaker, would it not, Zindacha? What they wish to break. It's part of who you are. Why do some people sing and some people paint? It's part of who they are.
Okay. How many of these people have you turned to builders and breakers? How have you done this
Turned?
ritual? The ritual.
The ritual, helping them show them true selves and shed the skin that they had before. Dozens.
Sure, let's call it that.
Dozens in Thatcher. Successful
How
ones,
many-
that is.
Successfully?
Successful. What do you mean?
Yes, some refuse to shed their skin and simply die.
And of the successful ones, how many are? Do you know how many are still out there?
How many years have I been in this vault?
When did he go missing?
Oh yeah, I guess, Alexa may actually answer that question.
Yeah.
So it's been well over 20 years.
So I'll kind of put that, because I'm like, at this point, they're just looting everything. So like Alexa,
Yeah,
just
like,
kind of,
you
"Let's
hear
go to
the
this
mace hit the
conversation."
wall.
So Alexa's like, you were reported missing over 20 years ago.
I see. Well, I would assume that several still exist, but they live very violent lives in Thatcher. They do not lend to long lifespans. Builders, however, looks to Solus, tend to live much longer.
How many are under Jacob White's ward?
Interesting question. How many? 8? 12? 16?
So many. So many.
16.
And how many do you know are still alive?
Define alive.
Not chimeras.
That's quite cruel of you, Alexa Stone.
Not saying that they are not alive.
Okay.
How many are on this plane?
Oh my. Let me check my internal inventory of where they've been the past 20 years.
I feel like that was sarcasm.
Assuming in the past 20 years, Alexa Stone, they have not made their journey to Avernus, have not been killed, have not fallen to one of my brother's plots. I would imagine the number still is 16. Well, save 2 if you do not believe the Chimera's count.
Alexa kind of like stops for a second, looks at Solus, and it's like, I have a question that's probably gonna hurt.
Solus looks at Alexa like, Nani?
There is a boy, a man, in a Pisces, it looks like, gem.
She was
Like-
there for that, by the way.
I know. In a water gem, like
Yes.
that. How many people has he created like that?
That I know of?
That you know of?
Well, 50. Maybe 100.
Is that, do they usually end up being builders?
So it's like, they taps Sin's nose and just does this back and forth to think. Some of them were meant to be builders. Some of them were not.
Like, the reason why she's saying this is probably gonna hurt is because it may allude to how Solus was created. That's why she's like, this might hurt. So it's like, is that how Luna Hope was created?
Thinks back. Yes.
Do you know how it works? What it pulls from?
Yes.
You mind telling?
Yes. Do you have the time?
How much time will it take?
He goes over and like is dangling because Sin has picked him up. We'll have to have a seat. Go over the process. As people are looting the vault.
Yeah, like, and Alexa kind of looks at Sin like, that is a question I have. I know it's going to take time. Are there any questions you want to ask before we go into that?
Just
Make
one.
sure that I'm not taking up all your time, because this is like her one source that Alexa can see for Sin to get answers.
I have one more. It's very important. Can I break Jacob White?
Yes, you can.
Perfect. I drop him.
And then while everyone else is looting, Alexa will sit down and listen to like how the
He like hobbles and it's like, but Sid Thatcher. He takes a seat. Be careful what you wish for.
That's extremely cryptic. Thank you. I'll jot that down.
Okay.
Why do you say that?
My brother is many things. Resourceful is one of them.
An asshole is also one of them. Are you disagreeing with that
Ooh.
statement?
oh, I think I understand what he's saying.
What?
You can break him. That doesn't mean that he doesn't have someone that can build him to being stronger.
I'm saying that in character, I imagine.
Yeah.
Like, you have good friends, Sid Thatcher. Part of the process involves just a little bit of breaking.
And like, and this is because this is something that Alex has been kind of going over when she's seen all the Warforged and all like the Warforged things. It's like, we've seen what Ford can do. Why do you think he saved Ford?
While you mull over those deep, crazy thoughts, money,
And then I'm
power,
sure-
respect. So you find in the vault all these things. What is Robin, Captios, Dell doing?
If there's nothing else of magical, like something that Captios would catch Captios' eye as something he would want.
No, I think Dell got to that before you. Yeah.
Yeah. So then I think I'm good. I'm
Okay.
leaving the vault.
Okay.
Is there
We-
anything that I feel bad because I still feel bad because I told Solus, like I asked Sin a question and then Solus got mad at me. Is there anything in this vault that I could give to Solus as like a prize? Like, is there any sort of like
Something
light?
she might like.
Yeah, exactly. Like, is there a vial of like everlasting light or some shit? I don't know how.
Yeah. So there is a vial of like everlasting like luminescence. Yeah.
So I'm gonna take that and I'm gonna.
I mean, you have to get it from Robin. She can like has cornerstone the reagents.
Got it. I'm gonna go to Robin and be like, "Do you mind if I get that? I actually want to give it to someone."
No problem.
Okay.
I'll rush that out of the bag. I've not organised my bag in any way, so it is a lot of just,
the
just
sort
digging.
like a crafts bag. Like that's in here somewhere. Where the
Like,
blue
luckily
beads?
they're well capped, so nothing just like opens up in the middle of your bag. Like, oh no.
You've become the reagent version of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, but they're just all like weird reagents.
I'll open the bag and just multicolours are going to come out.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Robin. We really appreciate it.
Okay. So Vault's effectively like resolved until you either identify or do more with the items that you have like totally like scavenged out. Got it. Okay.
And with this, yeah, like with the stuff with Icarus, because I know he's going to go over how, or at least that's what she's planning on doing while they're going through. You can probably just put that in afterward because I know it's a lot of information.
Yeah. Also, to be clear, like no one is taking the money off of the floor. Dell, you're muted.
Yeah, like I don't know if you said words. I saw your
Oh.
mouth move.
Sorry, I asked if there was any platinum pieces on the floor.
There are no platinum pieces. There are gold pieces, and there are gems.
I start picking up gems and gold pieces.
Okay. Fair enough. Dell, go ahead and add to your sheet. So you're gonna be at this for a while,
Mm-hmm.
but then again, the conversation's happening behind you that's taking a while.
Yeah, so that all works.
1,500 independent gold pieces.
Damn. Better buy us dinner.
Oh hell yeah, I'm buying dinner. I'm buying drinks and dinner after this.
And I'll drop the rest of these. These are 50 gold piece value gemstones listed as such.
Oh.
Okay.
And this
So
is a
each-
question just out there for the lives of people. I know that typically wizards don't wear armor, but is there armor that maybe Robin would feel comfortable wearing that would make her die a little less?
Only on the inside.
Like leather armor, something that's like lightweight but gives you just a little bit more of not dying.
There are no robes of shenanigans. No, there are no magical robes. There is things like leather. Typically, wizards don't wear them.
I know. They typically don't.
Like to be mechanically fair, like mage armor is a better version of it anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just thrown it out there on the off chance there was something there for Robin to not die.
No,
I
I
ruined
see-
my quirky look anyway.
It's like no. All right. So effectively in the room, like Dell is like picking up gold pieces, like if you take a bunch of nickels and threw it across the ground, but like 1,500 times.
I came here to get paid.
He absolutely is. One coin at a time and a bunch of gems. All right. Well, you guys got some time to kill in the highly deadly bolt. Back to Icarus and the conversation. You could write it out, but I feel like some of the process is important considering where you're going with
That's
the
fair,
Bubble
yeah,
Boy.
because if we're going to try to birth him naturally.
Is
Oh,
this
it
something
feels-
that I would now be a part of?
Yeah, because
Okay.
just Dell right now in the vault. Like everyone else is done with the vault.
Is Ozzy?
Ozzy, yeah, he takes the pickaxe. He's like, this
Okay,
feels right.
Can I... Does the pickaxe look similar to Gig's scythe?
Let's see here. So there are some similarities in that the metal on one end is very obsidian black.
Okay.
The gig scythe has a point on the other side of it because scythe.
Mhm.
The pickaxe has like a maul, like a hammer side on the other piece of it. So
Okay.
there are differences.
Gotcha. Well, because like pickaxe sometimes they're both pointing on both sides, so I just
Yeah,
wanted to...
but a scythe relies on the edge to
gotcha.
to sheath things, whereas
Mhm.
this is almost much more like a maul where it has a single point. So the idea of like a point of impact, like puncturing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So that's if you did not like know the difference of like how kinetically or slicing those two weapons work, you'd see there is a shaft and there is a curved object of death. That part is similar, yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Made of obsidian.
Yeah, made of something a black metal and it's-
Black metal,
Yeah,
yeah.
it looks
Which
like
could-
obsidian.
Hey,
Could
Buck, you
also
froze.
be...
No.
Oh, no.
All right. I'll be
Oh
back.
no.
Have those thoughts without me. I'll return.
I'll
Actually,
stay-
do you mind if
Do a
I
5?
run to the bathroom real quick?
Yeah, we're at about. We're
Oh yeah,
full
that's true.
past
It's
time.
5 o'clock, so bio break is
Yep.
probably...
Let's swing back at 5:25 Eastern.
Yeah.
Oh
Some
no!
thoughts.
Oh no! But if you drop your camera, you move positions.
Oh,
Please don't
no.
do that.
Oh, you like left?
Well,
Wait,
he left. He
Drop-
turned off his camera
dropped
when you
video.
turn off your... Yeah.
I'll be back.
We'll have to point that out, because I don't think everyone knows that.
Okay. Leave
Um,
meeting.
Yeah, like mute versus turn off camera. So things that are typically that color, like it could be obsidian, but it's making me think more of a metal that's been infused with nethicite.
Yeah, that could be it.
Because like it could be an obsidian thing, but like what I've seen that is like black or like that kind of color.
Yeah.
I would, it's leaning me more towards like nethicite infused weaponry.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
thoughts that I've had that I know I've typed in there is if they have to go into Avernus to be activated, then the soil that's there is probably Avernus soil that they have to dip builders and breakers into. And then, yeah, like the idea that Ford was able to create Solus by putting Solus and Nova together, and by resonating, and like Ford was the one Warforged that Jacob brought back, makes me think that it might have been like a failsafe, or something he was going to try to combine him with other things to use that resonance. These are theories that I've been having, and I've been typing them into season 9 so I don't forget them. I'll be like, this is another theory. Here you go.
Sorry, I mean, yeah.
It's okay, a mouse sweet as fish.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Also, Buck, I don't know if you saw in season 9, I found a picture of tiny white cats that are like,
They're so freaking cute.
that makes me think of like Panger going into
Oh my
size.
god! That's about right.
It's like Panger goes into mini size.
Oh, the play on the words is pretty cute too.
Yeah, because they're pussy willows.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And they're white cats.
Mm-hmm. It's adorable. I like the one that's just like falling upside down. Like, yeah, adventure.
Come on, grab your friends. We're going to stay inside a vault.
Please don't die. I have a portal question.
Sure.
So, if the portals can't see each other, it's like going into blackness, correct?
In the darkness, correct, Mundo.
In the darkness. But if you know what's on the other side, like say you can see it, does that have a level of danger because the portals can't see each other, or is the danger in you not knowing what's there?
The danger is in the portals not seeing each other.
Okay. So I was trying to think if we're able to, like one of my ideas was if we were able to free the guy out, but we knew that like the danger level would go up, if we were able to create that final portal that we know we have, and maybe Captios could do his clairvoyance, right? To the front part, so then like be like Robin could see the other side and put a portal up, but then they wouldn't be able to see each other. That's what I was trying to figure out. If like, is it you can't see it, or that the portals can't see each other? Like where the danger is.
So you'll know where the end point of the other portal is, but the portals won't.
Right.
For that minute. Yeah.
So how do like extra planar portals work, right? Like or interplanar.
Mm-hmm. Very
right?
similar.
Like that's so like
Right.
you could go through the gate portal or whatever and like have no idea where you're coming out.
Yeah, in fact, that's how like by default, most default portals is you do not see the other side. The idea of like ones that are built like windows or translucent portals or transparent portals, those are more rare, which kind of points that Robin's wand's a little special, that it defaults to transparent portals, but the requirements are like same plane, can see each other, and things like that.
Okay. Sorry,
Got
Robin,
it.
we're talking about your portals, by the way. So let
Yeah.
me recap what we learned, because it goes over your portals.
Seems important.
So I was trying to figure out, because we know that we want to free the, Bubble Boy. We want to free him, but we know that the alert level is going to get significantly higher. So I was trying to think of like an escape way to do it. But I asked, Buck, is the danger for using the portals where you can't see where it's going? So like that's a concern, or the portals can't see each other.
Yeah.
And he said
I put in season 9 some like good questions to help ask when you start doing research. Like, if I go through a portal, does my equipment go with me? If I go through a portal, can I just like chuck a baseball through it, and will that be the case? Like, there's all those sorts of questions. And the way the portal works is very specific, and with Robin's talents over like time and experiments, able to be manipulated to being different types of portals. But there's always the inherent danger, because you are ripping a tear in space-time in a world where multiple planes exist.
Yeah. And so, yeah, like what we learned, at least from that, is the danger is when the portals can't see each other. Not necessarily where you can't see the other side, but where the portals can't see each other. So
I was wondering if, like, do they work around corners?
I think
Is it if there's a line of sight, even if it's bent, or if it's totally blocked off?
It's a good question. So like reflective, good experiment.
Yeah.
Like for example, if here I'll draw it because I think it's gonna get complicated to speak to.
Yeah. Also,
If-
while he's doing that, Della wanted to give you a heads up. When you pop off for like bio breaks, make sure you only mute yourself because when you turn off your camera, it moves your spot.
I was taking a gigantic meaty bite of a shrimp parmesan. So I
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's similar to like if you leave the Zoom meeting, it moves your spot. So
Okay.
just
Yeah.
as a heads up, that's how that works when we do that. So try not to if you can.
Yeah.
If
I'll
you
just let you
can't-
guys watch me eat chicken parm. Or
I mean,
shrimp
that
parm.
works.
That's
We-
fine.
Yeah.
So,
we
Robin,
don't-
if I understand your question correctly, like in this scenario, if the two white dots are where you place your portals, and that red line is I have no direct line of sight to them, they would, even though light would reflect off of all surfaces, that's how light works, the answer is like no. If you put a mirror in them correctly, curiously enough, the answer is still no, because it's the same thing of reflectivity of light, the things they're just not as reflective. So they have to have a clear, direct line of sight to each other, not bouncing off. That said, you can change that one semi-diagonal to make two portals, and then they would be able to see each other.
So you could just make an endless chain of portals.
You could make a total of 10, but then you'd be constantly keeping them up, because they only last for a minute and it takes about 6 seconds to make one.
Interesting.
Unless you had two.
Unless you have two wands, correct. Unless, with the current tools you have at your disposal.
So just find another magical wand.
Yeah, hey Buck, was
The
there?
key-
Yeah,
Kick her the
Yeah, it was
find
fine.
I know she already
another
asked, but
magical portal wand.
Yeah, there was a significant lack of things like staves, wands, like magical like orbs, which is typically like wizard things. The only thing that was true like high wizard time was that very rare rack of reagents. Everything else was very like martially oriented.
I'm sure
Dante
Or one
Dante
can
had
assume,
no interest in reagents.
or one
It's
can
like,
assume that they might have been in the chests that are looted.
Yeah.
Buck Dante 2020.
Fuck Dante 2020.
Could you move my camera a little bit, Buck, for stream?
Yeah, I certainly can.
Thank you.
All right, so we're back.
Oh boy.
Where Dell's going through
Learn how
emotional
to-
time, you only see half my face.
Yeah, Del. Why are you always?
We're good. All right, so
I moved to get a shrimp parmesan.
That's what my
Delicious.
food is.
shrimp parm. All right, so Icarus and Alexa has questions about how yum.
Good. It actually looked really good.
Don't we might have to just end session early. Now I'm getting hungry. So close to being done. What the fuck? What was your question again, Alexa, for Icarus? Make sure I'm giving him the crazy
Yeah.
old man answer correct.
So what I kind of wanted to figure out was what elements are put in there to create that life, and like how would you? Because we know that it has to be like naturally birthed. Like, how is it done? Like, what?
So
what
you're
elements-
specifically asking about the Gem of Pisces version.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, what elements were pulled in to create the people that he's created, and then how can we birth it naturally?
Icarus looks at Alexa like, so, Alexa Stone, you want to know how to remove a homunculus from the gem?
Yes. Also, how it was created.
Was created the same way life is created for most things. You take some material, and he reaches over creepily to Alexa and just
No,
runs
no.
like a hand like across her face, and then he like plucks some of her hair off violently, like a little tween of it in his hands. Like, you take some material and you grow it with magic in a gem, and it becomes a thing. You can see more primitive versions of this activity. And he points back to where you found him.
Gotcha. So the chimeras. Do you
Yes.
know? Do you know what elements or who he got the elements from?
He looks directly at Solus. Yes.
From Solus?
Yes.
Oh, Solus is like a mom. It's like a shit ton of things.
I thought you were the mom.
So at this point,
Only in
Captios is
spirit.
like, so her genetic code was used as the matriarch of all of these other.
It was used as a base. Yes. Like
What
a
was
potion
added?
has water or oil. She is the base. Unfortunately for her, she was quite disposable once we had sufficient material to conduct future trials.
At this point, Sin, do we know about the whole like would Captios know about the whole like torture?
Yeah, I've told you.
Do you remember that time
I-
I
and-
tortured my friend
Yeah.
and killed her?
And I look at Sin, I'm like, was the torture or was it to extract this? I look at both Sin and Solus, like, right? I'm like looking at them and I'm like,
I mean, Solus is like not wanting to relive this, so she's like,
Yeah,
Sure.
kind of the same to be honest.
there goes Captios, just
I know, just
it's like comes
where's
in,
my
like,
foot taste like it's foil now?
delicious foil foot.
I mean, it could be possible. I don't.
So
I,
it's
to be
like-
honest, I didn't really dwell on that.
I
very
don't.
much.
So it's like I don't want to talk about this.
It looks like kind of like tries to shift the conversation. It's like, what was added?
Wow. Looks to Panger. Panger is like,
It's like, yeah, sure.
celestial material.
I grab Panger and I like hold him close.
Hold on.
He's like
I'm, like,
little
petting
pause, like, no, make it
Don't-
stop.
God, Panger.
Not Panger.
How did Jacob get celestial material?
Jacob is very resourceful. There are more than one. Looks to Panger. So it's simply
Okay,
a
little
matter
buddy.
of
He's a
And, like, this would be
finding
something-
more and capturing them for coin. There are many people, as Dell's like just going, and mine, and mine, and mine.
It's like, have you seen
People
this
willing
money?
to do many things for money. And coin, and coin, and coin.
And Dell's like, okay, guys, like, just kind of grab. And Alexa looks, like, and draconic, I'm assuming, was also added.
Yes.
You
White
know from
draconic.
white draconic.
Yes.
How
Do
did
you know?
Good.
Oh yeah,
Alexa.
so this white draconic, was it taken from the immortal dragon?
He looks sideways at Alexa. Of course.
Ask him who it is.
It's not really like who it is, but where
Yeah.
is my?
Is the white dragon in this vault somewhere?
No. The white dragon has been involved for quite some time.
With the doctor.
No. Seems very angry at the mention without even like needing to know who you're talking about.
Is
Oh.
the white dragon doing it on his own free will?
No.
Gotcha. So
The white dragon was the first of my brother's ambitions.
Why the white dragon?
because it is the simplest of them.
Oh.
And so what does that mean? Like, would Capios understand that comment?
The comment of simplest, yeah. The idea
Yeah.
of it's the less cunning. Like white dragons are known for just almost feral ferocity. And you start looking at like what dragons like are known for. I think like I dropped it in S9. They're not cunning like a green dragon. They're not like manipulatively. Yes, they're just like dragons.
So it's something that like if you said like Ozzy against us, you'd be like, yeah, like just because it's brute
It's
force
a beast,
against
you can
brute
trap
force.
it.
Yeah, it's almost like very feral in that aspect to it. So even being mortal, it's not the smartest.
Got it. So how long has he had this dragon for?
Let's see. 20 years. Maybe 25.
Does that seem to line up with how long Icarus has been?
Yeah, it seems like he got access to the dragon not too soon after Icarus was in this vault.
Icarus, I can't help but notice you aren't a huge fan of your brother working with the doctor.
It is not something that I agree with.
What do you know what the doctor is up to with him? Why Jacob White is using him?
Yes, Jacob has paid consultants to further his ambitions like many men with power and money. He is not perfect. He had to get help.
Did the doctor help with the chimeras?
Yes. Early experiments along his path to what you see now.
Do you know if he comes in here frequently, the doctor? I noticed there's a couple of notes that...
He has not been here in quite some time.
So from your perspective, you don't know if they're still working together or not.
I don't know for sure, Captios Believer. But if they are not using this as a place of research.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is it Sorry, go ahead, Alexa.
No, you're good. You're good. Go.
I was going to say, is it because Jacob has the immortal white dragon that we can consider him immortal? Or is there something more complicated than that?
It is a combination. It is partially because Jacob can pull from the immortality of the dragon for rebirth to always have enough to place into a new vessel. His soul will never find Avernus.
Is the Jacob... Wait, what did you just say?
His soul will never find Avernus.
Is the Jacob White shell that we see now the original Jacob White shell? Like, is this what he looked like and has always looked like?
I mean, he hasn't seen his brother in a while, so it's like...
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, like, so he doesn't truly notice, his, like, depending on which one you have seen, my brother has died more than once. So, if you are asking if the original composite of his flesh and sinew and blood are the same, no. Many people have tried to kill my brother. It looks to sin, truly a fool's errand to defeat him simply like that.
So, how would you, if you had to defeat your brother, how would you do it?
Solve my problem, brother!
Say you were to defeat Jacob White. How would...
Hypothetically, can you just lay out a plan?
Can you give me a 5-step program for defeating the beast? Yeah. And what is your mother's maiden name again? Okay, good.
I'm gonna need the entirety of your social security number and
It's like, how would you fill out a credit card in your brother's name again? So Icarus responds back. Very slowly. You would have to pull away all of his means and then finally deal a killing blow. He has moments of vulnerability to exploit. But you are still fighting a dragon. At what cost?
Kind of going back to the gem of Gemini.
I feel like gem is a good time
Pisces.
for Dell to be done. Like, gem? Did I miss a gem?
Gem? What? I heard Gem out here.
How do we safely release what he's created?
Pisces, not Gemini, right?
Yeah, sorry, Pisces. Sorry. Yeah.
I didn't know if I missed something.
If Gemini
brain's
comes
like-
in, you've got Pollux and Captor, and that's going to be or Pollux and Caster, and that's going to be Bad News Bears. That's a different one shot. I digress. To release him,
Yes.
there is an incantation on the raised dais. If you simply recite it, it will release its occupant.
Will that fuck Jacob's world up if we did that?
It is one of the 1,000 cuts you can do to my brother. Yes.
And how does the vault? Have you been there for the? Have you acted as the midwife for this birthing process before?
Yes, of course.
Catches the babies.
How does the vault react when this happens?
Like an angry mother.
And so, how do you stop it from? How do you soothe it?
How do you stop an angry mother?
Give it its baby.
I've never
Kick to the throat.
stopped. My mother was very nice. She never
May I suggest running if you are going to abscond with a mother's newborn child?
It's like, got your baby. All right, let's go real
A
quick.
dingo ate my baby.
Okay.
So, Icky, you want to come with us and go to a pub after this? My treat.
Oh, I think he wants to stay and take care of the chimeras.
Icarus
It's
looks to Dell's like, the younglings.
You could take him too.
Oh my God.
What?
How
you-
does Jacob know? Sorry, go ahead.
It does like so. Like Icarus looks very seriously at Dell. Are you going to look after them as well when we leave here?
I thought that was your job.
My job is to look after them here, not in a pub. You can see he's really angry with Dell right now. Like
Oh, I
really
would,
angry with Dell right now.
And looks
Okay.
like he puts a hand on his shoulder, like, I would pull back from this line of questioning. Just a helpful hint. Just throwing it out there.
Well, also Dell has called himself as a true believer and is saying you can take care of your kids when
Yeah.
you get drunk in a bar.
I'm sure there'll be a fight or two. They could have some fresh meat.
In feigning anger, I look at Dell and I'm like, "How dare you?"
Oh,
And I look back
good.
at Icarus, and I go, "Does Jacob White know that we're here already?"
I do not have a direct line to my brother's current mental state. However, he looks around. You have been guests in one of his estates and have caused quite a bit of disruption. It would be strange if he was not aware.
if we were to birth that guy over there, how quickly do you think Jacob White would be on this premises?
Well, I would imagine he would be sending in some of his personal attendants, assuming that the gypsy is not already dealing with them.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Can I be doing like a smart thing? I will elaborate on this smart thing.
Okay, smart thing.
So, like, I assume I've got some way of measuring ley lines,
You do.
given that's my kind of dealio. Can I be like constantly measuring the ley lines so that, you know, like if I was like measuring it on a graph, if there's like a spike, I can assume something teleported somewhere?
Yeah. It's like you have some like reading devices that would let you know if someone pops in, that's a good surge of electricity, so to speak, so a surge of ley line energy. Yeah. So you'll know if someone pops in, and it kind of goes to the statement of the pop you saw when time left. And someone used the portal.
A question for you, Robin. Could you somehow stop the portal from being active on our end, almost like closing a gate?
That's assuming they bring a portal, but also no, they're mostly self-sustaining. It's hard to close them. They're probably just going to use the circle.
So, an idea. We know the front entrance is like a doorway from where Naked Man is. How far can your portals go?
I want to do a blind portal,
No,
200 feet.
I'm not saying like, but like, do we know, is there like a distance where like you can portal, but only this far, like you can only keep the portals so far away from each other?
About 200 feet for the biggest one.
Okay. Because an idea I have, the front room, can we see the exit when we stand, like, because it's like a long hallway? Can we see the front entrance, like, opening?
The way I described it last time is you can see natural light, and there's a bend in the cave.
So there's a bend, okay. Because if we're trying to get out really quick, that seems like the quickest way to get out rather than going further in, if that makes sense, and then leaving out the way that we came in, especially in comparison to where it is.
If we're gonna birth this thing, we can't go back the way we came.
Right, so I'm thinking if we birth it and then we just like book it, and I was trying to see, once we get to a place where you can see the entrance, like you can see outdoors, can you create a portal and then create the other side as far out as you can see, just so that we're out of there?
Seems like a smart idea to portal across the massive statue room.
That too.
Yeah.
That would also work.
Also, no one's seen what's actually in the front, like past the light, right? Like we don't know what we'd be facing.
Well, we've seen the entrance. Was the entrance, because we saw it before we came in.
We haven't seen the entrance. All we've seen is the light, right? Like all we've seen.
No, I mean like
from
before
like
we
4 or 5 sessions ago. Yeah.
Yeah, before we entered, Alexa looked at the entrance and we chose to do the back entrance, but we know what the outside looks like.
Yeah. There's like no door, barred gates, or anything. It's wide enough that you could draw like a caravan up to it.
I guess my point is, right, like if we were to birth this guy and we were to book it, if we went through whatever this portal is to the other side, we have no idea what's over there. We think that it's like the entrance, but like the entrance could be through like 20 golems.
Correct. Like you don't know what's around the bend.
Right. Yeah, like my thought was once we get to the bend and we can see the outside to then cast the portal, because
So
then
you're
you can
running
see where you're
through
going.
Potentially 6 golems, I think was
Seven.
Robin's point.
Yeah, and that's the struggle. Is like if we go through there, we are potentially activating all the golems to do that, but then we could get farther away once we get to the entrance, or we can forego that. So it's.
I ask Icarus, how does he feel about this boy in the pod? Like, what is his feelings towards this thing?
He is one of the younglings.
That you're meant to take care of?
Take care of all younglings.
Oh. And I apologize, I know this is a little bit of an outspurt from what you're doing, Dal. When
And he,
Nuru
leans
flew-
towards Sin and the sacred ones.
When Niru flew through the statues, they didn't come to life, right? It was just Luna talking through a wall that happened. Like, that didn't activate the statues, correct?
Correct. For all you know, they're just statues, because metagaming.
Okay. Well, no, so I'm saying, like, at this time, can I send Nuru to go look around that corner while they're talking to see what's past that?
Yeah. You could scout out, say, here, what's
Yeah.
past the bend, like, what to answer that, solve that problem. You could
Yeah,
do
because I
that.
just want to make sure that when I send Nuru, it's not going to activate anything as it goes past.
Okay. Yeah, you could do that.
Okay, so I'll do that while you guys are going through. Sorry, I was just trying to think through.
No,
the
I
alert,
was
the
just
alert level has gone up since you sent her
Yep,
the
and
first
since
Technically,
you
we
guys
don't
are,
know
like,
that.
powwowing and causing problems, you
Oh
just...
shit.
So I'm just trying to figure out whether or not Icky's going to actually let us birth this thing and take it with us.
Because, like the chimeras. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like that is his child. Like we might be best just filing this away and telling the candles about it and leaving, instead of trying to accomplish 100% and failing. We've accomplished 80%, and we go about our business and we inform the proper people that this is happening.
Alexa kind of looks at me like, we are the proper people.
Are we? What am I doing here then?
I also
Are
look
you?
at Del and I'm like, weren't you the one that wanted to save Icarus back there?
But you don't want to save.
But
I
you
got
don't want to save
paid.
this from Icarus?
Well, no,
You had no
I-
idea. He was a prisoner in a cage, and yet you wanted to save him.
We
So
did
you're
not
saying
accomplish our
because you're
goal
paid
yet.
now, you don't want to save anyone else.
Basically, I'm more or less looking out for my life at this point. I don't know how this Jacob White's brother is going to act to us absconding with this child that he's tasked with caring. I don't know if it's going to activate the system defenses and we're not going to be able to leave the entrance. There could be a magical barrier that as soon as we open it, we're just trapped in here for good.
And at that, Alexa kind of looks at him and be like, you got what you came here for. You know where the door is. You don't have to do this with us.
How does everyone react to that? Oh, snap.
I quite like Del. Del, don't leave. You've saved me like 4 times.
Well, because he keeps saying that he got what he came here for, so why doesn't he do anything else? So she's like, you got what you came here for.
So I guess Del will try and go out the back door.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Just
Is anyone going? So we're doing a split part situation. Is anyone going with Del? Robin was like, I wish Del to remain. It's to the point where she would go with Del.
I would try to stop him.
All right, go ahead. Try stop him.
Like, we can't split. You don't even have a drinking buddy. We need to stick together.
well, I'm rather fond of living in at this moment at least. I have a nice payday. I just don't think it's going to be successful trying to release this creature that we have very little actual information about and then making it out alive. That is
Don't even know if we can release the creature. Let's just stick with them up until things go tits up, and then if you still want to leave and take your gold, then you can do that.
Fine, Robin. I come back and
How does it feel? How does it feel getting persuaded for once?
Oh!
Don't say that.
No, it's all.
She's like, I don't
Everything's
think-
canon.
I throw Robin a jug of wine or like a wineskin. It's like drinking buddy, and then
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, sure. I'm gonna pretend to drink it. I do maybe need to do a very accurate portal in a second. So.
Go ahead and roll performance.
I believe.
Yeah, it looks realistic. It's like portal. It's like
Definitely.
right here over the shoulder.
I wonder how much alcohol she gets on her back that accidentally just like goes over her shoulders, just like start trickling down. Like, well,
Okay, so how does Alexa? So Del was left. Robin talked to Del. Del and Robin come back. Alexa.
yes.
you're up.
Oh.
What do you think? How do you feel about this?
Oh, how do I feel about it?
How do you react to this?
To the fact,
Because
like,
you just said, you got your money, there's the door, he left and came back.
yeah. So, are you going to help us?
For now.
All right.
So
For now.
Ozzy looks at Alexa as like, he's a hired mercenary, Alexa. Not everyone has such high moral codes.
I know, and if they don't, and this is dangerous for them, I'm not saying they need to stay here for it, which is my point.
Ozzy's like, I got my weapon.
Yeah, like, you got your weapon.
Speaking of which, Ozzy, I think I am owed some gold.
You just
Ozzy's like, you give me a good point. Can I see all the money that you took from my vault? I'll pay you.
What
in
money?
debt. He punches. Actually, he attacks Dell at that point.
Yeah, I feel like Ozzy's.
Wait, can I deception him?
Everyone saw you pick up gold.
Yeah, it's like we all saw
20
you
minutes.
just like
20 minutes of it.
Oh shit! You might just die.
this might I don't think you can Jedi mind trick. These are not the coins.
Oh no. Oh no.
Aptios, you might be getting that bag sooner than you thought.
God.
Yeah.
Just loot Dell's body.
Okay, how much health do you have?
I have 30.
Okay, so you lose 24 points of health as he takes his pickaxe and drives it straight through your shoulder. Just
Ooh.
takes one end and just starts driving it through to the end and looks at you and says, now you get nothing and I'm taking all your fucking money.
Oh.
And he then grabs the pull end and starts twisting it around. Or do you want to talk about this a bit more?
So I have to give him all my money now?
All of it.
Unless you want him to kill
Unless
you.
you want,
like,
I mean,
he
you have an
looks
option.
really
You
close
can
to
you can say no or do something different, but you're not in a good place.
Is everyone just else just fine with Dell being slightly murdered? Robin would not be fine.
Yeah,
with
like
Dell being
so there
slightly-
are reactions to this
Happened.
because he said that and then he just took his new weapon and did a trial run on Dell's torso.
As a weird side note, what is this weapon doing? Is it
So
doing any magical?
that's,
You're
so fucking evil, Alexa. Yeah. So this thing went through his shoulder like it was a knife through butter, and there are like veins of red glowing throughout all of it, like it is what you'd imagine an explosion looks like.
Can I do an Arcana check on what exactly it's actually doing?
Yeah, do an Arcana check.
We're just experimenting.
So
No, it's
Alexa's
more-
observing, Captios is getting information. Robin, I think you're the most emotionally invested that Dell's not losing like 2/3 of his torso. What is Robin doing?
Or Sin.
Or, well, I don't know if Sin would
What?
be surprised.
Oh yeah, it's like you pissed off Ozzy. You pissed off him.
Arcana. Yeah, this thing looks like it's about, it has a lot of energy that's about to be released like a powder keg.
At that point, I'm gonna be like, Dale, it is going to kill you if you do not give your money to him right now. Like, trust me, it's going to kill you.
5, 4, 3,
Yeah,
I cast Sanctuary on myself.
2, okay, 1. Dell, you're going to roll a new character.
He actually,
Oh,
You
no.
cast Sanctuary as he has this thing in your torso, and you do not drop the money. You cast Sanctuary, and when he pulls it in, he just holds it, and from this shoulder to your hip explodes, including where your head's at.
Oh,
So
because this spell
motion-
doesn't protect you from area effects.
Yeah, so what's
Such as
left of Dell's
explosion.
body falls backwards.
okay, so I'm
So
dead.
you're dead unless someone finds a way of resurrecting you. Yeah, so have a character in backup.
Okay. I am dead. Congrats, Captain. Go with the bag.
I'm
And then
just
Ozzy's just like
scared out of my
covered in
goddamn
blood,
mind.
and then just takes this pickaxe and puts it back on his shoulders. Any other negotiations we need to talk about?
Everyone's just scared as fuck right now.
Yep, like yeah, just don't. No.
So how does Sin react to this? Because I mean,
God.
that's. Well, let's see. Who here is fortified against something as macabre as that? I don't feel like Robin is. So Robin, I need a wisdom saving throw versus fear.
I just literally murdered Dell. I made him come back.
You did. You made him come
did.
back.
You literally- Oh, God.
I'm looking
I
out for
was
myself.
rubbing
Shit. Pop.
He could have left with all the money.
Yep. You could have left with all the money. You convinced a man to come back, and he got him killed. So go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw for fear.
Yeah, fear would be a strong.
I feel as though Alexa and Sin have both been through literal hell. Captius
Yeah.
has had to deal with a devil. Solus at one point was Nova. Icarus is weird. So that's just really Robin. And Robin's fine.
Well,
So.
What is Icarus doing when he sees this?
I mean, surprisingly, he's not all that like surprised. He's
What's
like,
interesting though is he didn't break him,
did he?
right?
I
Well,
don't know.
because
He's
he
in
would
a
have
lot of
gone.
pieces. He's in a lot of.
Oh,
He's in a lot of pieces.
He's
like,
in a lot of bits. I don't really. It's like.
I mean,
oh.
to help you visualize this, shoulder blade to hip is gone.
well, we've seen him break like plants, and we've seen him break other things.
But you
right?
haven't seen him break
And
a
that-
humanoid.
Mm,
Oh God.
fair.
I got pulped.
Yeah.
So you guys better loot me.
well,
It's like,
no,
oh.
not the first thing on my mind.
Yeah. So
Ozzy, you can have all of it. Like,
It was like, go right ahead. You do your thing.
this is
Us.
all your stuff, Ozzy.
Ozzy is like, that's right. He picks up the money and he leaves the books. So I mean, he's no longer carrying that.
Oh.
He's just taking the money.
Okay.
Ozzy, do you mind if I take these books?
Sure.
There's
That-
40 of them.
But is there someone now strong enough to like carry them that gives a shit? This thing is just Sin right now.
Sin, can you carry books, please?
Yeah, I don't want to.
Please.
Just until we,
might be
get
able
to
to-
the next.
We can use it to maybe save forward.
Fine.
Okay, as your DM, choices here. Like save your forward. Dell just died.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of the,
Not we can use this to buy a resurrection spell. For, just
well, because the
carry
books
on.
are knowledge versus like resource.
That's
I think,
fine.
That's
right?
a fair
It's
point.
fine.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
You could sell books.
You could use the gold to resurrect him. Like Dell is dead in the sense that his body is fucking giblets, but like
because he's like
Oh, can-
exploded. Can we even resurrect him at this point though?
it's a higher level
Also-
spell. But yes, it starts
Oh,
becoming a
interesting.
problem when you have less and less of your body.
Okay.
Would we have to take his body with us?
Bits of death.
We'd have to take all the
Yeah.
bits with us.
So
Yeah, you have to
Sid
take
walks
only
over.
some, which I feel as though
It's okay.
The
It's
acad-
okay, guys.
I mean it's okay, but what would the characters do?
Yeah, like it's one thing like you might say it, but like what would we do in character?
Yeah, I know that Alexa's like the greater good, so I don't expect her to give too many fucks. I don't expect Sin to give a fuck. Robin, I feel, may, however. Captius, I feel, may.
Yeah.
And they understand how resurrection works.
So we can resurrect him, guys. I could create my disc. We can put them on the disc.
Ugh.
Put all the
Someone
books
have
on
a
the disc,
shovel?
and we can continue on.
We can't.
I'm going to pick up one of his arm.
So his arm that's left, because it's like still kind of attached here, so it's kind of like sinewy. So like,
Yeah.
so you like, it's still attached to parts of his torso. So how do you address that situation? And you can just take.
I rip it
All right, so
Oh God! Just like
just
I got an arm.
draw and quarter a Dell. Got it. So you have Dell's arm.
Don't give me that look, Captios. Look, my point is.
It's like, give me a hand.
Alexa looks at Sin like poor taste, Sin. Poor taste.
point-
Like that's
My point is, we're gonna have to bring all these little pieces with us, carry it through this vault. The arm's still in my hand, by the way.
Good.
That is a lot of things that we need to worry about while trying to birth this weird bubble person in the other room and escape here without us not dying as well. I don't. You guys are asking for a lot.
By the way, Rob and Captius are like, this is a horrible level of resurrection. You're looking at the spell Resurrect, level 7. So that's
Oh shit!
And we need
That's
somebody
an
to do
expensive.
it.
If you can
Yeah,
find someone
that's always
that can do
super
it.
expensive.
Only person that we know that could get us this is Jacob White, probably.
That you
Right.
know of. Maybe
know
Paolo. But yeah.
Oh, good. Like, I drink. Wait, so he died in your fault. Would you like to resurrect him?
But the things you also know is that it consumes the material component is only 1,000 gold. It's the person that will do it and can do it is gonna be a problem.
Yeah.
And you have, if you wish to resurrect Del, he can be dead no more than a century. So you do have, I guess, time on
Plenty
your
of
hands
time.
depending on
Yeah.
how you look at that. Yeah.
And do we need his whole body for that spell?
No.
Okay.
Oh, really?
It's a dead creature that's been dead for no more than a century that didn't die of old age and is not undead. That has a free and willing soul that wishes to return to life.
Interesting.
It closes all mortal wounds and restores any missing body. No, you need his full body. My bad. Yeah, you need to take the cadaver with you.
So,
But it says
oh,
it
you do
restores
need
all
to-
missing parts.
Oh,
You just
that's
need one
true.
part.
Yep.
I
So I
take
mean,
an
like,
ear?
no one here has actually seen a resurrection of that level, so you're kind of hoping that he'll just like regenerate from his arm if you do that. So none of you are
But
high level
we would have
clerics
read about
or
it, right?
druids.
Like, we would have read about people being resurrected from their ear
Yeah.
or from, like...
You make a good point, Captio. So yeah, you could resurrect him with just the arm. He'll come back with just the arm. Well, he'll come back with more than just like a sentient arm. He'll come back as a devil.
Well, okay.
All right. I guess we're taking this arm with us.
Yeah, I guess so.
Guys, loot my body.
His spirit loot my body.
Okay, cool. So, as
might-
Captios is like stuffing as many of the books, there's like tons of books. He's not going to get all of them, but he's just like,
Books.
he's like, okay, so what's next? Like, we have the arm, we can like resurrect him. Great. Are we birthing this motherfucker or not? Like, he just.
Alexa looks for. So she sent Nuru out like to
Emotions.
come back to see if we know where the exit is, kind of thing. Like, because I'm assuming he's in our plan of birthing a thing and knowing how to get out.
So Nuru does come back with the scouting report,
Mm-hmm.
being that once you get past the bend, there is a longer tunnel that is just free and clear to get that to the end of where there is light outside.
Okay, so if we do a portal across and then run, we may be okay.
Yeah. Like those golems could follow you, but
Well, I think the idea was if we portal across, maybe they won't get activated.
yeah, like drawing that assumption. I'm saying if they do get activated, they can chase you.
Okay.
Like it's not like a tight corridor. Like they could march out.
Are they the size, the columns? Because I'm assuming some turn on and some don't, but we don't know. Are they the size of the ones in the room right outside of the vault room, or are they the size of like the first one that we encountered? That was a little
They're
bit
not the
smaller?
mini golems. No, they're the
Okay.
regular size golem / statues.
The big ones, did they seem to move slow or fast?
There wasn't a whole lot of room, and you levitated one,
We did levitate
Yeah.
one.
so you don't have a good judge of that.
Okay.
All right,
All
so are
right.
we doing this, guys, or not?
Yep. And like Alex kind of looks at like, Ozzy, are you okay with that? Just like the idea of like, you can.
As his like bloods and like a little bit of like ichor just like
Right.
falls off like a chicken cutlet, and he's looking
He's a
at
Del.
it's a Del cutlet.
Oh, God.
Looks all
I
like
haunt him.
looks at Alexa with what? With getting the guy out of the sure, why the hell not?
Okay. Like, cause like it's one of those things like you know that someone is powerful, but then when you see them just explode a
Yes.
person, you're like, I'm gonna run things past you first before I do anything, so you don't just explode me.
As he feels pretty
All
good
right.
about himself. It's like, it's right. Now that you all recognize me as your king, we can continue.
Ugh.
Just-
He just kept like, I forgive that. Peasant. Just walks out ahead.
All right, let's go do this.
Okay.
Soulless
Can I haunt Ozzy?
I mean, sure. You absolutely can haunt him.
As a side note, I'm assuming someone looted Dell's body.
So far, no one has said that they've looted shit other than books from Dell's body.
Alexa will loot Dell's body. I guess.
So you
Because
pick
no
up.
one else is doing it, and she can at least find stuff.
So that's sans the money. That would be all of his inventory, because his inventory is fine. Like his backpack for this part wasn't as fuckered. Just as giblets.
I have 7 gems. I have the magical bag, the magical shield, the magical sword, mithril full plate, splint armor, and then basic adventuring stuff. And then I have a holy symbol that's like the oak leaves.
Okay. And she looks at like the shield and the sword and like, this could maybe be used to help bring him back. Like here, because like no one really uses a sword and shield other than him. So it's like, if you wanted stuff that could maybe get the money for it, this may work.
So as you do that, Ozzy's like, bury him with it! And just marches on.
Okay.
That's how I want to go, buried with my stuff.
All right. And now we're going into the room.
Go, I'll montage it over.
Someone just exploded in front of our faces. They're
Assume Robin's still
traumatizing.
holding the wineskin that Del gave him. She's gonna drink it.
It's like, F for respects.
What's it? Pour one out. Just pour it.
I'll bring the dead Del with us. I'm gonna take this aura off though.
Can you make it like translucent, like a ghost almost?
Yeah, I think I can. Let me see.
How many
Make it gray.
inspirations do we have, just mechanically?
I have one.
thanks.
So we got a lot. Yeah, we've got a shit ton. So this is probably the right time to use it.
And I've got my 20 portent. So,
Okay.
just as a heads up.
God, we already had one death. We got maybe the rest of us won't die. We know don't piss off Ozzy. We have learned that.
It's been in effect for a long time now.
It has. It
But, like,
has, but
to
it's been like
see it is a-
solidified.
Yeah.
like when you
Yeah.
see it, you're like, oh
You
no.
mean knowing versus believing, which is the
Yep.
whole. Yeah, okay. I get it.
So he was somehow in a worse mood after getting his weapon. I don't understand.
Alex just looks at Rob like, just don't question it. Just don't. Everything's fine. We're good. We're doing good. We're just gonna keep looking at the weapon. Like we're ready to keep going, and it's gonna be fine.
The best part was I was being sarcastic towards Ozzy.
I think Ozzy gets
He
sarcasm.
does it.
I don't think.
Okay. Put on the tinfoil boots.
Okay,
Put him in.
they're a bit sticky, but
What language is the writing on the
celestial.
Captios, do you speak Celestial?
It's a good question. Let me check.
I'm just going back to Banana Soup Skybeam.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm just like, do you speak
Hey, man. I tried, all right? That's all that matters. sometimes.
Skyman.
I speak... No, but I can cast tongues.
Don't
and I can then
worry.
speak it.
Alexa
Okay.
speaks Celestial. I was just double checking to be like, maybe have Alexa say it.
All right. And I take off the boots. I'm like, Alexa, they're all yours.
Okay. So then Alexa
Actually,
goes.
Arcana, can Alexa even cast this spell? Like, is this something that
she should-
anyone can cast?
As long as she has access to magical reserve, she should be okay. Most of it comes
Okay.
from the artifact.
Cool.
You may want to be ready with Tensor's disc in case
You're right.
his legs aren't ready.
All right.
So like maybe put it like right in front, so like whatever happens, he might like spill out into it. So then if you can hold him.
Yep. All right.
This is like a weird birthing thing. It's happening.
It's a ritual.
How long does it take?
Can we just 10 minutes? Can we just like wait 10 minutes?
That's fine.
And
For this,
an
yeah.
angry vault, your alert level is 8, by the way. Of
I'm
possibly
still
11.
monitoring for teleportations.
Oh, yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Just in case any of that pops.
Uh,
Do we have another option? Sin, I think. But so the problem is, if we don't have the disc, if we take him and he can't use his legs because we don't know how strong his
Yep.
muscles are right now, it's going to slow us down.
yeah.
So
You want me to
it's 10 minutes now or
Forever
danger in
later.
the future.
As Sin carries all these books, she's now like your pack mule.
Because then you can also put the stuff on the tensor system. I think we have to risk it and take the 10 minutes
All right.
for now versus more danger later.
4 books? Or
No, for him.
For the human. The tensor's
Unless
disc
we
is
can drop. Unless you're saying, Sin, drop the books, carry the
Yeah.
human. All right, done.
What?
Let's fucking do that.
Couldn't you just use the floaty disc?
No,
That's
I don't
the-
have it
Yeah.
prepared.
Yeah, it's like the problem is like the disc isn't prepared, so it's either see if Sin carries the teenager, would she then be encumbered? Like where she would get slow in pace, like be dragging someone? I think that's the concern, is the weight difference.
So Sin, as a crazy strong tiefling, can carry all of the equipment that you've garnered so far, including all of your research books, or the kid. I would like to point out that just because it's awkward, not because he's heavy. He
Okay.
doesn't look like he is the heaviest being. So what is everyone's strength that is not Sin?
Low.
Yeah, because then we can maybe like put out the books. My strength is 11. What's Solus's strength? Can she also carry stuff?
Yeah, she's like around a 10 or 12 too. Like Solus will be willing to help. Like she's all for that.
Okay, so if we have, so I guess the idea is if we try to separate out the books amongst us, how many books can we carry, and like not have Sin? So that
Do we still get to keep our 11 questions? That's really what's good, right? Because like, one of these books comes from that. Mechanically, this is what I'm thinking. So, because what I don't want is to lose all the books and then we lose
our
all of
questions.
our
You
ability
would
to have a
lose all
research.
of your both the research questions from the basic ones, and I'd say like you're getting advanced questions out of the study, like very hard to find or very lore specific or Jacob plot specific questions, and then you have very like just shit about Arhor'ha with the general ones.
Got it. All right, guys, we got to make a decision because, yeah.
well, I think what Buck is saying is that it's not necessarily the weight that's the problem; it's the awkwardness of carrying a human.
Right. So
Yeah.
like
I
Sin
don't-
has both a weight and a quantity problem, but she's not the only person who can carry and or move things.
What about
Solus is
Ozzy? Or
You,
Solus?
go ahead. I would like to like to know how
Yeah.
you would like to propose Ozzy, who just
No.
exploited somebody, to go.
I'm just trying to think of who's strong enough.
He also looks terrifying. I'd like to point out he's covered in blood.
Are you saying one of us, because do you think Solus would be able to carry the teenager?
Yes, like
Why don't you guys just
On our
split the
back.
books and just have me carry it?
All right.
Because it's an awkwardness thing, not a weight thing. And also the books have knowledge.
No, I'm saying you guys carry books and I'll carry the boy.
Okay. So it goes back to, if we do that, can we divvy the books amongst everyone?
sure. Since we're getting stuck on this, I'll give you two
Yeah.
very like A/B choices.
Okay.
Sin can carry the books. Sin can carry the person and will not change your movement. Everyone except for Sin can carry books, and their movement is reduced by 10. 2 people can carry the person that is not Sin, and their movement is reduced by 10. So that's how you can
Got
address books, either with Sin or not Sin, and human, and Sin can carry the human without encumbrance either the books or the human. Noid.
Brilliant.
Okay.
So then the problem is, yeah, so I think Tensor's Disc, I think, is the smarter option, because it's either deserting all of this information, which will let us know what Jacob Boyd is up to and more information on what's going on here,
Yeah.
Or, ironically, we just leave the boy. Motherfucker.
which I don't want to leave the boy.
Yeah, neither does
Just as a
Tapia.
side question, how big is the disc?
Big enough to carry a person. It's like
Big enough to carry forwards. So it's pretty sizable, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
we've been
so
using it
it's
to
a
carry
pretty
a huge
massive thing.
warforged.
So what
Yeah.
you're saying is it's definitely not getting through a portal.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Probably not the Eco Portal.
Yeah.
All
It's
right.
not halfling
well,
size, that's
we're-
for sure.
So then,
All right. Be up the books. Sin, you're carrying the person. Let's do this. I think that's
okay.
right. That's got to be like the strategy. We have one of two things if we're taking both.
Yeah.
yeah, okay. Let's divvy up the books and have Sin carry the person.
Okay.
Gosh, imagine if we just had another person to carry the books.
Right?
Yeah.
Imagine if we had someone that was also strong.
Ozzy looks at
That could-
Ozzy. Go ahead and looks at Robin. Got something you want to say?
Nope.
All right.
Like, no.
Can I get you anything, Master?
Wine!
Oh, I'm gonna turn him into an alcoholic just by haunting him.
Good.
All
I
right,
conjure
let's
him
do
a
this.
trophy.
It's conjured him into every best ever. The best around. Just keeps on. There's a circle. No one's gonna ever keep you down.
All right, so then Alexa puts on her weird foil boots
Foil
and
boots, love it.
recites the phrase on the thing.
Okay, so you recite the phrase. Go ahead and make it up. It's celestial, which is very
Like
Latin, or a notion,
right?
but no one has to say a notion, so Latin works just fine.
All right, so look at it and say ad vitam,
Ad vitam.
which means bring to life,
Bring to life.
by the way.
Said very Evanescent style. Got it.
Mhm.
So you ad vitam, and you see that the water in this orb swirls around, and the person there is like gets swirled around and tossed around very slowly at first, then very violently, like in a
Okay.
whirlwind,
Uh-huh.
until
Just shoot out like a magic.
no, then it's like the pressure goes to one side. He just like ends up being like pushed through like cellophane for a bit, and then
Mhm.
gets pushed through the membrane. So there's not water doesn't like seep out and go crazy, but he comes out like wet, and it's like a wet turd out of a side, just.
God. All right.
All right, let's move.
Alexa looks us in like,
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'll go and pick up the kid.
All right, you pick up the kid, and he was in water, so his lungs are full of water. So Sin, the first thing you pick him up is he like discharges his
water.
lungs of this water all over you. Like
Yuck.
Nice. Okay, that's.
Prestidigitation.
Is he
I'm gonna
dying?
clean her up.
he's breathing air for the first time.
yeah, it's like
No, I know, but I'm saying Sin's saying that. out
Yeah.
loud.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Is he dying?
throw up water at you. Is this birth? Is this life?
Like,
Afterbirth.
Is this birth?
Very nutritious.
Yeah, just lazily grabs one of Sin's horns, which is the recurring theme for the session, evidently. Just dry heaves from his lungs for a bit.
All right, we gotta go. We gotta
I'm
Yep.
gonna put him on my back, like a
backpack, like a human
piggyback
backpack.
ride. Yeah.
Yeah. Like fireman's carry? Like
Cool.
Yep, and
Oh,
then we
yeah.
run.
like anime style. How about that? When people like do a
Yes.
piggyback. Yeah. All right. Well, threat
Then
level
running
midnight.
also with our hands behind our back, just like this.
Fuck off.
Then running like a student.
We are fighting dreamers.
All right. So you guys do that, and you can definitely tell things are quite angry as the whole entire
Yep.
place is shaking, like in an Indiana Jones movie.
Uh-huh.
Where do you go from there? Do you guys start at the front door, the back door?
We're going out the front door.
Yeah.
All right. So the second you get who's the first person to go there?
Wait, to which? Oh, out the
Front door.
So I know we were doing the portal, so we need to have, I imagine Ozzy, because Ozzy's just out there. But then Alexa kind of would be running and keeping monitor of like anything changing, so they know what to get out of. And then Robin needs to be pretty close to cast the portal
All right. Wow.
through the statues.
I feel like Ozzy at this point has got like big swinging happiness right now, so he's all.
Oh yeah,
about
he's like ready to
numbers.
kill stuff. He's like this is what I feel like he's here for. He's like, yes, please activate more so I can kill things.
All right, so Ozzy will turn the corner, and these things are let's get you all there. Who's behind Ozzy?
Where are we here? I think Alexa and Robin would be, because Robin needs to cast the portal.
Okay.
Alexa be in front because she knows how squishy Robin is.
I'm after Alexa. Or is it, yeah, Sin in the back, I guess, or you want to be in front? Sin, where would you have been?
I mean, I'd be following everybody out from the door because I just picked the kid up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
that's
she'd be in
fair.
like the middle
Alright.
somewhere because we don't want her to get like attacked and then killed. Thing like, we saved him.
Sounds good. Then I'm bringing up the rear.
That actual Pangra is like, what are you guys
Pangra's like-
doing?
Don't forget about me.
All right, so roll initiative. Let's see. We have I wouldn't say such a small group, but the group is small enough that just one initiative group will do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Okay, so do we just need whoever has the lowest initiative?
I have a 2.
Robin, what do you have?
I have a 3.
3. Okay, so then yeah, Captios would be you. So then when Sin and I are together, I think Sin, you have a 2.
Hmm.
They roll it.
Yeah, roll a 10.
I have a 3. And
Oh, you have a 3. Okay. You're like, oh yeah, we have the same. I remember that was always we would trade off and on.
All right, so you guys step out, and it's several of them turn their stone heads, and then their stone bodies, and they're coming towards you. That said, you do go before them.
Hey, Robin.
Well, I'm gonna ignite the torch, ignite the wand again, scratch it like a match, have all the sparks flying out of it, and start carving a very shaky, because she's kind of terrified, circle.
Look at my circle.
There's absolutely no pressure on her right now.
Yeah.
And I will carve it into the floor so that we can hop in rather than having to crawl through.
Okay.
I'll
And you want to
make-
put it as far out then that you can draw a
Yeah.
line?
As,
That's-
as far into
your
that
fingers
curve as I
finger.
can see.
Got it.
Finger's confused and wants answers.
He was trying to open a door.
Ah, he doesn't have Clyde. Clyde has the good door opening abilities.
Yeah, not Panicker. He's getting frustrated. All right, so you create this portal. It goes as far out, which you can see the portal on the other side where it's around the bend, which puts a fair amount of distance between the furthest golem and the group.
I imagine we all pile through and run.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna lead the way, hop through.
All right, you hop through. We don't have to do combat at that point. So everyone hops on through, which takes very little amount of their movement, and starts
It's like, fuck this.
skididdling their way. The bend shows a little bit across, away from the vault itself. It's very cavernous at this point, not as masons, not as stone walled. The ground itself becomes very quickly to dirt. And after a bit of running, of which the golems are not able to catch up, they do thump, 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 thump against you like a gigantic ball trap. It's going, but you make it, and you find the daylight of these just as savage Arhor'ha wilderness and the front gates with your books, Fatel's arm,
Oh, sorry, like we got an arm.
some magical equipment.
Still there.
Icarus and the chimeras remained within, and once you make it to like a tree line area, a good chance to stop. Keep in mind, Ford's still on the back.
Yeah, we gotta go get Ford.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys have made it out. This is all theater of the mind at this point. You have now left the vault. Welcome to the savage wilderness near the vault.
And Alexa kind of looks to Sin like we have to go grab Ford.
Like right now, those things, that entire vault is just like.
No, like go around. We have
I know, but like, that's like a huge. I don't know.
how far away would it be like to get to Ford from there?
Yeah.
Take a few minutes. You have to circle around.
Yeah, I would rather us get him than having people come around and find him and get him back to Jacob's custody.
Yeah, that's right. We need the disc for that though, right?
We do. Let's find him first and cast the disc
Okay. Yeah, let's
and
go.
then get to safety. Like get him, get the disc, find a safe spot.
Get
Okay.
out. Yeah.
So that's what I imagine, unless Robin
That's what I'm doing too.
Captios. Yeah, I'm like, unless can Solus, do you mind carrying Captios while he casts the spell? Because I don't think he can cast a spell while he's walking, but if he can cast it while we're going there.
Doesn't quite work that way.
Oh.
Like how ritual works. Think of like Harry Potter with a few of those things, like a long.
Oh, we're just
ritual.
like, we're
Can you
running and
imagine
Captios is sitting there like, hold up, let me.
Yeah.
for a spell? Yes, like for a full-on 10-minute ritual. No.
There, okay. I was trying to find a workaround.
Can you just do part of your ritual, like prepare part of
You
it?
get like,
Start of it. Yeah,
can
yeah,
you
Can you
start
be
it
like-
out and then
Do the bellows, get the forge hot enough before you? Yeah, no, that won't work.
Cool. So I guess that's what we're doing.
Yep.
Okay. All right. The party makes their way around the side of the wilderness. It's way past midday at this point. It's surprising you're only in there for a short amount of time. It feels like it's been weeks, but it's only been a handful of hours tops.
Probably like 4 weeks we've been in there.
It's been an hour. It feels like a month. Not great. It's been hours. Sun hasn't even set yet. The wilderness is still very angry, and you find Ford where you put like a camo net over him, effectively, just where you left him. He's he's always wanted to be a stealth rock. You guys made him one. He's doing a good job of it.
Mm-hmm.
You find him there, and then the ritual begins.
Oh, I don't like the way you say that.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, and then the ritual, like, what? Why?
Never
Why?
ends.
And then the vault.
Okay.
Whatever this is called.
And then the vault becomes
Yeah.
the Warforged
Voltron?
that it was meant to be.
Turns out we never left the vault. This is all like, all just
Like
hallucination.
Attack on Titan vault style. Just
oh my god, that'd be awesome.
no. I think that Trey has that covered with like ships that become Voltrons. Not at Buck's table. Not until season 10. Okay, so you guys, we're now gonna have to use this area for more shenanigans. I'm gonna take this creepy face out because, yeah. You start maybe 3 minutes into this ritual. So you're not even halfway done the ritual. Alexa, when you spot a group of armed humanoids patrolling,
Shit.
how do you react to such a situation?
And we can't. Well, first I'm gonna let people know. Like, shit.
How many do you see?
You
How many do I see?
8. Pretty hefty, well-armored, well-armed group of humanoids.
Is this supposed to be like the woods?
Yeah, you're in the woods now.
Okay.
I imagine that
Okay.
you guys weren't like, hi, I'm just going to stand out in the open and...
Right, yeah, like we're trying to hide a little.
I'm haunting Ozzy.
Haunting Ozzy.
So,
Drink more wine. It's full
so we
of
have-
antioxidants.
so the questions I have, like, we could make Ford invisible so they can't find him, and then go someplace that we can hide, because we can't pick up Ford
Yeah.
without that disc. We're not, none of us are strong enough. So we can make him invisible and try to like hide ourselves. I don't know what other like, Robin, what kind of things do you have? Anything that might help in this situation?
She's just gonna sort of shake her wand and it's just gonna sputter. It's got nothing. I've got no
So-
juice left.
Can I do insight and see if that would be a good idea to make him invisible and for us to get to a better place of concealment? Like, would our sound attract them over here anyway if we were to make him invisible and then try to like sneak out?
Yeah, go ahead and roll insight to do a sanity check against that plan.
Could we distract them? Like, I don't know.
So at 18, you'd still, if you invisible the camo net situation, they probably won't find it. Like, it's a very heavily wooded area.
Mhm.
It's not a bad idea, but they're very likely looking for you. So it's less about Ford and more about how do you guys stay concealed against the patrol.
Gotcha. Yeah, like, so like this would help Ford, but would it help us?
Correct.
And invisibility, I have to double check and see. At higher level,
You can target more people. To be invisible.
1, but that's it.
Hmm.
So I can only go up to level 3, so I can only cast.
So you can
one
make
invisible
you can make
first.
2 people invisible. Okay.
Yeah.
I can stealth with my 20, so that again, mechanically, we do have a 24, so we can use that to our advantage in this situation.
And just make the 20. So we could stealth and then. Would anyone have an idea of how far out they would probably patrol? To where would be a good distance to know that we would be maybe out of their patrol range?
Anyone that has military tactics background as a soldier, perhaps? Think the one person that lost a third of his body.
The one person that we just have the arm. Let's talk to Dell's arm. If we were to go how far?
Oh God.
So in
With my
short,
arm.
you're a spy, not a military tactician. So they could do sweeps. They could do lots of things. They would not comb the entire wilderness. That's just silly talk.
Right. But they would probably go for a good distance.
Yeah. The concept of secure the perimeter comes to mind. That's about it. But what the perimeter is and how you do
We
that.
don't know.
Yeah.
Alex kind of goes to Ozzy. Ozzy, do you know of any safe place we can go so they can't find us?
Why are we worried about them finding us?
We could kill them. He has a point.
How many are there again?
8.
8.
Heavily armored, right, Buck?
Yes. They are not rabble. They
Yeah,
look
they're not just
professional
little.
soldiers.
They're not red shirts.
They are not red shirts. They are someone they send into a very angry vault, so they're not just people they conscripted for 2 gold.
Yeah, Ozzy. Learn how to pay your people right.
It's well, because if you fight them, they could kill us.
Maybe I kill you.
Yes.
How long does the invisibility last?
It'll last, I think, 10 minutes.
An hour.
An
An hour? An hour. Okay.
Okay,
You'll have to restart your ritual if you move.
which is fine. If I restart the ritual over outside and then come back,
Could she
Right,
invid
in an
Captios to
hour.
finish the ritual?
Well, the problem is we wouldn't be able to get away fast enough. It would take 7 more minutes for the ritual to be done.
Yeah.
At that point, they would have found us, and where would we go while he's casting it and then get back? It's a little bit of a rough.
I didn't know if you
Distance
could
location.
stealth him and, yourself or 2 targets, Ford and him, and then you guys run away or hide or do something and just...
Well, I think if we were to do that, that's what we're trying to figure out is where we would go. Because I think if we're going to invisible something, we'd have to find a safe spot, and that's why we're trying to figure out where that would be.
and I can't ritual something in stealth, right? That's not a.
It makes
Was
things
that an
harder. You'd have disadvantage at stealth. I'd give a failure chance to your ritual.
Ah,
So you can absolutely stealth. You'd stealth at disadvantage and have you do an Arcana check. Yeah, rituals are academic, the exact opposite of stealth. Yeah.
So I think we have A and B, it looks like. And so we can kind of do it to vote this way. A is invisible forward and stealth out probably as far as we can go, or as we think, just keep going out and try to be as stealthy as we can and hide until we think that they're kind of done and then go back for forward. Option B is still invisible forward, but then fight.
Against 8 people.
And Robin's out of juice.
Yeah, Robin's.
I can make tiny
and
ones.
I have not prepared any of my fighting
Thanks.
spells.
Yeah. So we're not right now really prepared to fight. I know Sin and Ozzy are, and Alexa would be fine because Eldritch Blast is a cantrip, but if I have to do anything higher, I would have used it to conceal forward. So we're kind of a little bit out of juice. So it'd really be 2 against 8. Maybe I'll consider Alexa 2.5 against 8.
Yeah.
You mean
Oh,
fireball,
leave
isn't it?
Well, I don't know if he has it prepared, is the problem. He doesn't have any of his.
Well, fireball's the cantrip.
Firebolt.
Oh, bolt is the cantrip. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So I was
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I had that. That's fine.
Yeah. So like maybe 3 then. So 3 against 8 is
Yeah.
rough.
We need to leave him. There's just no way. I think.
Okay, so use him and then stealth out as far as we can go, and maybe I can use Nuru as like a thing to kind of tell when it might be safe to go pick him back up.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll work.
Seems reasonable.
Okay, then that is our plan. We'll
Okay,
invisible
you've talked a lot, so what is your plan exactly?
to invisible forward,
Okay.
and then use the stealth that the 20, the important 20, as hopefully if we can use that for stealth for the group to go as far as we can. And I'm keeping like Nuru as like a outlook to see when it's safe to go get forward again.
Okay.
Watchbird.
Watchbird.
Yeah.
Watch.
Okay. So you don't have to roll because you get the portent. So you cast invisibility on Ford, which will last an hour.
hmm
You stealth out into
And he still has the. I want to also put. He still has the camouflage over him.
Yeah, when it's gone though, and they come back like, "Hey, was that rock there before?" There's that issue, but like,
Sure.
Yes.
you go out, you hang out. Nuru keeps an eye on. At this point, there's no problem like finishing the ritual out further out because it'll take a lot more 10 minutes to wait out this patrol. The patrol goes completely past where Ford is when Ford is invisible. An hour passes. The patrol's still patrolling.
Can we tell? Now that we have like idea where the patrol is, do we think we can go around and get forward now? Like, is there a way to maneuver around the patrol?
Yeah, so like with the patrol, after like the hour passes, it's not all 8. The patrol goes down to just a pair.
So then I would maybe suggest, since we know invisibility is going to go away and we have the disc, can we try to get back around and then pick up forward and go?
Not only that, like at this point, the patrols are like they're pacing like around. They're doing a walk around like guards.
Okay.
So you could even go as far as time it to try to get it without even running into them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see how well. First, Ford's heavy boy.
He is a heavy boy.
So who's putting him on the disc? And Captius has to be with you because it just has to remain with
Yep.
Captius.
Right. And Alexa will support the man while Sin, you're the strongest. I don't think Ozzy's going to be helping too much. So really it's Sin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll leave the person to Bubble Boy with you guys. Or whoever wants to.
This is Bubble Boy.
Bubble Boy.
Bubble boy.
Hey, Gyllenhaal.
I know there's like what is the name of the character in Bubble Boy? Because we're still
Jimmy.
What is it?
Jimmy.
Jimmy. All right, we got Jimmy here.
Good. Jimmy. It's a strong name.
Yeah.
His last name is McGill.
I think Livingston.
Oh,
He definitely is living. So Jimmy Livingston. I think that feels like the perfect fake name for this guy. Jimmy Livingston. All right. So Ford, he was this gigantic warforged. You guys, Captius goes out. Sin give me an athletics check, and also a stealth check to see how well Sin can do this without making a lot of ruckus of like construction hauling a warforge. So, okay. So the good news is that Captios and Sin are able to get over, and Sin is able to get Ford's what's left of Ford onto the Tensor's disc because he is very scrap metaled. And is Alexa with you, or Alexa in bird form like Nuru there?
Yeah, like Alexa, like she wants to keep far enough away that she's not visible by the guards, but she's kind of there also as a protection, like if she sees something, because she's perceptive, to give them a warning, like a heads up, like, hey.
So you're being a scout.
Yeah.
Okay. You absolutely see that Sin's efforts do not go unnoticed or unheard. As once Ford is on the disc, you notice the patrol is returning back the whence they came. They do not have visual on either of them, but they're returning to investigate the sound.
And Alexa will point and message at Sin, like, they know what you, like, they're coming to investigate. Move quickly, we need to get out of here.
I tell Captios that as well, in a whisper. We need to go, like now.
Guess we're going.
All right, run to book it. So any athletic checks to see you guys run back to the line with like Warforged in tow.
Luckily, the disc follows you.
Yeah, the disc follows you. So not Sin as natural athlete, no problems there. It's Captius I'm concerned about.
Can
Yeah.
Captios be carried on his own disc?
No. Well, technically, it's
You'd have to like.
Dust.
you end up moving him like the way you do levitate. Like it has to stay within a certain time. Place
Yeah.
again.
Okay.
You'd use like Sin as like a draft horse, which is let's just not go down there.
All right.
Oh my God.
Athletics, you said?
Athletics, yeah.
No,
You can do it,
All right.
Captios.
You can do it.
Might need someone's inspiration.
13.
Is that enough?
It's enough to get to the tree line.
Okay.
It appears that the guards are investigating the general vicinity of where Captios was, so you are in a kind of chase scene. Now, Sin is so far ahead that she does not need to do anything as you guys go through the thick of the woods. But it does not appear that they know where you're at. You can go quickly, you can go quietly, but the current state is guards are going towards your general vicinity and have not announced that they have found you.
I'm going to hold on to my inspiration, so don't worry if you guys just throw it out.
How
And that's
does
for Captios? Or...
the general vicinity of where both Sin and Captios were? Like, it appears they have spotted and heard the general ideas of movement in the woods, so they're going to investigate that.
Shit.
So I think quietly would be the smarter option.
Go quietly, you'll be going slower. Be going faster, going louder. Effectively, you're going to have a roll of stealth and athletics.
So the question, because they haven't found it, but they're going towards that area. If they were to run quickly, would they then follow that sound of them running quickly, or would they just assume it's in that same area?
They would follow the sound, which is the imprecise method.
Yeah.
But if you go too slow, they'll have visuals, and it'll be a very precise method.
Yeah. Okay. So then I guess quickly, because they could try to, but they might do it wrong. Whereas quietly, they still might see you.
Okay.
Yeah. just
Right?
keep
That makes
looking
sense.
at-
Cool.
Yep,
Quickly
so
it is.
Quickly it is. Captios, give me an athletics, and the stealth is at disadvantage.
Got it.
Do I need to roll?
You're ahead. I mean, if you want to.
Oh.
Like, if she's keeping pace, she doesn't need to roll anything.
I need
Okay.
that inspiration, guys.
Yeah. I'll give you my inspiration.
Okay. And go ahead and give the stealth. Which is at disadvantage.
You want to know what would have been nice here? Heroism.
All right, here we
Expeditious
go.
retreat.
Nice.
Oh, nice. You
Does-
need burn inspiration, though.
Captios.
Yeah.
Can
Sid,
someone
can you
else
burn
burn an inspiration?
because it's at disadvantage.
Oh,
so
fuck.
Sid,
Yes,
do you?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're just like trying to keep. as
Like, yeah, I'm
many
like
people-
the first roll matters if you burn inspiration to
Yeah.
keep it from being disadvantaged. Great. So you guys get out ahead of that, and you notice that the patrol guards continue for a little bit, but at a certain point they stop and they go back to the vault.
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys. Making you guys burn 2 inspirations, but it is
You
what
know,
it is.
that's what
Perform.
inspiration is
Probably
for.
the most
Also
successful
cool
stealth
things.
operation the party has ever done.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I approve of stealth javelin. 20s are not kind. All right, so we're going to call it a little early today as a result, because you're going to get out to the wilderness. You are out from imminent danger. You have Ford on a tensor's disc. You have Jimmy here.
Yep. You gotta.
You got Jimmy with
we need
you.
to get him clothes.
Yeah, he's
you
still
gotta-
he's a still very naked boy.
Gotta
I can,
Naked boy.
I can conjure him some shorts.
But then if you
Those
conjure
would be
anything
pink-
else, it's gonna go away.
Pink
You got
shorts.
shorts.
Pink shorts. All right. Jimmy
Damn it,
is
we could have taken Dell's clothes.
Oh
What
my
a-
god. No, I just imagine the time where like you conjure shorts and we don't get him any replacement shorts, and then we're like, all right, Robin, conjure something else. And so she like conjures something, and the shorts are gone all of a sudden. It's just like, oh no.
Well, we wouldn't be able to use his clothes, Dells, because
Yeah.
it's covered in blood and like he exploded
true.
and shit. And
Yeah, the visual is kind of like if someone just strapped
could've
like,
used my pants.
Could have used pants.
Yeah,
You could have.
yeah.
C4 to his shoulder and went click.
Got it.
I'll have to see if we have any extra clothes. Double check in our bags.
Just put them in my armor.
No,
Chafing.
More about like chafing, yeah.
Well, I don't know if you've heard of Adam and Eve. Could we do strategically placed leads? Just
How are you gonna attack?
on hopes and dreams. Just right. Really nice. Oh,
Cool. So you can handle those technical dilemmas in between session as you guys.
That's true. Text.
figure
We
out-
got a good stuff for text RP.
You do. Let's talk about your next objective. It's been a while since we went into that vault. Keep in mind, your original objective was that Ozzy was looking that the group and himself be armed to go ham on the Black Dragon's lair.
Yes.
The party was getting armed to be prepared so that they could take care of Shirley, those are both west. And is that still the goal / direction you're taking as things have happened? You now have Jim. You have a dead Dell.
Arm of Dow.
You have Arm of Dell. So there are changes from your original plan, or there are things that could change your original plan. What is your next course of action?
I know for Alexa, that's still the goal because while, yes, Jacob is a very big concern and we need to worry about him, Shirley can create the disease again and kill hundreds of people. So that's still a very important thing in her mind, to take care of Shirley. So that's where Alexa stands.
So I'm not sure that the party is a dictatorship. Although,
Right, so it's like
I mean,
like, that's where she
Ozzy may
is. Where
feel
are you
differently
guys?
about that situation, but like Alexa's thoughts and feelings and direction is, I want to go continue on and address the Shirley situation. Where's Sin stand?
I don't know. Like with everything we found out about Jacob, him like ascending to like this like crazy thing. That's really concerning. He's like
It's
a
all
bad dude.
concerning.
Yeah. And because we have Jim with us, that puts a target. Like I don't. Ooh.
Is
I don't know
Jim a
what
new
we-
NPC?
He will be a new NPC. Yeah. Jim.
I don't know what
Jim.
what we're gonna do with him. That's my thing. We'll just be like, come on with us to this Black Dragon's lair, and I just don't know. It just is kind of, I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah.
It sounds like something we should go and like just report to the Candles and maybe just hand Jim over. I don't know if hanging about with this person who doesn't even know most of the English language is just lugging him around with us doesn't sound too wise.
As a thing, how would Alexa think the Candles would handle this situation?
Well, in a perfect world, a cell that's responsible for handling this, because keep in mind, the world is not a fair or just place at all.
Right.
And Jacob has quite a bit of power. So it's less about like who you can trust to do specific things. What exactly would you be reporting Jacob is doing?
Well, because like my concern is they would just destroy him because he is a threat.
So that is one very possible outcome.
Yeah.
A
and so that's
candle
what,
like Praxis, who is very like purge the heretics, would be like, great, well he's a mistake and an abomination, so we'll just fix the problem with fire. There are more academics that are like more on the Captios, like Robin's side, saying, well, this is property, it's a homunculus, so let me return it to the rightful owner who owns the homunculus.
What would happen if I were to report his existence to Clyde?
Clyde would probably protect him.
And maybe keep him with his family?
Probably, yeah. He'd
So I
probably
think-
live with the Masons for a bit.
I think that might be the better choice because she knows Clyde. So she kind of would know how he would react, because there is the fact of if you just reach out to the Candles as a general existence, there's an unknown, but she understands Clyde, and Clyde seems to want to protect good, and she doesn't think that he would destroy him.
A professional assassin, John Wick. That's a great place to put Jimmy.
He's an assassin. It's fine.
Capios's worry is that Jacob has inside guys, right? He knew that Alexa was compromised. He has, like, there are people in the candles that are working for Jacob for all intents and purposes. And
so, and I know Alexa trusts Clyde. Like, of the people that Alexa really, like, she kind of knows.
So it's kind of like, I'm going to report this to the cops, and you find out the cops are crooked. It's like that. You should report this to the cops. You should call Arhor'ha 911. As long as you don't get Officer Jimbo, he will go ahead and clean up the mess.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think that at least is what Alexa would suggest doing, is she can reach out to Clyde to help take care of him and, you know, shelter him. Because she feels like he has kids, so, like, raising him, he's already kind of prepared.
Another child.
It's like, got another child. All right, let's just...
The spin-off with, like, Maple and Anne, and now with Jim.
No, Jim, just hanging out. We have this naked guy, and I don't know what he's doing here.
He needs an adult. Okay.
Yeah,
so that's the answer to your question for that.
Yeah, so, like, if Rob's going to say, like, hey, we should do this, Alexa would suggest Clyde.
Okay. Definitely something worth taking up in text repeat, but as your DM, that helps me understand where to go from there.
Yeah.
So if the intent is to hand him over or coordinate with Clyde and have him in the care of, like, a foster family, like the Masons? Okay.
Yeah, I think that'd be the smartest given the situation that we're in, because it's such high danger.
Yeah.
Putting him into a safe environment, because we can't really just, like, let's just settle here and raise him and make him be okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Getting Alcina angry sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah.
I would like to point something out, because it's one of those, like, trivia question moments. Like, I didn't really anticipate Del losing a third of his body this session.
Yeah, that's fair.
That Alcina is a high-level druid.
Oh. She is. So we could go and Alcina could bring back Del.
Possibly.
Possibly.
Yeah, there's a lot of, like, side conversations to have, but the potential is there for not resurrection, but reincarnation. And it is through a druid, which would be pretty ironic for an Oak Warden.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we say by not resurrection, reincarnation, what does that mean?
Get a new body?
You get a whole new body.
You
Which,
come back
because
as a
I'm a
gnome.
DM, I'll be like, well, what would you like a new body to be? I'm not like, you've been re-rolled as a half-pixie. Like, well...
Gotcha. Okay, so...
Fun D&D facts from back in, like, the 80s and the 90s happened once. Player did not appreciate.
Oh, yeah, that's... Yeah, I remember.
I am a half-orc... Like, Sim coming back as, like, Pixie!
Please.
Come and get you to break your eyeballs! Yeah, it was
Breaker of sugar and
That's what
balls.
Link's saying, right?
of sugar.
Oh my god, my Grey Club is now like a fucking candy cane.
Right!
It's a toothpick.
Oh, man.
Eye stabs are magic.
So going to Clyde seems to be a smart choice, like, or at least our next immediate step.
Okay.
Would everyone agree with that?
Yeah.
And
How
then
far,
after...
like, at
I'm just,
their
I'm just like,
or,
our
like-
long-term, like, sure, if that's our next
Yeah,
meeting,
like, that's our meeting, but then what
Yeah,
do we do
so,
after that?
Like, short-term, long-term goals. Like, your short-term is addressing very tactical issues.
Yeah.
So you have a laundry list of tactical, which I think, like, Captius agreed going with that. So we need to address those, and then it's like, great, once you've addressed your problems, where are you going from there?
Yeah. And I'm almost of the, like, I'm wondering if Jacob is actually a bigger threat at this moment. And, like, that's, I guess, kind of where, given what Icarus was saying, and so what we've seen, right? Like, it feels like Jacob is close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so now I'm like, File, Shirley, Vine, great. What about Jacob? Because, like, at the end, there was something around, right? Jacob is working with the Green Dragons. We don't know why they'd be working with him, or the doc. There's, like, a lot of questions that are just still so unanswered. And I'm just like, I'm, like, worried that we are focusing on this, like, not actual big problem.
Well, so it's a mixture. It depends on...
Which big problem you want to solve today?
Yeah, because, like,
Sure.
Shirley is a big problem. We found out that she was the cause of the disease, which was killing, like, how many people was it killing roughly in the world? Like, thousands?
Thousands, yeah. It was potentially...
Thousands of people?
Yeah, it was a pandemic, and again, before COVID, so yeah. But it was a pandemic affecting all living things.
Yeah. And we were able to cure the people, but if she's left unattended for too long, she could just come back and do the same thing. So
So it's like-
she could start a new strain.
Yeah.
COVID
And it's like,
22.
who should we leave unattended for too long? Like,
Well,
do we leave Jacob unattended, or do we leave Shirley unattended?
So
for too
I
long?
think, at least from a standpoint of like what we should do, we know we know where Shirley is.
1
and
second,
we have-
guys. Ironically, Zoom froze. So let me go. Ahead and, let me reboot it.
Okay.
Something that Zoom just does. Meh.
For funsies.
For fun.
We don't know that about Jacob. We don't know how to take him down. We know that he's a threat, but we don't have enough information. Whereas with Shirley, we know exactly where we need to go. We know what we need to do that's how we destroy her, is by going after her like pod. So I think that's kind of the difference, is like we could figure out Jacob, but that's more time, and maybe we can do that as we're traveling, like trying to gather that information to take him down after Shirley, because they're both threats.
Are they entwined? Did I hear at some point that Jacob and the dragon are kind of...
The doctor was working with the green dragons, and the green dragons, to our knowledge, for a while were working with Shirley, but Alexa found out that Shirley was essentially planning on double-crossing them, because the green dragons are trying to bring the immortal green dragon back.
Vine.
But the black dragon
Bile.
is... Yeah, Vine. But Bile, the black dragon, is actually keeping Vine in like this other portal. So like they'd have to take down the black dragon, but that's also who is protecting Shirley's pod. So like Shirley is kind of
I can see Sin's brain at work.
Yep.
Fuck off.
It's a good thing. It's like,
So, because we know Jacob was using the white immortal dragon, so it's not too far off to say that
He would then
going
try to use the green.
Shirley, like there's an interconnection there, maybe. So it might not be too far off to like still pursue Shirley.
And then
Bless you.
find out more about what Jacob's doing, because he's probably going after the same area.
Maybe, yeah, possibly.
I know that Dell, you are currently an arm,
Yes.
but what do you as a player think?
Well,
Walking
think-
Dead.
Whatever happens, you are still going to be in the group as a human something. So
So thinking over it, I think tackling a task you can actually guarantee completion is better than attempting to do a task that we're unable to guarantee, essentially. Better to fight the enemy you know than the enemy you don't.
yeah.
At this point, if anything, the vault should have showed us that Jacob's probably much more difficult of a combatant than just that, particularly if we're fighting on his home turf. Particularly if he knows he just got robbed. You know, you don't go after the person you just robbed because their guard's on high alert.
Mm.
So it seems like going after him in this exact moment is just going to have him be completely prepared for anything, because we did just, violate a place of safety where he was literally birthing a creature that he didn't intend to have looted.
Birthed. Yeah.
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 You stole my
I mean-
baby.
Fair.
Something as deep as having his brother there as a caretaker that hasn't been seen for 20 years shows that he had a level of comfortability with whatever was in there staying in there and not seeing the light of day. So under those assumptions, we probably have to rid the world of a lesser evil in the meantime, while we prepare ourselves to actually have almost like a full-fledged war against a possibly completely immortal being.
That's true. And
Like
it
that?
also... Oh, sorry. You can go. Pac.
No, I think that's really fair. Like, yeah, I can't really see any fault in that.
It's also the point that, like, a hit to the dragon also might be a hit to Jacob.
Right,
And
yeah.
regardless, there's probably still some information we can get off the dragon about Jacob.
Yeah, plus we have all the books, and we haven't really had a chance to read all the books. So while we are going to Shirley and everything, that also would give us time to maybe get more information, so that we have more knowledge of what we're up against and maybe ways to go around it.
Yeah.
Cool.
So sounds like what I heard was your immediate threat, your next like big adventure is to continue and address Shirley
Surely, yeah.
and make a quest log that's figuring out how to and what to do about the acknowledged threat, which is Jacob.
Yeah. Like I think our end, like our BBEG of the whole season is probably going to be Jacob.
What?
But trying to figure out how to get there.
So, Clyde thing,
Yeah.
Shirley, Jacob.
Yes.
Cool.
Sounds like you guys have a plan. Well, cool. I can go ahead and continue on prepping for your second part of this arc, which will be continuing through the Festered Lands and then reaching Bile's lair with the intent of locating and ridding Arhor'ha of Shirley once and for all. With that note, we'll switch over to After Talk, because I think we got plenty to talk about. I'll see you guys over there.
All right, I'm going to take a quick bio break, so I'll be there in like a second.
Okie doke.
Same.
All right. Doo-doo, boop, ba-doop, chat. Boop, 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 ba-doop, boop. Which is interesting. Every single time I look at the stream for the graphic we have up, which is season 6, I keep on remembering that we have artwork from Robin. I need to throw that up. Where is that graphic?
Got to put a red X through Dell.
Only if you don't want him resurrected.
I think I'm going to roll something a little bit different.
Okay.
I was talking to Alexa about it in general, so it's a fitting end for Dell.
It's a not knowing where the line is, then going.
Oh
kaboom.
yeah. So I'm surprised that pickaxe would cause like an explosion. I thought it was going to be like him breaking me type of thing, not so much as like a AoE explosion.
Yeah, it's a bit of A, it's a bit of B. When you abstract out the mechanics from the activity, there's a good graphic of way of thinking about how that looks if you have watched Made in Abyss.
I have not.
It's definitely worth watching if you want to like cry towards the end. But like Made in Abyss has a similar type of weapon for a good theater of the mind, as they also have pickaxe that does like an explosion activity. So it's a lot like that. Another way of thinking it, if you're familiar with the Fallout universe, is the idea when it hits something and then it goes kaboom. But, yeah.
So my thought process was, because I didn't, explode almost immediately, that it would be like almost like a molten fire thing, and that I could maybe save myself with Sanctuary. Assuming he didn't have a high wisdom type of thing.
Yeah, and to be fair, Ozzy doesn't have the highest wisdom. He addresses life through like brute freaking force. But now secondary explosion.
There was very few ways I thought you were getting out of a crit from a breaker that's like 4 levels up on you.
Yeah, the guy who like destroyed that golem after a shield reflection from Robin. When that 20 was rolled, I'm like, man, there's a very thin tightrope for Dell right now.
It kind of makes me think of, sadly enough, when Captios died.
Yeah.
You have a thin line of things you can do.
Yep.
If you choose poorly, you will die.
Yep.
Wait, hang on though. Are you implying that if Dell was like, fine, you can have all my money, that Ozzy would stop what he was doing?
He probably would have been less ragey about it. Instead, likely would have pulled like the pickaxe out and like hit him with the blunt end to be a dick, as opposed to detonating it.
Okay.
Because part of it was seeing how this thing works, right? Like it's like cool, new shiny. He was already angry at Dell.
Like,
I think that even he was a little surprised at how powerful it was.
Yeah, that thing is terrifying. That is absolutely terrifying.
Yep.
Like
So
the 5 seconds really put like a timer on it. I was so close to using the last portal to like put it under Dell and get him out. I was just like, I just didn't want to make any. I didn't, because I thought if I do that, then Ollie's just going to be pissed at me.
yeah.
You did get me killed though.
You did.
I did 100%
get
get
him
you killed.
Well,
100%.
that's a little That's
I left. I was leaving.
Well, I
was
guess
going
it
out
really
the
it really depends on how Robin will interpret that for herself. Because like I think every character kind of takes things differently. Of like, would she see it as she was the one that killed him because she was the one that like convinced him to come back, or would she be like, well, you know what? No, he did his actions. Like, how does she handle that?
I think it'd be good talking points. Let's do our standard format. Let's go down that line so we don't miss out. I was making a point earlier. I was like, man, I know we have a graphic for the season 9. I think it comes up as chapter 9. But once we figure out what's going on with Dell, I'm gonna change the graphic for After Talk to that graphic because I'm like, why am I using the season 6 graphic when Robin was so kind as to create a season 9 graphic?
True.
So yeah, but let's walk down. So favorite moments, starting with Alexa.
Let's see. There's a lot that happened. My favorite moment was the time that we gave Captius a really rough time about him making us all go see a naked guy.
Naked
A
child.
naked child. You made us run to see a naked child. You're like, guys, you got to see this. It's like, naked child in a bubble. It's like, all right, yes. So I think that was, it was just.
Careful where you proceed with that next sentence, Del, because we are streaming on Twitch.
Yep.
I was gonna say,
I'm being serious.
Yeah.
Jimmy's a nice man. He'll be valuable later.
Yeah. He was of legal age in any universe, and we uphold terms of services to Twitch. We appreciate you not throwing us out. Yeah, so...
He's like, please never move it. He was 18. It was okay. There were no graphics.
He was a teen.
Yeah, age has no concept in Aurora. You have like 400-year-old elves that look like they're 25, so whatever.
Yeah.
I digress. So favorite moment is giving Captio sass about, hey, look, there is this totally young adult in a bubble here.
Talking about how huge it was. Yeah.
Correct. That was quite a moment. Rolling down, Dell, character death. But what was your favorite moment?
It's like you did die, but
Dying.
Dying.
I thought the fact, just the sheer fear that it caused the rest of the party after Ozzy literally like pulped my upper half, and like I thought it was a very good character development moment for Robin and even like Alexa, and Sin just didn't really care. He's like, he deserved it.
Very Avernus, yeah. It's very culturally awakening or character reflective. Yeah. Those that care, those that say they care, those that are cold, those are not. Yeah. It was an interesting moment. The DM never liked killing players, but it felt very fitting.
It was fun. I enjoyed it.
Fitting.
Robin, favorite moment.
I mean, semi-biasedly, I think finding all these really rare, interesting reagents has got to be up there.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
all the stuff that's going to lead to. Robin's going to be very excited. All sorts of silly things to experiment to. But if I have to pick one moment, it's probably going to be tinfoil shoes. Captio's just his tinfoil shoes. Like, he was gone for, like, I don't know, 7 minutes. He comes back with, like, tinfoil wrapped around his leg.
Yep. I found
I
something.
found the answers. I found something. Like,
I've got
oh.
keys, answers. There's something in a bubble. Don't worry about
Young
fashion
naked
choices.
man in a bubble.
Yeah. Well, it seems like there's a pretty unanimous statement about Capto stealing the show this session. So, Cap, what's your favorite moment?
So I actually think that my favorite moment is the fact that we were able to escape with all of the books. Honestly, like, that's huge for my character. I think that's huge for, like, the party getting back forward and dealing with Jacob. I also think that it's, like, I thought the ending, like, when we burned the thing was going to be, like, longer. But the fact that Robin was just like, portal, everyone jump in, and that you fact cheated on the ground, like, that was actually pretty creative.
Mm-hmm.
So that we just have to jump in, and then it was like, all right, I guess we're out. Cool. It was like a very anticlimactic end to the vault.
Yep.
Compared to like the last one, where we like were running for our dear lives.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah.
very smart solutions to very high stakes, high stress situations. It's like, you portal into a special golem and run from this one. Yeah, it's like you guys smartly avoided several things in the vault, including being chased by very angry golems that, at the very least, could take out Dell, who was a pretty tanky boy. So kudos to that. Sin, favorite moment. God.
Yeah, obviously killing Dell. Are you kidding me? I have reasons, okay? It's not just like I'm that weird. No, that was that was my favorite part. I'm sorry, Dell. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's my favorite part too.
No, it's just kind of that was a very intense moment there. How yeah, and just I'm kind of sad that Icarus is he's still back at the vault. I'm gonna miss him. He was a character.
Quirky character.
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely have some colorful casts, right?
Yeah.
Icky was fun to play, but he wouldn't leave the chimeras.
Yeah.
So it comes to me. What was my favorite moment? I think really everything with Captios, the interaction of Captios and who we're now calling like Jim or Jimmy. Like that whole entire set was very, very interesting. Like how you play someone who's very tabula rasa, and how Captios, who's the very opposite of tabula rasa, which is like blank slate. Like how would someone who just over-explains everything talk to someone who knows practically nothing?
Nothing.
Yeah.
He doesn't. That's
He's
none of that.
Bring
literally,
someone else
it's
like
like
him.
I was born from the primordial ooze. I don't know what he's being terrified right now of trees. Like he's never seen a tree. He's never seen grass. He doesn't even know what the sky looks like.
I'm
He's like,
surprised he's not
"This is
scared
nice
of
to see,
breathing.
but we'd like to go to the
He
woods
is-
where we're going to get attacked by people."
He is terrified. There's only so much oxygen to highlight specific nuances, but yeah, Jim's like terrified of everything. He doesn't know what it is. He doesn't even know what like fear is. It's like a base instinct for him at this point of don't get yourself killed. He doesn't even have an experience to draw off of like if I grab this cactus, it hurts. So he doesn't like fear it at all. It's like, oh, this looks interesting. Ow.
He does know what fear is because he knows
And
what
we're gonna
safety
go.
is.
He knows what safety is. It's a feeling. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna go leave him with a highly trained assassin. Cool.
And a family.
And a
of
family.
Tiny Foxy.
I think it's the family that's the saving grace. All of you's patience is going to be tested once more.
Oh my god, I can just picture Maple. Like,
Yep.
where'd you come from? Why do you have white hair? Oh, look at these horns.
What are these? Where'd you go?
I do have a question that I'm just, and I don't know if it's something that we can go into, if it's going to be like text RP, but like, Solus learned stuff too.
She did.
How is she handling it?
Not great. Like she had like a roller coaster. Again, the NPCs are there to provide color and contrast against the PCs or kill them. So in Solus's case, her nuances came a lot from like the revelations of like how the constant topic being brought between like Sin killing her in the past, and like she's trying to move past that piece, and how she's involved in this some way, somehow. She's actually using that as a way of moving forward. So for a lot of points of concern, this is one of the first things like, hey, this is... If I have to let go of everything in the past, it's something that she can grab onto and solve for the present and the future. She's actually handling it pretty well, all things considered that, because now she has a puzzle she can solve as opposed to being like a victim or having like two alternate realities they're trying to reconcile. Like watch The Flash, like trying to figure out what universe you're in is super confusing. So she's like, well, I guess the best thing to do is just move forward. So this is something interesting for her to grab onto.
Yeah,
I have a
because like,
talking point.
What's up?
yeah.
Is Icky going to just tell Jacob all about us except for, Robin who gave the fake name?
Icky is going to definitely antagonize Jacob, as he does, because he's in there. So he's not likely to betray Sin or Solus. Like his loyalty is more to like Sin and Solus as breakers and builders than it is to his brother. So, although there's no in-character way of knowing that, he is going to make life easier. Actually, probably antagonize Jacob, all things considered, like misdirection.
Nice.
So, him being left back as an active choice has still some positive benefits to how much Jacob can pursue and proceed.
Okay.
Similarly, like, and I said I'd cover it in After Talk, time is the main reason why you didn't have to deal with those guards much, much earlier. Like, the intended path at a certain point of alert would be that those a patrol will be sent in to investigate what's going on much earlier. But time portaled through, and time is very wily, like Del and Dante both are. They're socially adept, so she had like talked to them for quite a bit because she didn't want to die. She's at sword point, so they had to suss out her situation before they could go investigate the portal.
So, I would like to say we did not take the vault to 11. It goes to 11. We only went to 10.
It's true.
Like,
Very, very, very close. At 11, everything locks down and like gas fields.
that's what I figured was going to happen eventually. Was everything was going to lock down? So that's what's the big concern.
Yeah, it's like the idea of drinking too much. That's the point where vomit happens, right? That's the point where it's like it's all your body's completely over it. The vault's completely over it. If it exists in there, it's got to go. Which would include like Icarus and the Manticores, and if Jim wasn't out, that include like Jim, like everything. Would go.
Wow.
Yeah. Purge. So yeah, we're on talking points. I'm taking a few directions. Let me walk down, right? So Alexa, talking points.
Yes, my one thing was with Solus, because that does make like a difference of knowledge. There's just like a lot going on. So one of the things like I was bringing up, like tiny talking points that I put like notes in to make sure I wouldn't forget them as we were going through. I know the one was you were mentioning, or at least Icarus was mentioning, that to become a builder or breaker, you have to be like born again in Avernus, and the ritual to make builders and breakers, they go into like the soil, like this dark soil, and come back. So like my one thought was, hey, is that Avernus soil, is that like their way of rebirthing them in Avernus soil?
Yeah, and like it's been going on for at least since season 7, right? Since that's been like conversed. So like you have books and whatnot. It's a pretty strong assumption that what they are doing is putting you in soil, yet die of suffocation, but you come back. And some people don't make it through the ritual.
It does make you think of, what was it? Game of Thrones, the Iron Isles.
Yeah. Very, very similar concept, right? Where they drowned them, and if you come back to life, then you're one with the sea. Yeah, similar concept. Yeah. It does. Sin brought up a really good point, which is part of the nuance that Sin never had that event happen to her that she's aware of.
Yeah, you never got dipped in some dirt, but you did get thrown into Avernus.
Yeah, but
same.
like, just saying that the ritual, it was like, okay, so their head is in the soil of Avernus, so they're technically in hell, but then they're also dying at the same time. But those things didn't happen with Sin in the same chronological order, or at the same time even.
Yeah. And to Solus's point, his way is saying, like, wasn't killing me, like, putting you through hell? Didn't you die a little?
Yeah.
Like, does it have to be a physical death, or
right. Just
can it be
because
a
that is the ritual to do. Is like, there's more than one way to create a fire.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true, yeah.
So she was kind of like hurt. Like, that's the way that Solus interpreted it. And it's like, oh, like, then did it not hurt? I mean, it felt like hell for me.
Well,
Mm.
I mean, had it not, then I wouldn't have become a breaker.
And it's a very cyclical problem, right?
Right.
And then Sin only went full breaker mode when she was in Avernus. But the first time a gig had to do a thing, or at least show a thing.
Yeah. Which was terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
My other thought that I brought up, and I think we just kind of like lightly, I brought it up, I think, when we were doing like a bio break. Because again, I've taken notes to remember things. But we've seen, and for, Robin and Dell, so we've seen that Ford, who is the thing that we have been lugging around, the Warforged, that he died because he helped combine Nova and Solus, because he can do something called Resonate that helps combine the two forces together, and it created Solus to who she is now, which is like a little mix of the two. But Jacob White was actually the one that found his body, because about 100 years ago, when Freeport was attacked by angels, Ford died. He detonated to save his family. But Jacob White actually found his body and rebuilt him, but Ford GTFO'd out of there once he was conscious, like, I don't want this, like, what the fuck is this? And he, like, left. So, since we know that he has the ability to combine Solus and Nova, and we've seen, like, some Warforged, do we think that he brought back specifically Ford because it may help the combination, like he was going to be initially used to try to combine things again by using his resonating power?
Mm-hmm.
Like, was that the initial plan for him, or maybe still the plan for him, to either combine Jacob with someone or something, or create like just create something new?
It's interesting though, because Gig originally created Ford.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So, like, what? I don't know where I was going.
That Jacob
Like, it is
using something Gig create as part of the equation.
Yeah. And also it shows either, again, for Dell and Robin, like, there's a whole bunch of like little bits that we can tie together because there's like a world of lore. But the thing that I don't think we've gone over with either of you guys has been the Dawn Forges, which has been referenced in this session.
Yeah, so much lore. So many years of it.
So those, that's something that has shown up in the 7th season and 8th season. But what it is, it's a place that represents the 12 signs of like the zodiacs, however we're phrasing that. So there is like a Pisces Forge, an Aries Forge. There's all these forges in the Dawn Forge, and each location, depending on the zodiac that it's representing, requires a sacrifice of some sort to get in. And once you get in, you can create, typically you're creating something based around what that zodiac represents. So we've been to the Pisces Forge, and that was like creating souls in life. And we've been to like the Aquarius Forge, which was like knowledge. So you can go there and it was just like a huge ass library, but you also had to give up knowledge to get in there. So the fact that he has something that seems like it's from Pisces is very interesting. If it's something that he acquired or something that was like created there. Also the idea that I'm just wondering how long ago that was created, because it would have had been created in the Pisces Forge.
The Gem of Pisces?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Or is it just a gem?
No, the Gem of Pisces has been around for
Did we grab the gem?
No, like it being called a gem is giving. I think it's misleading. It's pretty big.
I think it's like that whole thing, and I don't.
Like that, it took up a good portion of that room.
So the whole thing was the
whole
gem.
the whole apparatus is the gem of Pisces.
Yeah, and so so that would make sense because we know that something happened to Pisces, like the one that was there, like a while. So she's been out of like commission for a while. So it would have had been created longer than 100 years ago.
Yeah. I'd say I'd place its creation date at about 100 to 120 years ago. Life creation.
Because my thought is, who created it?
Yep.
And like that's the thing, like, because the only other time that we know of something being created in the Dawn Forges was it Ares, the Ares Forge, which was essentially a missile cannon.
Yeah.
That
big artillery. Yeah.
Yeah, that you would have to put someone in there that meant something, the person that you wanted to destroy, and they would then become a missile themselves and go after and detonate on that person. Like, it was a very intense thing, and it was used on Gig originally, and it did not kill Gig, but it was created to kill Gig, was its original purpose. So that's the only other thing that we know that has been created there. So I'm just very curious as to who created this. Because it wouldn't have been Jacob White, right? Because he wouldn't be that old.
Correct. Timeline doesn't match up with Jacob.
Yeah, so it's something that he procured, which that's what he does. But who?
I think the thing is that you do know who, and you also know why, but you have to find those dots at some point in time. Any other talking points?
I have an idea, but yeah.
Yeah.
I do too, actually.
Who do you guys think it is?
Paolo. Paolo used it to help create Gig.
Interesting theory.
Is my thought, because they separated.
Yeah, your idea is better than mine.
What was your idea, Sin?
Yeah, what was your idea?
Oh, I was thinking one of the fragments of Alara at some point.
Also an interesting theory. Yeah. Well, next season will involve a White Owl, so I mean, neither of you are too far from the state of the truth. You're in the right country.
Oh God. Oh God.
Yeah, or was it Celestian to help create the Alaras?
Don't stop.
Do not even.
No.
So for Alex, any other talking points before we roll south down the list?
I know. I think I hit a good chunk of talking points.
Yeah.
So.
You hit a whole domain of them. Dell, any talking points?
How pissed is Jacob White going to be that we raided his vault and released Jimmy? Is he going to almost salt the earth type of anger, or is it going to be more annoying?
The way Jacob handles things isn't very emotional, so it's kind of like he did a startup investment, and it was one that was going to have a good payout, and then someone came and unleashed a computer virus that eradicated it. He would take it very methodically, what are my losses? How to recoup that? Is there a point to retaliating? I think it's kind of the point, which is why I put in things like the prisoner's dilemma into S9. There has to be a value for him to do such. If he finds out that Jimmy is alive, then it could put a danger the people that are harboring. So it was very smart that you tactically decided, hey, hiding this guy is going to be difficult. It would put the Masons at danger, but I think if you're gonna hide someone, putting them with Clyde and Alcina is a pretty strong bet.
Yeah.
Danger zone. Yeah, he thinks more like a businessman, that aspect. He definitely has hedged bets from a few angles, but you set him back. That's what Icky was kind of alluding to, that you have to do it by 1,000 cuts. He gambles to win. He is the house. He is the casino. He always wins in that aspect.
Yeah, it's one of the things that this will set him back, but he has what was it? Because thinking of Space Force, where they had if you have enough ideas and if you're doing enough things, one is bound to succeed. So if you destroy one, it's not like he doesn't have hundreds of other things still in the works.
Yeah.
It sets him back a little bit, but we aren't like.
Yeah, there are a few
destroy.
analogies. I think that was like the pray and spray. He's more like you can't perfectly protect everything. He likely has other vaults and similar things. And one thing that I hope was alluded to is that he did not know here's the one omnipotent path to success, but he had to scientifically go through several different avenues and fail a lot to get where he's at right now with his research. So what you took is a gem of one of his lines of research. For all you know, he has a more successful version of this research elsewhere, but it is without a doubt a very advanced, far along version of his end goal.
It also is very interesting because going along with that, the idea if Jacob is working with the doctor, the fact that the doctor has not been there since would allude to the idea that they found something else and that they're not necessarily abandoning this course, but they might have found something better because they're not wasting
out
their
of some
time
sort. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, is Jimmy going to be like special? Like, is he an actual homunculus, or is he something like different?
He's different. He's special.
Okay.
He's very much like Gabriel.
Okay.
Which, unfortunately, you haven't been here for Gabriel, so it's...
That's like a pointless like name drop. He is his own person. As we can continue on, and you'll find it in the book, so I don't have a huge problem like dropping it now, provided Robin like reads them and articulates out. What's going on with Jimmy is about the same with Luna Hope. Like his life would be a lot like Luna's, only Luna like grew up from like a child to I'd say an infant, like a baby, to a small child, whereas he is starting his journey around 16 to 21 because we like you, Twitch. Like he's starting a little later in life.
That's all my talking points for now.
Cool. Robin, talking points.
Well, a lot of the story points have been done.
Fair.
So I do have quite a few for just Robin. I don't think anyone actually has realized that with Dell dying, Robin is mad alone now.
Yeah, how's Robin doing?
Alexa doesn't trust her. Sin doesn't care. Captios hates her, and then Solus,
Solus likes Robin.
Don't forget Ozzy.
Solus is the other one. Yeah, Ozzy definitely not going anywhere near Ozzy. But
right, I think that it would be a one-sided thing. It's always like, I like you, Robin. It's like, I need distance. I need about the space of about 20 feet.
But the entire original party, all Time, Dante, and Dell are all gone.
Yeah.
She's completely switched over, and now I don't want to say she doesn't have any friends, but
it's some forced character development. Yeah, how is she going to handle that?
She's very much suddenly very alone, and she's not well traveled. She doesn't leave. She's very out of her element.
Yeah, you're in the middle of the wilderness.
With strangers.
Yeah. We're hey, what's
She's
up?
like a captive, like a prisoner at this point. I can't leave on my own to get back home because, I don't know, I'm a few weeks out into Jurassic Park. I go with you, and dear Lord, yeah. Yes.
Don't forget the fact the guy who saved you got absolutely brutalized by the person in your...
Yep, you're traveling with a murderer.
In the text, Theo was I should really thank Delandros for saving me, and then never did.
I would say though that there is more of a what is it called? What's it called when the snow melts? A softening between Captios and Robin, right? He asked you for the light thing, you gave it to him. We've worked a bunch in this vault already in terms of Arcana, history, all the intellectual stuff. So there's definitely a begrudging respect that's growing.
Now that you're calling him the right name.
Oh my god, I just realized it. I connected Robin's thoughts on how she thinks about divinity and how they're all kooks, and then Captius comes back with tinfoil boots and talking about a man in a bubble.
There's a bubble man. Trust me, I'm here. Bubble man.
You're reinforcing the divinity stereotypes, Captius.
Yeah. She's starting to realize that Captius isn't a kook.
Yeah. Yeah, Captius has some chomps behind him.
Also, like, because Robin is like kind of cushy, had a cushy life, like cushy education, cushy lifestyle, moved to do cushy research. This is like the first person she will have ever seen die.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Like,
yep.
this is like, she's not a seasoned adventurer. Like, she's very like new to all of this. That's the first person she would have seen die at all, ever.
Yeah.
Such a brutal way.
Brutal way
Yeah,
too.
he,
Like
exploded. It's like, oh, well,
Marauder shanking with C4, right? It's like, oh, I don't agree with you. Like, let's take it up with the police. Like, I'm gonna kill you and take your money. Like, in a brutal way. Yeah.
Like, the world has started seeming a bit more dangerous than she realized, but someone just detonated in front of her.
It's interesting giving her a degree of caution considering she's dealing with, interplanar magic.
Yeah.
Like, maybe she won't be summoning demons now.
Perhaps
Maybe she
she's
will.
a bit more
That's
wary.
the thought.
Or, maybe the death of her, like, friend is gonna trigger some darkness.
Death is inevitable. Like, let's just.
She's leveled
Yeah.
up
Things out.
in mild
Well,
edgelord.
it's
She
awful.
wears like thicker eyeliner now. She's like
She's already summoned plenty of ref. Maybe she'll just stick to that strat.
Drinking is a hobby.
Bring the chaos.
Breaking his arm. Yeah. And your talking points are lots of
Oh,
growth.
the last part was well, I guess that at some point now I'm actually going to be able to level up,
Yes.
Yes.
and I've got my hands on tons of reagents. So
Mhm.
maybe this will be the level 3 portals,
Well,
bigger portals.
well, I also want the reagents to be the impediments for the feats that you get from the major arcana. So it's not like you're reinventing magic, but there's some sort of connector to it, not because some abstract mechanic. So that's another thing that'll be coming out of that.
When we cycle around, can I bring up 2 points?
Yeah, sure.
Right, but I'm done with that. The only other point I had was that, like, even if Icarus doesn't outright betray us, he knows all our names. If Jacob White really cared, I really don't think extracting memories or torture is really gonna last very well on Icarus.
Yeah.
Like-
I think that Icky is so batshit fucking crazy that he would probably everyone in his mind would come out looking like a cartoon with the wrong names.
yeah, I just imagine
He's been there for 20 years talking with his brother. Like, I think he's got that down if he's got nothing else down.
Yeah, because it goes back to the first time that someone to go talk with him, he had to check and make sure she was not a figment of his imagination. Was what he was checking for. So it's how reliable is his brain? He might do it, but how reliable is that?
Yeah. I think that there's no problem with them casting the tech thoughts and probing and going with magical dark lands to it, but the person doing the interrogating has to take the information and say how reliable is it. Icarus is not a very reliable source of information.
And yet we used him for all of our information.
Yeah,
Makes me feel a little bit
true.
safer.
You did, but he was very loyal in a weird way to Sin, and technically Ozzy and Solus, but mostly Sin.
He's touched her horn. They're connected.
Licked both of her cheeks. He's got real close.
That was weird.
He's a weird guy. So let me roll down, and then we'll roll back up to Del. So let me roll the downward direction. Captios, any talking points?
Yeah, so I think the first one is figuring out what those 1,000 cuts are going to be over the rest of the seasons, or even if this goes, I don't know if this is going to go to next season or whatever, but what are the 1,000 cuts that are going to get to bleed Jacob out? That's an interesting conundrum now, right? I think definitely if there's a way to get at the White Dragon, because it feels like that's what he was saying, where his immortality is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
So where is that? How is he even drawing on that? I'm sure we could figure it out just from reading. I definitely think the Warforged stuff is going to be super interesting. And if at any point player agency changes to we want to get Ford back, this was I think a critical point where we can use that information to get there. And then the third point I think for Captios, right, is this idea that we've talked about. I know Buck, you mentioned it, is like bide your time, be useful, and like understanding right now that Captius understands like why the devil, like what the devils want. Understanding that like as long as you're giving Gig what he wants, you're useful. He's expending less energy, and so he doesn't like. He wants to keep you around, and so Captius biding his time until he can like get his soul back somehow is going to be a very interesting long-term play here.
Yeah, and now they're not like speaking from a moral high ground. You can produce value and appeal to Gig's insanity. Like you have the value. It's like, have your soul, haha, I never get it back. Nah, 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 nah. It's like, oh well. I mean, if I can get 3 souls for yours, yum. Let's do that. Let's make sure they're good quality souls though.
And where that gets really interesting is his dad is a shadow thief, right?
Yeah.
So like, is there something there that he can rely on? Is it innate inside of him? Like, who knows? But like, that's what his dad did. His dad stole souls.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So like, playing off of that too.
Yeah. What's Kraylan McCrazerson, which has to do with like time and Dante after, is that Dante is very quickly going towards the path of being like a Prince of Thieves situation with them because of the Mask situation. The Shadow Thieves work for Mask, and Mask is the person who has a bone to pick with, in a very similar situation with Dante, right? Where
Yep.
Mask and Dante are much like Gig and Captios in their relationship. Like one has a chip over the other.
Alexa's not pissed because she's like, God,
Well, yeah. I was
Dante's gone.
like so like close. I'm like, would Dante be facetious enough to like do a Persona 5 move and like be like stole your stuff, BRB? I'm like, nah. He would be kind of busy looting. He wouldn't have enough time to be that much of a boisterous ass. Yeah. Anything else, Capdos?
Nope. I think everything's been touched.
Cool. Sin, any talking points?
I guess kind of building off of something that Captios had mentioned, with like the 1,000 cuts thing, but also the comment of Sin asking Icarus, like, can I break Jacob? And he's like, well, yeah, but also making kind of that reference of, but he just be put together by like a builder, whatever. Makes you wonder like who that could be.
Yep.
If that were to actually happen. And that's kind of...
It also kind of brings like a different angle of it because he has Ozzy around who is a breaker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's maybe he wants to be broken.
Yeah.
Because then you can take his parts and you can combine it. Like then a builder can take other parts of what he is trying to combine himself with.
Yeah.
And build it back together. So like maybe by you breaking him, like you can do it, but maybe that's just feeding into exactly what he wants to happen.
And since it's been a hot minute since there was that oh shit moment, keep in mind the deal that Ozzy, who can now do this, has with Gig.
Right, which is to break Paolo.
Mm-hmm. The world's Gandalf.
Who is celestial energy.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is that if Gig knows Jacob's plan, why would... Right, like that just seems so anti... Unless Gig thinks that he's going to be able to use that before...
I will be very
on.
helpful in saying that the constant insanity is trying to figure out what Gig's end game is.
Yeah.
It's like a... What is it? You played Skyrim. It's like trying to figure out what Shia Gorath is trying to do, like the Prince of Insanity. It's possible, but it's like you have to like think in a different dimension. That's Gig's brain.
Yeah.
That's kind of terrifying, though, if, like, say that this is some kind of weird roundabout thing that Gig's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, say, like Sin's goal now is to fucking kill Jacob. But, like, I'm thinking of, like, builders that we know of right now, and honestly, the only person I think would be capable of, like, doing that I know of would be Gig.
There is one
Like-
other you've run across. Unfortunately, she hasn't had much time in Nuance.
Oh.
I see.
Luna.
Yeah, because like, Gig definitely doesn't want to do it himself, right? That's that whole like using too much power to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
weird question.
Yeah.
No, never mind. I take it back. So I was thinking Paolo is like we've kind of alluded that he might be a builder or some like he has like some ability like that.
Mm-hmm.
Could rather than Gig like trying to get together with Reth, is he trying to combine himself with Paolo?
Interesting. Interesting theory.
I don't like how you say that.
I mean, I like the way you guys think.
Oh my god.
What?
Oh my god.
I just imagine like in Sin's head, she's creating a ship chart, and she's like, "Yes."
Well, no, this is like, oh man, I'm going down Trey levels of theory crafting.
But you did create like banana soup, nut bread, and found Nuya. I like to point that out,
Dude.
which I greatly appreciate. Like plus 10 DM hit points, seeing that level of
This could
investment.
not be a coincidence.
into the story.
Have
I
you
was
seen this?
so convinced. Oh my
You don't have to be right or
God.
wrong. It is very entertaining to watch. That's the co-authoring piece, right? The mystique. Yeah, I want to make sure we get a chance to circle back to Dell. Anything else you want to throw into the fire there, Sin?
I guess the only other thing was like with Dell being murdered and stuff. I liked going back to just playing like the older Sin, because her character has definitely developed since meeting her in Avernus and going back and like still doing like the weird shit with like, I'm just going to pick up these dead limbs off the floor. Not even that, I ripped it off of the carcass of Dell.
Yeah,
and
it's
just,
stuck.
like,
Rip.
Yeah.
Tore off an arm and just started
But, like-
talking to captives with the God. It's just
Still trying to keep root to that tiefling, just weirdness. And just being like completely, just standing there being completely oblivious, like this is probably like really gross to regular people, but she's just like like what, like
There's a lot of interesting like tiefling culture moments, like Sin and Ozzy
Yeah.
fighting, like Ozzy going to throw her at the door, but then Ozzy gets thrown at the door. Like the two just like, they can't talk right now, they're busy brawling.
that was perfect.
Yeah,
Oh,
infernal culture, it's fun.
yeah.
Dell, you had a couple points you want to bring up?
Just wondering what the magic items were
Oh yeah,
now that
sure.
I'm dead.
Now that you're dead and you have plenty of time to identify them, yeah, they're very geared towards you, which makes me like feel like very tragic. Let's see. Yeah. As the dice gods had favored, they leaned and also matched thematically with what would be in there, and they were. I'm not gonna. Well, no, you'd have identify, so I'll tell you exactly what all of them are. You're gonna identify the sword. It's a +1 long sword. I'll tell you the rest if this fucking thing loads. Jesus. All right. The shield is a sentinel shield. The mithril full plate is just mithril rare material. You could later enchant it if need be, but until then it would reduce the stealth issue. The bag. The bag, I feel like, is definitely a show don't tell, so maybe you could use it in text RP, because the bag is a bag of rust. And what a bag of rust does is that you reach into the bag and you end up pulling out animals.
that's good.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Yeah, so
God.
I will, so that you know what it is and you can use it at your leisure, because it is a
Thank goodness
DM's
we didn't put the
book.
The
This is
the what in there?
bag
Is it
of
a
rust.
pig?
Yeah, you threw coins at a boar.
I pissed off before. Such a down move.
There was a fleeting moment where I was going to suggest putting Dell's body parts in the bag.
Oh god, it would have been eaten by the boar.
That's the boar.
Boar's head. You can eat it. So yeah, they're it's very like fun, themey, little magical item. It's a wondrous magic item. It does not require any attunement. You can pull out three fuzzy friends in true Arhor'ha fashion once a day.
Captors can just pull out boars and throw them at people.
That'd be kind
Well,
of
it's all, like,
boring.
Yeah, you have to roll like a d8, right? So it's just to get random, like, what's gonna come out this time?
Yeah,
Let's
correct.
see.
You do not know. There is that issue. There was a lot of money. There were other things in there because vaults. Dante took it.
Yeah.
So Dante definitely did the same thing Del did, but took a grand deal of money. To be Dante another day. The joke I said I'd circle back with. Well, that was one of your talking points, Del. Did you have another one?
Oh, no, that's it.
Okay. The other thing that was funny, I'd say I'd handle an after talk is, although the agency continued, time teleported out, Dante betrayed the party. Dante is naturally a very betrayer type character, especially as of like recent events in his character arc, and like ironically betrayer kind of got the best of the situation versus else. Times teleportation sent her to the White Estate, as I mentioned, helped delay that patrol from coming in at such a high alert rate. The funny thing, the hilarious thing there is that Dante is going back to Jacob White's estate to like ransom off some of the other items, because he's looking for something else, and Jacob can procure items, so he's gonna make it worth his while. In a very gambler-esque activity, he's gonna find time there, like having tea with Luna Hope. So it's like, hi, and like, well, shit.
It's amazing. I just.
Because Time's not in prison. Well, depending on how you like define a quote-unquote prison, like she's not allowed to leave the villa, but like she's not like in shackles. She has a bed. She gets tea and food. She gets to hang out and play with Luna Hope for a while until like Jacob has figured out. Like, has the time to deal with this minor inconvenience. Like, the Jimmy thing is a little bit higher on his priority list. Yep. So, I thought that very funny.
God, that's great.
Just
I just
comical
picture his
characters.
face.
I'm curious if Dante's going to become a bigger issue than we like.
Yes.
I'm sure he will, just because
He's a
like
pretty big deal.
that's how this world works. But
You're learning.
but like, what's he after, right? Like, what's his end goal? Everyone has all these end goals, and
Yeah.
like, I really like one of the things I really enjoy doing is reading the last chapter of the book before I read the rest of the book,
Mhm.
or like going on Wikipedia for like a movie and just reading the plot summary. So like, this is really eating me up inside. This whole
He's like, I just want to know where.
Yeah, it's like the idea of like when you read a book the first time you're reading it for the story, and the second time you're like, oh, what was that person thinking? Why were they doing it a certain way? Like if Times had this ultimate goal to get like the ultimate tarot card deck or something like that, then everything she did would be influenced by that. And when you start going against the grain of your goals, it speaks to character. Dante is pretty interesting because fucker died. So he's got plenty to say about betrayal. The nuance was like completely lost with Orion because new characters. There's so much you can drown in the sea of lore while being holed down with sandbags. So don't wear floaties. But there was a lot of nuance between Dante and Orion due to the fact that Orion had not only a hand in the group that had him die, but he also was the true owner of the airship that he stole, that he died on. And airships aren't like a common thing. Like there's a couple dozen. They're dangerous. They're not cost effective to use. Just take
I know
Sky Monster just takes one out.
I know, like, in between, like, one of the things that Alexa wanted to have done was have Captios look at the thing that was able to create the chimeras, but then also the ink that Dante
Yeah.
put in
Now that
the bag,
Dante's
so,
gone, so it's a little bit more concerning.
Yeah, so, like, what does the ink... Because, like, she's gonna have it done, like, during downtime, and this is, like, the first downtime they've had. So, like, what does the ink do?
Yep, we'll cover it during downtime. But since we're going close to the top of the hour, I don't want to I don't want to scoop up too much time. So any other talking points anyone else would like to raise or discuss before we move on? Dell, I know that we're kind of talking like, hey, where are we going to go from here from Dell? Do we want to go through Resurrection? What the party do? What does the player want to do? Whatever is awarded for like the finale piece, that would still roll over if you end up new character, but they'll still have to start at like level 3, so that's going to be a bit problematic. The only target I can think of is probably like a friend of Clyde's.
Yeah.
Because you're already doing that conversation, something to that effect. Because
it just really depends on how you want to come back. Because we'll go with whatever.
Hey, human fella human. You want to go the festered lands and die? All right.
I still haven't figured out what I'm gonna play. I think Dell is gonna stay dead.
Okay.
The character is fun to play, but it gets a little monotonous. Him as it's very much must procure wealth for own desire type of thing. Not very ingrained into anything. Mm-hmm. He might have even left the party after these events type of thing, as I was basically leaving the party before Robin pulled me back in and got
you and like instantly murdered. Yeah.
It's not even like 10 seconds go by between when I go back. I make a joke to Ozzy, and Ozzy just decides I'm the perfect pincushion for his new.
Oh, it's an ode back to like, we're gonna be friends. Headbutt. You're gonna pay me. Pickaxe. Yeah, okay. The tie-ins, we'll have to figure out what makes organic sense. The things that I've been trying to think of back in my head, it's like, well, maybe it's depends what the players do. It seems like the outside influence help through like the Shadow Market or Clyde. We can figure that out. Any other closing talking points we want to raise up? It was very finality to it. Obviously, there's lots of fun with having these great climactic ends to the areas you're in, but I'd rather have player agency win out in the day. GG for getting a safe way out. I did say I'd tell you when you guys left about stuff that you did not hit or didn't have to worry about hitting.
Yeah, we missed like lore bits or anything like that.
You did lose a little bit of lore bit. Like the typical scratch rate is you get a third of it. I think that you guys scratched a lot more than a third in this location. The catwalks, the thing that was very clean. I think I even like slipped up at one point and mentioned like oozes do that typically. So that whole entire hallway was did have oozes in it. You guys didn't. They're not like super smart things. They're just I ooze. So you weren't down there to get oozed. So you just completely bypassed the oozes, which is GG. The trap spread out. Dell would have had a bit of a problem leaving, or if you all would have left that way, had some problems leaving, as the traps at that alert level were much deadlier. I feel Dell is like hardy enough that had Ozzy not like pincushioned him, he probably still could have like left even though the traps were there. But they were deadlier. You got the vault. The Chimera thing was done. There was another demon wall, and had you. There was the security center that controlled the area was during like the one door right, the section that you did not actually go through. So remember the portal room and where the first demon wall you guys saw was wrecking your shit up? There was a southern door on that side, which actually went to the control room, which was very close to the power room. There was like a bit of a riddle, which your help in getting Icarus on your side, you would have been able to just know the codes that would have disabled the alerts, the defenses, like reset it all. So having Icarus on your side would have been, but there you guys didn't go there. It did have golems defending it. There was another, I'll call it treasure room for lack of a better term, which is, I'll put...
Oh, that's the South Turks. We didn't go anywhere there.
Yeah, it was. So for context, I'll put it in Season 9 so you can see it because it's just ridiculous. We take the game pretty seriously with a lot of things, but we have moments of like levity, so it's not we're taking us so seriously. For example, the magic mouth, magic eyes. There was that gigantic guy that you saw there was one of the other like higher end artifact items. I swear you guys got some senses in you to avoid mimics at all costs because there were mimics in that room. Like every time I put a mimic somewhere in the world, which is rare.
Is it?
It's like rust monsters. You do it sparingly and when it makes sense in my mind. So in this case, it made sense because the chests were not the treasure there. That big eyeball was. So, which would have been very advantageous for like Captios, Robin, and Alexa, as it has strong divination, like a scrying pool on like crack almost. An example of how that would have been advantageous, like how you talk to Gig, like you could talk to Gig through that thing if you really wanted to, or Palo or anyone else. It's a very strong divination artifact that's also not really leaving the area. It's huge. That said, that part to the right was another demon wall, and as it so happens, there was a, I think Dell inadvertently saw it when his icon was going all over mankind, but there were some water-based defenses as well, and like a water trap room integrated in that you guys missed out on. So I don't know if missed out on is the right term, but you didn't have to deal with it.
I do have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
What would we have had to say to the statue for that door to become unguarded?
Which one? The north and south?
Yeah, the north, because we said that we were from like representatives at Targ, and then that opened the north door, but not the south door.
Right. So, funny story about that, and Dante kind of fucked you guys over a little bit by the combination of your actions and his. So, by saying that and just identifying yourself as not like offenders in some way, shape, or form, it unlocks the north door and allows 5 people to pass. So if that's truly the case, why would you have so many people in here? At which point that door locks and the south door opens. So one thing I was realizing when Dell was leaving, I was like, well, Dell's going to find out really quickly that door is locked and have to like sheepily like return back and be like, fuck, I got to find another way to leave. Robin stopped him and he died, but like it happened. You guys, that's why I was asking how many times someone crossed that threshold without the portal, which although Robin didn't know that she avoided that like party separation mechanic, but she did. Like by portaling across and only having 4 people go, you didn't have to worry about that defense at all. And it would have unlocked the south door, which means people in the south door would have to deal with that, and that's where there's a demon wall trap.
Ah, interesting.
Right. And then that would force you into the water trap room because your options, much like Alexa did with the last one, your options get very short. It's a very pressured activity. Instead, you got the same experience, but with Alexa, because the demon door went like swung one way and then swung the other way, and it's like, well, the other way means you've got nowhere to go and you're gonna get splattered.
Yep.
Deadly traps. Ozzy's the ultimate murderer.
Well, okay. I'm insulted.
You're insulted? Everyone's insulted. Solus is insulted. It's like, I want to be the ultimate murderer.
Yes. Solus is secretly the root of all evil. We just don't know it yet.
Yeah, the Nova in her.
Yeah, Nova's, when she started getting like, what it does, like big lady balls, when she was like getting really upset, I'm like, oh, okay, is this where we start getting, seeing Dark Souls come out?
Yeah,
Dolus?
seriously. She can snap quickly.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry. We've got a lot more coming. So, with your thing, I'll end with that you've got we'll be introducing at least a couple more people to the the festered lands. One of which is that Palo will be making a return.
Hey.
And
also,
whoever Dell plays is going to be making a return. What's up?
I was like, yay, also, oh no.
Yes. Yay and
always happy to see Palo.
That's exactly the response I go for. Yay and oh no. Then there's occasionally just a yay and occasionally just an oh no, but mostly it's yay, oh no. On that note, it's been a lot of fun, y'all. I'll put the rewards in, as it is a milestone sort of achievement of finishing out the vault. You can expect it to be significantly higher, having some minor arcana. Like Dell, we've mentioned a rollover, so the stuff that comes out of this session will roll over to the level 3 character.
So there'll be, he would have been level 4 because, right?
I was already had enough experience for level 4.
Yeah, no one has been able to have a chance to level up because we haven't rested.
Yes. So what I'm saying is that like new characters come in at level 3, then they become
Oh,
one-shot
gotcha, and
characters.
this
They
one goes
milestone to
over.
level 4. So because we're bringing something new in, it's like, wow.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
because of the experience I'm about to dole out, it's going to be doubled anyway. It's likely going to put you well into level 4. And we have 2 places where you can do a long rest in, like the Festered Lands, and I am shooting to give you the opportunity to rest before you actually go into the lair. So
Okay.
Yay.
that said, as you can see, adventure days are a pretty serious thing here, and you can't front load resources. You can't just say, "Cool, fireballs for days," and now I'm screwed. I think Robin did a very good job of managing her resources, not too much, not too little. There wasn't a lot of combat, so it didn't make sense for like Sin just to rage for funsies. Alexa and Captios, yeah. So you have a pretty good idea of the pacing for your resources. That said, it's been fun, y'all. I'm
Cool.
gonna go get some Taco
Thanks,
Bell.
guys.
Thank you.
Bye.